Welcome to Tyler Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyler's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyler Walker audiobook from tylerwalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 1. Whitney. The morning light filters through the amber-tinted windows of Being There. Done that, casting everything in a golden glow that screams autumn comfort. Steam rises from the espresso machine like morning mist, and the rich aroma of freshly ground coffee beans mingles with the sweet scent of cinnamon rolls warming in the display case. "Whitney, can I get my usual?" calls out Mrs. Gonzalez from her corner table, her knitting needles clicking in rhythm with the jazz playlist humming through the speakers. "One medium maple latte with oat milk, coming right up," I call back, my hands already reaching for the cup before my brain fully processes the order. 5 years of running this place has turned customer preferences into muscle memory. The morning rush hits like clockwork, a beautiful chaos of coffee lovers seeking their caffeine salvation before facing another day. I dance between the espresso machine and the register, pulling shots and steaming milk, while keeping one eye on the growing line of customers bundled in their fall sweaters and scarves. "Mom, look!" Sam's voice cuts through the ambient chatter, bright as sunshine. He's stationed himself behind the pastry case, his small hands pressed against the glass as he points out different treats to Mr. Garrett, our mailman. "This one has chocolate chips, and this one has those little sugar crystals that make your tongue sparkle." Mr. Garrett chuckles, his weathered face creasing into familiar smile lines. "Well, if it makes my tongue sparkle, I better have one of those." Sam's giggle bubbles up, infectious and pure. The sound wraps around my heart like a warm hug, momentarily easing the tension that's been building in my shoulders since I flipped the sign to open an hour ago. "Sam, baby, let Mr. Garrett actually see the pastries instead of just your fingerprints on the glass." "Sorry, Mom." He wipes the glass with the sleeve of his Spider-Man hoodie, leaving more smudges than he removes. The espresso machine hisses as I pull another shot, the familiar sound grounding me in the present moment. But as I reach for the milk steamer, my mind betrays me, drifting to a place I've spent years trying to avoid. Ryan. The name surfaces unbidden, like it always does during these quiet moments between the chaos. I haven't thought about him in... Who am I kidding? I thought about him yesterday when Sam asked why he doesn't have a dad like his friend Jake. And the day before that, when I found Sam's drawing of a stick figure family with an empty space labeled Daddy. My hands move on autopilot, creating the perfect microfoam while my thoughts spiral backwards 6 years. Ryan Blake, with his devastating smile and those blue eyes that could convince me to do just about anything, including believing his promises about staying, about building something real together in this sleepy little town. "Whitney, you okay, hun?" I blink, realizing I've been staring at the steamed milk like it holds the secrets of the universe. Sarah from the florist shop next door stands at the counter, concern etched across her face. "Yeah, sorry, just lost in coffee land for a second there." I force a smile and get back to crafting her lavender honey latte. "How are the chrysanthemums doing?" "Flying off the shelves. Nothing says fall like some good mums." She leans against the counter, lowering her voice. "You sure you're all right? You look like you've seen a ghost." Maybe I have. The ghost of Ryan Blake and all the plans we made that crumbled the second opportunity knocked on his door. The prestigious job offer in New York City, the chance to climb the corporate ladder and leave small-town life behind. The chance to leave me behind. I was 3 months pregnant when he left, 3 months along with Sam, though he didn't know anything about him yet. Thanks, Sarah. I'm fine, really. I hand her the latte, complete with a delicate foam art leaf on top. Just one of those mornings. She doesn't look convinced but accepts the coffee with a grateful nod. Well, if you need anything, I know where to find you. The door chimes as she leaves, and I'm left with the steady hum of the espresso machine and the weight of memories I can't seem to shake. I pour shots for the next order, a large dark roast for Tom from the hardware store, and try to focus on the present. But the past has its hooks in deep today. The lump in my throat grows as I remember standing in our tiny apartment, watching him pack his single suitcase with methodical precision. He'd been accepted to some high-powered consulting firm. The salary was more than our entire town probably made in a year. It's an opportunity I can't pass up with. You understand that, right? I understood. I understood that whatever we'd built together, the lazy Sunday mornings, the dreams of opening the cafe, the tentative conversations about the future, couldn't compete with the promise of everything he'd always wanted. What about us? I'd whispered, my hand instinctively moving to my still flat stomach. You'll be fine. You're stronger than you think. Stronger than I think, as if strength was a choice when you're 21, pregnant, and watching the father of your child walk away without looking back. Mom, can I have a cookie? Sam appears at my elbow, having abandoned his post at the pastry case. His blue eyes look up at me with that hopeful expression he's perfected. After lunch, baby. How about some apple slices instead? He considers this with the gravity of a Supreme Court justice. With peanut butter? With peanut butter. Deal. He sticks out his tiny hand for a shake, just like I taught him. His palm is sticky with remnants of the morning's adventures, but I take it anyway, sealing our negotiation with all the solemnity it deserves. As he skips back to his coloring books, spread across the corner table, I can't help but marvel at the little person he's become. All sass and sweetness, curiosity and kindness. He's everything good about both Ryan and me, with none of the baggage that comes with being an adult who's learned that love doesn't always mean staying. The espresso machine demands my attention again, and I lose myself in the familiar rhythm of morning service. Pull shot, steam milk, pour, repeat. Each latte becomes a small work of art, a moment of beauty in someone else's ordinary day. But even as I work, even as I smile and chat with customers and keep one eye on Sam's latest masterpiece, which is what appears to be a purple dinosaur wearing a cowboy hat, the weight of the past sits heavy in my chest. 6 years. It's been 6 years since Ryan Blake walked out of our lives, and I'm still here, still building something beautiful in this little town he couldn't wait to escape. Still wondering if he ever thinks about what he left behind. The familiar weight of old memories threatens to drag me under when Mrs. Chen's voice cuts through my spiraling thoughts like a lifeline. Whitney, dear, I have to say, you've really outdone yourself with the fall decorations this year. I glance up from the espresso machine, following her gaze around the cafe. Warm amber string lights drape across exposed brick walls, casting everything in a honeyed glow. Hand-painted wooden signs with autumn quotes sit nestled between vintage coffee tins and mason jars filled with orange and burgundy leaves I collected with Sam last weekend. Miniature pumpkins dot the windowsills, and cinnamon-scented candles flicker on each table. The whole place feels like stepping into a cozy autumn dream, Mrs. Chen continues, cradling her chai latte between weathered hands. It's no wonder you have customers lined up every morning. Her words hit me like a splash of cold water, washing away the ghosts that have been haunting me since I opened this morning. This is what matters. This warm, inviting space I've created from nothing. The community that gathers here every day, seeking not just coffee, but connection. Thank you, Mrs. Chen. That means the world to me. I gesture toward the corner, where Sam has arranged his latest artwork. Construction paper leaves cut into imperfect shapes and taped to the window. Sam helped with a lot of the decorating. He's got quite the artistic vision. That boy has excellent taste, she says with a knowing smile. Just like his mother. The compliment settles into my bones, replacing the ache that Ryan's memory always brings. Mrs. Chen is right. I have created something beautiful here, something that's entirely mine, built with my own hands and heart and determination. I watch the morning light dance across the walls, illuminating the carefully curated collection of local art I've displayed over the years. Paintings from the high school art teacher, pottery from the woman who runs the studio downtown, photographs of Ivy Grove's changing seasons from our amateur photography club. Every piece tells a story about this community, about the people who choose to make their lives here. Ryan never understood that. He saw Ivy Grove as a launching pad, a temporary stop before real life began. But this is real life. The elderly man who comes in every Tuesday for his decaf Americano and shares stories about his late wife. The group of moms who meet for coffee while their toddlers play with the basket of toys I keep behind the counter. The teenagers who study for exams in the back booth, sustained by hot chocolate and the free Wi-Fi I pretend doesn't cost me extra every month. This is the life I've built. This is what I've chosen to pour my energy into, instead of dwelling on what might have been. Mom, look! Sam appears beside me, tugging on my apron with paint-stained fingers. He holds up a piece of paper covered in orange and red handprints, arranged like flower petals. It's a turkey. Well, kind of. Maybe it's a really fat chicken. It's perfect, baby. I ruffle his curls, still damp from where he splashed water while washing his hands. Should we hang it up with the other decorations? His face lights up like Christmas morning. Really? Next to the real art? Your art is real art, Sam. Some of the realest I've ever seen. He beams and scampers off to find the best spot for his masterpiece. His excitement infectious. Watching him, I feel that familiar surge of fierce protectiveness that's driven every decision I've made since the day I found out I was pregnant. The door chimes again, admitting a rush of cool October air and 3 college students from the community college 20 minutes down the highway. They've been regulars since the semester started, always ordering the same thing. 2 large cold brews and 1 pumpkin spice latte with extra whip. The usual? I call out before they even reach the counter. You know us too well, laughs the blonde one, whose name I think is Jessica. How do you remember everyone's order? Trade secret, I say, already reaching for the cold brew pitcher. Plus, you guys tip well enough that I'd remember your orders even if I had amnesia. They laugh, and I lose myself in the familiar choreography of making their drinks. The repetitive motions, grinding beans, measuring shots, steaming milk, ground me in the present moment. Each cup I craft is a small act of creation, a way of showing care for the people who choose to start their day in my space. This is what I'm good at. Not just making coffee, but creating experiences, building relationships, turning a simple transaction into a moment of connection that sends people back into the world feeling a little more seen, a little more cared for. Ryan never got that either. He saw the cafe idea as charming, but ultimately small-scale, a cute hobby that would never amount to anything substantial. He couldn't understand that impact isn't always measured in salary figures, or corner offices, or the size of the city where you make your mark. Sometimes impact is measured in the consistency of showing up, in creating a space where people feel welcome, in employing 3 part-time baristas from the community college and buying pastries from the local bakery, even when I could get them cheaper from a distributor. "Mommy!" Sam's voice carries across the cafe, bright with excitement. I found the perfect spot. I look over to see him standing on his tiptoes, trying to reach a section of wall near the counter. His turkey chicken creation clutches in one small fist while he stretches toward a bare patch between two photographs. "Here, let me help." I abandon the espresso machine and join him, lifting him up so he can tape his artwork to the wall. His warm weight in my arms, the concentration furrowing his brow as he smooths down the tape. These moments are what real success looks like. There. He leans back to admire his handiwork, still secure in my arms. Now everyone can see it when they order their coffee. Now everyone can see it. I agree, setting him down gently. You're going to be the talk of the morning rush. He grins and bounces on his toes before returning to his coloring station, already planning his next artistic endeavor. I watch him settle back into his work, tongue poking out slightly in concentration, and feel that familiar swell of pride mixed with fierce determination. This is my life. Our life. Sam and me, and this warm, welcoming space we've created together. The regular customers who've become like family. The seasonal rhythms that mark our days. Pumpkin spice in the fall, peppermint mochas in winter, iced lavender lattes when summer returns. I don't need anyone else to validate what we've built here. I don't need Ryan's approval, or his presence, or his promises that were never meant to be kept anyway. The espresso machine calls me back with its insistent hissing, and I return to work with renewed focus. Each drink I make is an act of reclamation, reclaiming my narrative, my worth, my future. I'm not the girl who got left behind anymore. I'm the woman who chose to stay, who chose to build something beautiful in the place others see as too small to matter.
Chapter 2. Ryan. The conference room stretches out like a monument to corporate ambition, all glass and steel and leather chairs that cost more than most people make in a month. I adjust my tie, Italian silk, perfectly knotted, and lean back as Jenkins drones on about quarterly projections and market penetration strategies. "Blake, your analysis of the Manderson account was brilliant," Marcus says from across the mahogany table, his voice cutting through the ambient hum of the air conditioning. "That restructuring proposal saved us millions." Nods and murmurs of agreement ripple around the room. 20-something executives in identical charcoal suits, all hungry for the next promotion, the next bonus, the next rung on the ladder that stretches endlessly upward. "Just doing my job," I say, forcing the expected smile. The words taste like ash in my mouth. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, Manhattan sprawls below us like a concrete jungle, all sharp edges and relentless motion. 43 floors up, insulated by money and success, and the kind of power that opens doors and commands respect. This should feel like victory. This should feel like everything I worked for, everything I sacrificed to achieve. Instead, it feels like sitting in a beautiful prison. "We're talking about fast-tracking you for VP, Jenkins continues, his gold watch catching the afternoon light as he gestures. "The board's impressed with your work ethic, your results. You've got what it takes to really make it here. Make it. As if I haven't already arrived. As if the corner office with its view of Central Park and the salary that puts me in the top 2% of earners nationwide isn't proof enough that I've made it. But made it to what, exactly? The meeting drags on for another 20 minutes, each statistic and projection blending into white noise. I contribute when expected, nod at appropriate intervals, play the part of the ambitious young executive who lives and breathes quarterly earnings and market share. The role fits like a well-tailored suit, perfectly crafted, undeniably expensive, and somehow completely wrong. When Jenkins finally dismisses us, I gather my leather portfolio and head back to my office, nodding at assistants and junior associates who step aside to let me pass. The respect is automatic, unquestioned. 6 years of grinding 18-hour days and sacrificing everything for this company has earned me that much. My office door clicks shut behind me, cutting off the constant chatter and phone calls that form the soundtrack of corporate life. Here, surrounded by awards and accolades and the kind of furniture that screams success, the silence feels oppressive. I sink into my chair and stare at the framed photo on my desk, me shaking hands with the CEO after closing the Pemberton deal last month. The smile on my face looks genuine enough, but I remember feeling absolutely nothing when the camera clicked. Just another milestone checked off, another achievement to add to the resume. The intercom buzzes. "Mr. Blake, your mother's online too." My mother. I haven't talked to her in 3 weeks, maybe 4. Time moves differently here, measured in deadlines and deliverables rather than the natural rhythm of days and seasons. "Put her through." The line clicks, and suddenly Mom's voice fills the sterile space, warm and familiar, and tinged with that slight accent she never quite lost despite 40 years in America. "Ryan, honey, how are you?" "I'm good, Mom. Busy, but good." The lie slides out effortlessly. I've been practicing it for years. "How are you and Dad?" "Oh, we're fine. Your father's been working on that old shed again, convinced he can fix the roof himself despite the fact that he's 73 and has no business climbing ladders." I can picture it perfectly. Dad with his stubborn streak and his refusal to admit that age might be catching up with him. Mom hovering nearby with a mixture of exasperation and affection. The image hits me with unexpected force, a sharp pang of something that might be homesickness. Maybe I should call him, talk some sense into him. Oh, you know how he is. Won't listen to reason from anyone, especially not his son who lives in the big city and wears fancy suits to work. There's no bitterness in her voice, just fond resignation. "Speaking of which, when are you coming home for a visit? It's been years, Ryan." Has it really been that long? The months blur together here, an endless cycle of meetings and presentations and business trips to cities that all look the same from inside conference rooms and 5-star hotels. "I know, Mom. Work's been crazy." "Work's always crazy for you. That's not an excuse anymore." Her voice takes on that particular tone that cuts through all my corporate armor, the one that reminds me I'm still her little boy, no matter how many zeros are in my bank account. "The leaves are changing here, and you know how beautiful October is in Ivy Grove. Your father and I aren't getting any younger, honey." The guilt hits like a physical blow. When did I become the kind of son who lets work become an excuse for neglecting the 2 people who sacrificed everything to give me opportunities? When did success start mattering more than the people who made it possible? "I want you to come home for the holidays," she continues, her voice softer now, almost pleading. "Thanksgiving, maybe Halloween if you can manage it. Just spend some time with us. Real time, not just a quick weekend where you're checking your phone every 5 minutes." Through my window, the city pulses with its relentless energy, but suddenly it feels hollow, meaningless. All this ambition, all this driving need to prove myself. To who? For what? "You're right," I hear myself saying. "I've been selfish. I've been so focused on building this career that I forgot about everything else." "Oh, sweetheart, I'm not trying to make you feel guilty. No, you should. I should feel guilty." I lean back in my chair, staring at the ceiling. I've worked so hard for 6 years, climbed every ladder they put in front of me. Maybe it's time I took a real break. The words surprise me as much as they probably surprise her. Taking extended time off is career suicide in this industry. Everyone knows that. Step away for too long and someone younger, hungrier, more desperate will slide right into your spot. But maybe I don't care anymore. Maybe the constant grinding and positioning and playing corporate politics has finally worn me down to the point where the idea of stepping away feels like relief instead of terror. "Really?" Mom's voice brightens, hope threading through the syllables. "You'd really come home for an extended visit?" Yeah, I think I would." The decision crystallizes as I speak, feeling more right than anything I've done in months. October and November. A real visit, not just a long weekend where I'm distracted by work calls. Oh, Ryan, that would be wonderful. Your father will be so happy. He misses you terribly, even if he's too proud to say it. I miss him too. Miss both of them. Miss the simplicity of home-cooked meals and conversations that don't revolve around profit margins and market strategies. Miss feeling like a son instead of just another ambitious executive climbing the corporate ladder. I'll need to clear it with my team, make sure all my projects are covered. No work talk, Mom interrupts firmly. You're coming home to rest and remember what life is like outside of that office. Promise me. I promise. And surprisingly, I mean it. After we hang up, I sit in the gathering darkness of my office, city lights beginning to twinkle beyond the windows. The idea of going home should terrify me. Ivy Grove is everything I left behind, everything I was so desperate to escape. Small-town life, limited opportunities, the suffocating feeling that everyone knows your business and nothing ever changes. But instead of dread, I feel something that might be anticipation. 2 months away from the constant pressure, the endless meetings, the relentless pursuit of the next achievement. 2 months to remember who I used to be before ambition consumed everything else. The only shadow on that horizon is her, Whitney. Her name surfaces in my mind like it always does when I think about going home, bringing with it a familiar cocktail of guilt and regret, and something deeper that I've spent 6 years trying to ignore. I haven't allowed myself to think about her properly in years, but the prospect of returning to Ivy Grove makes it impossible to push those memories aside. I wonder if she's still there, still dreaming of that little coffee shop she was so passionate about, the one I never understood the appeal of, still believing in the magic of small-town life and community connections and all the things I dismissed as naive and limiting, still hating me for walking away. The smart thing would be to avoid her completely. Keep my visit focused on my parents, maybe a few old friends from high school who won't ask complicated questions about the past. But part of me, the part that's been slowly suffocating under the weight of corporate success, wants to see her again. Wants to know if she's happy, if she found someone who appreciated what I was too young and stupid to value. Wants to apologize for being a coward who chose ambition over love and has been paying for it ever since. My phone buzzes with another meeting request, another urgent email marked with red exclamation points. The corporate machine never stops, never pauses, never allows space for reflection or regret or the simple act of missing home. But for the first time in 6 years, I'm going to step away from it all. Going to remember what life feels like when it's not measured in quarterly earnings and performance reviews. Going to go home and face whatever ghosts are waiting for me there. Even if one of those ghosts has dark eyes and a smile that used to make me believe in forever.
Chapter 3. Whitney. The October morning air carries that perfect autumn crispness that makes everything feel possible. Sam bounces beside me on the sidewalk, his backpack jostling with each enthusiastic step as we make our way toward Ivy Grove Elementary. Overhead, the maple trees arch like a cathedral of gold and crimson, their leaves catching the early sunlight and casting dancing shadows across the pavement. "Mom, look!" Sam points up at a particularly brilliant red maple, his blue eyes wide with wonder. It's like the tree is on fire, but the good kind of fire that doesn't hurt anything. I follow his gaze, and he's right. The tree seems to glow from within, each leaf a tiny flame against the clear blue sky. At 5 years old, Sam notices everything, like the way morning light transforms ordinary things into magic, how the world changes color when you're not looking, the small miracles that adults learn to overlook. You're absolutely right. That's exactly what it looks like. He skips ahead a few steps, then spins around to walk backward while talking to me, a skill that never fails to make my heart skip with worry and pride in equal measure. Mrs. Gale says October is the best month because everything gets dressed up for Halloween, even the trees. Do you think the trees pick their colors, or does someone else pick for them? What do you think? Sam considers this with the seriousness he brings to all philosophical questions. I think they pick. Because if someone else picked, they'd all be the same color, and that would be boring. But trees are smart enough to know that different is better. Smart kid. Sometimes I wonder where he gets these insights, these moments of clarity that cut straight to the heart of things. Then he grins at me with that smile that's pure sunshine. And I remember he's just a little boy who sees the world exactly as it should be seen. Speaking of Halloween, I say, catching his hand as we approach the crosswalk, what are you most excited about this year? His face lights up like Christmas morning. Everything. The pumpkin patch at Miller's farm, and the costume parade at school, and trick-or-treating on Main Street, and the haunted hayride that's not too scary, and he pauses to take a breath. Can we really do all of it? You promise. The hope in his voice makes my chest tight. Sam doesn't ask for much, never demands anything beyond my time and attention, but when he does express wants, they're always simple things. Community events, traditions, the kind of wholesome small-town experiences that Ivy Grove does so well. We'll do everything, I promise, squeezing his hand. Every single thing on your list. Even if the coffee shop gets really busy? Even if you have to work a lot? Even then, October only comes once a year, and you're only 5 once. We're not missing any of it. His smile could power the entire town. This is going to be the best October ever. The elementary school comes into view. Its red brick facade, cheerful and welcoming in the morning light. Cars line the circular drive, parents walking their children to the entrance, with the same mix of love and reluctance I feel every morning. Some days I wish I could keep Sam home, wrap him in the safety of our little world where nothing can hurt him and every moment is ours to share. But he loves school, loves learning and playing with friends, and all the adventures that await beyond our front door. So I walk him to the entrance and remind myself that letting him grow and explore is what good mothers do, even when it feels like watching pieces of your heart walk away. There's Jake. Sam spots his best friend across the playground and waves enthusiastically. Can I go play before the bell rings? Of course. I'll watch from here. He gives me a quick hug, all arms and energy, and that little boy smell of sunshine and possibility. Then races off to join his friends. I stand by the fence with the other parents, watching our children claim their independence one playground game at a time. That's when I notice them. The couples. Everywhere I look, there are 2 parents dropping off their kids. Fathers ruffling hair, and mothers adjusting backpack straps, partners sharing those small moments of parental pride and concern. They move with the easy rhythm of shared responsibility, of lives built together around the common goal of raising children. The Watsons family walk by, Leland's hand resting on Linda's lower back as they wave goodbye to their twin girls. Mika and Ray laugh at something their son says, finishing each other's sentences as they remind him about soccer practice. Even the Williamses, who everyone knows went through a rough patch last year, stand close together as they send their daughter off to kindergarten. I'm the only one standing alone. The realization hits with unexpected force, a hollow ache that spreads through my chest. Most days, I don't think about it. Most days, Sam and I feel complete. Our little family of 2, perfectly balanced and happy. But surrounded by these couples, these partnerships, I can't ignore the empty space beside me where someone should be standing, where someone used to dream of standing before life got complicated and dreams got broken, and I learned that sometimes love isn't enough to make people stay. The school bell rings, calling children inside, and I wave as Sam disappears through the front doors. The couples begin to disperse, heading back to cars and minivans, probably going home to shared coffee and coordinated schedules and all the mundane intimacies of partnership that I've been doing alone for 6 years. I walk home slowly, taking the long way past the town square, where October decorations are already appearing in shop windows. Pumpkins and autumn leaves, ghosts and witches, all the cheerful chaos that makes this season magical. Normally, these displays would make me smile, already planning how to decorate the coffee shop for Halloween. Today, they just remind me that I'll be doing it all alone, making decisions without input, celebrating holidays without someone to share the quiet moments after Sam goes to bed. By the time I reach our small house on Ivy Street, the melancholy has settled into my bones like autumn chill. The front porch looks welcoming enough with its hanging planters and painted shutters, but it feels lonely too. No second car in the driveway, no signs that two adults share this space and this life. I push through the front door, hanging my jacket on the hook by the entrance, and follow the sound of movement toward the kitchen. The familiar clatter of dishes and the smell of something delicious cooking draws me forward, like a lifeline. "Morning," Nina calls, without turning around, her voice carrying that brisk efficiency she brings to everything. She's standing at the stove, perfectly put together even at 8 in the morning, her hair pulled back in a sleek updo, and her work clothes already pristine. "You're here early." I settle into one of the kitchen chairs, grateful for the company, even if it comes with Nina's particular brand of loving intensity. "Figured you might want breakfast that didn't come from your own cafe for once." She slides a plate of perfectly scrambled eggs and wheat toast in front of me, followed by a cup of coffee that smells like heaven. "Plus, I wanted to talk about the Halloween promotion ideas I emailed you yesterday. The eggs are perfect, creamy and light, seasoned with herbs from the little garden Nina helped me plant last spring. She's always taking care of me in these small ways, making sure I eat proper meals and don't work myself into the ground trying to manage everything alone. The pumpkin spice latte variations sound amazing," I say, taking another bite. "And I love the idea of partnering with the bookstore for the Halloween Storytime events." Meredith from the bookstore is excited about it. She thinks we could alternate locations, do some readings at the cafe and some at her place. Cross-promotion for both businesses. Nina moves around the kitchen with practiced ease, cleaning as she talks, her movements sharp and focused. She's been like this since we were kids, the organizer, the planner, the one who makes sure everything runs smoothly, even when the world feels chaotic. "How are reservations looking for the Halloween weekend?" she asks Suckers, settling into the chair across from me with her own coffee. "Booked solid. The autumn festival brings in so many tourists, and everyone wants the full small-town experience. Cozy cafe, local flavors, all that charm they can't get in the city." "Good. You've worked too hard building this place up to not capitalize on peak season." There's pride in her voice, but something else too. Something protective and fierce that always appears when we talk about the cafe, about my success, about the life I've built for Sam and myself. Nina has been my biggest cheerleader from the beginning, helping me navigate business loans and supplier relationships and all the complicated realities of entrepreneurship. She's also been my fiercest guardian, especially when it comes to anything that might threaten the stability we've worked so hard to create. "I was thinking about adding a new seasonal drink," I say, pushing the eggs around my plate. "Something with apple cider and cinnamon, maybe a touch of caramel. Comfort in a cup for those chilly October mornings." Sounds perfect. Very on brand for the wholesome small-town image. Nina's tone shifts slightly, becoming more businesslike. "You know what else might be good for business? That food blogger from the city who's been asking about featuring local establishments. I could reach out, set up an interview." "Actually," I interrupt, "I was thinking more about making the cafe feel like home, you know? Less about marketing and more about creating space for community. Like how Mrs. Chen comes in every Tuesday for her book club meetings, or how the high school kids use the corner table for study groups." Nina's expression tightens almost imperceptibly. "Community is great, Whitney, but you can't pay rent with warm feelings. You have a son to think about, a future to secure. Romance about small-town charm doesn't put money in the bank. The word romance hangs in the air between us, loaded with meaning neither of us wants to examine. I know where this conversation is heading, can see the familiar warning signs in the set of Nina's shoulders, and the careful way she's not quite meeting my eyes. I'm not being romantic, I say quietly. I'm being practical. The cafe succeeds because people feel connected to it, because it's more than just another business. It's part of the community. Community, Nina repeats, her tone flat. Right, because community was so helpful when you were 19 and pregnant and completely alone, because community really stepped up when you needed support the most. The bitterness in her voice cuts deep, partly because I know it comes from love, from watching me struggle and wanting to protect me from ever being that vulnerable again. But it also stings because she's wrong. The community did help. Not everyone, and not in the ways I expected, but people showed up. Mrs. Peterson from the elementary school brought meals for weeks after Sam was born. Dr. Martinez refused to charge for prenatal visits when money was tight. The community wasn't perfect, but it was there. That's not fair, I start, but Nina's already shaking her head. What's not fair is someone walking away and leaving you to handle everything alone. What's not fair is building a life on promises that meant nothing the second things got complicated. She doesn't say his name. Nina never says his name, hasn't spoken it aloud in my presence for 6 years. But Ryan's presence fills the kitchen anyway, like a ghost that haunts the edges of every conversation about my past, my choices, my carefully constructed independence. Nina, I'm just saying that you've done incredibly well for yourself, building something real and lasting. Something that can't just disappear the moment someone decides they want a different life. Her voice softens slightly, but the steel underneath remains. Don't let nostalgia make you forget how hard you've worked to get here. The conversation ends there, hanging incomplete between us like so many others we've had over the years. Nina returns to her coffee, scrolling through her phone with determined focus, while I sit with the familiar weight of everything we don't discuss, everything we can't seem to resolve. Outside, October continues its slow transformation of the world, painting everything in shades of gold and crimson and possibility. But here in the kitchen, surrounded by the remnants of breakfast and the complicated love of family, I feel the familiar sadness settling over me like autumn shadows. Some subjects are too dangerous to explore, too painful to examine in the light of day. Some parts of the past are better left buried, no matter how much they continue to shape the present. Even when that present feels hollow sometimes, incomplete in ways I'm not allowed to acknowledge.
Chapter 4. Ryan. The plane touches down at the small regional airport with a gentle bump that jars me from my thoughts. Through the tiny window, I can see the rolling hills of Vermont painted in brilliant autumn colors, reds and golds that look almost artificial against the crisp blue sky. Nothing like the concrete and steel I've grown accustomed to in Manhattan. I grab my carry-on from the overhead compartment, nodding politely to the flight attendant who's probably seen 1,000 business travelers like me pass through. Dark suit, expensive shoes, the kind of restless energy that comes from too much coffee and not enough sleep. What she can't see is the nervous tension coiled in my chest, the way my palms have been sweating since we began our descent. 3 years. 3 years since I've been back to Ivy Grove. The terminal is small enough that I spot my parents immediately. Mom standing by the baggage claim, practically vibrating with excitement, her silver hair perfectly styled and her face lit up with a smile that could power the entire building. Dad's beside her, more reserved but no less pleased, his weathered hands clasped behind his back in that familiar pose he strikes when he's trying to contain his emotions. Ryan! Mom rushes forward the moment she sees me, pulling me into one of those fierce hugs that only mothers can give. She smells like vanilla and lavender, exactly the same as when I was 12 and coming home from baseball practice. Oh, honey, look at you. You're too thin. Are you eating enough? City living isn't good for you, I can tell. I'm fine, Mom. But I hug her back just as tightly, surprised by how much I've missed this uncomplicated affection. In New York, every interaction has an agenda. Every relationship serves a purpose. Here, love is just love. Dad steps forward when Mom finally releases me, extending his hand for a firm shake that turns into a brief, awkward hug. We've never been the demonstrative type, but there's genuine warmth in his eyes. Good flight, he asks, taking my bag without being asked. Long, but fine. Traffic wasn't too bad coming out here. October brings the leaf peepers, but most of them stick to the main routes. We walk toward the exit, Mom chattering about everything and nothing. The weather, the Harvest Festival Planning Committee, Mrs. Henry's new hip replacement. Normal small-town conversations that feel surreal after months of discussing market projections and quarterly earnings. The drive to Apple Street takes us through the heart of Ivy Grove, and I find myself studying every familiar landmark like I'm seeing them for the first time. The town square with its white gazebo, already decorated with pumpkins and cornstalks. Morrison's Hardware with the same hand-painted sign that's been there since I was in high school. The old movie theater that shows one film at a time and closes on Sundays. Nothing's changed. Everything looks exactly the same as it did when I left. Same storefronts, same tree-lined streets, same sense of time moving at a gentler pace than the rest of the world. But as we pass the corner of Main and Oak, I catch a glimpse of something new. A coffee shop with warm lighting and window boxes full of autumn flowers. The sign reads, "Been there, done that cafe," in cheerful green letters, and through the large windows I can see people sitting at small tables, laptops open, steam rising from ceramic mugs. My chest tightens involuntarily. Whitney always talked about opening a cafe someday, back when we were young and stupid, and thought we had all the time in the world to make our dreams come true. She used to describe it in detail, the kind of place where neighbors would gather, where the coffee was perfect and the atmosphere felt like home. That's new, I say, trying to keep my voice casual. Oh, the cafe? Mom turns to look. Whitney Green opened it about 5-6 years ago. Sweet girl, does wonderful business. Makes the most amazing seasonal drinks. Her pumpkin spice latte is better than anything you'd get in those fancy chain stores. Whitney Green. So she's still single. The information resonates with me. Confirmation of what I've been wondering about for 6 years, but never had the courage to ask. She runs it herself? I ask. With some help from Nina. You remember Nina, don't you? Whitney's sister. They're quite the team. Whitney's got a real head for business, very creative with the menu and the decorations. Always something seasonal, always feels fresh and welcoming. Dad glances at me in the rearview mirror, his expression unreadable. Place is popular with the tourists, but the locals love it too. Good coffee, fair prices, treats everyone like family. The pride in his voice is unmistakable. Whitney was always well-liked in town, the kind of person who remembered everyone's names and genuinely cared about their stories. Doesn't surprise me that she's found success, that she's built something meaningful and lasting. What surprises me is how much it hurts to hear about her life secondhand, to realize that she's been here all along, creating the future we used to talk about, while I've been chasing different dreams in a different world. Here we are, Mom announces as Dad pulls into the driveway of their modest 2-story house on Apple Street. The house looks exactly the same. White clapboard siding, forest green shutters, the wraparound porch where I spent countless summer evenings playing guitar and dreaming about escaping small-town life. The maple tree in the front yard has grown taller, its branches now reaching the 2nd-story windows, but everything else is frozen in time. Your room's ready, Mom says as we walk up the front steps. I put fresh sheets on the bed and cleared out some space in the closet. I know you're probably used to more space in the city, but it's perfect, Mom. Really. And it is. The familiar creak of the front porch boards, the way the screen door catches slightly before it closes, the smell of Mom's apple cinnamon candles. It all combines to create an overwhelming sense of homecoming that I wasn't prepared for. Inside, the house is a shrine to family memories. Photos cover every available surface. School pictures, graduation shots, family vacations to the lake. There's even a picture of me in my high school baseball uniform, grinning at the camera with the kind of confidence that only comes from being 17 and believing the world is yours for the taking. Sit, Mom insists, guiding me toward the living room. I'll make coffee. Or tea. Are you drinking tea now? I read that tea is better for stress, and you look stressed, honey. Too much work, not enough rest. Coffee's fine. I settle into the familiar comfort of Dad's old recliner, accepting the fussing because I know it makes her happy. This is how Mom shows love, through food and worry and endless questions about my well-being. Dad takes his usual spot on the couch, leaning forward with his elbows on his knees. So tell us about the promotion. Vice President of Business Development. That's a big deal. It is. More responsibility. Bigger projects. I'll be overseeing expansion into the European markets, which means a lot of travel. Travel sounds exciting, Mom calls from the kitchen. But lonely. All that time away from home, away from people who care about you. There it is. The gentle probe disguised as casual conversation. Mom's never been subtle about her desire for grandchildren, for me to settle down and give her someone new to worry about and spoil. She returns with coffee in the same blue ceramic mugs we've been using since I was a kid, along with a plate of homemade chocolate chip cookies that are still warm from the oven. Speaking of people, she says, settling beside Dad with studied casualness, are you seeing anyone special in the city? It's been so long since you've brought anyone home to meet us. No, Mom, no time for that. The lie comes easily, practiced from months of deflecting similar questions from colleagues and friends. The truth is more complicated, that I've dated plenty of women in New York, intelligent and accomplished women who understand my ambition and share my drive for success. But none of them have ever felt like more than pleasant distractions, temporary companions who fill the space between work and sleep. None of them have ever made me feel the way Whitney did when we were young and everything seemed possible. My parents exchange a look, one of those wordless communications that come from decades of marriage. Mom's expression holds disappointment and concern, while Dad's is more resigned, like he's not surprised but wishes things were different. Well, Mom says finally, there's plenty of time for that. You're still young. You've got your whole life ahead of you. The autumn festival starts next week, Dad says, clearly changing the subject to safer ground. Biggest one we've had in years. The planning committee's been working since July to put together activities for families. Pumpkin patch, hay rides, apple cider tasting, live music in the square. Sounds like the whole town gets involved. Most everyone, even the businesses on Main Street, participate. Special decorations, seasonal menus, that sort of thing. Whitney's Cafe always does something special. Last year, she had this elaborate display with real pumpkins and autumn leaves. Looked like something out of a magazine. There's her name again, slipping into conversation like it belongs there, like she's still part of the fabric of this place in ways I'll never be again. I find myself wondering what she looks like now, whether she still has that same bright smile that could light up a room, whether she's happy with the life she's built, whether she ever thinks about the life we might have built together. If I hadn't been such a coward. You should stop by the cafe while you're here, Mom suggests innocently. Try one of those famous seasonal drinks. Support local business. The suggestion hangs in the air between us, loaded with implications nobody wants to address directly. Because going to Whitney's Cafe means more than supporting local business. It means facing the past, confronting choices I've spent 6 years trying to justify. It means seeing her again.
Chapter 5. Whitney. The afternoon rush at Been There, Done That Cafe hits like clockwork at 3:30, right when the high school lets out and the office workers start craving their second caffeine fix of the day. I move behind the counter, with practiced efficiency, steaming milk for a caramel macchiato while keeping one eye on the door and another on my 3 part-time baristas. "Order up," I call, sliding the drink across the polished wood counter to Mrs. Ingleson, who comes in every Tuesday for the same thing: medium caramel macchiato, extra shot, light on the foam. "You're an angel, Whitney," she says, dropping $1 in the tip jar. "This is exactly what I needed after dealing with the school board meeting. Rough day? Budget cuts. Again." She shakes her head, silver hair catching the warm light from the Edison bulb strung across the ceiling. "But your coffee makes everything better." I smile, wiping down the espresso machine while scanning the cafe. The afternoon crowd is a mix of familiar faces and tourists passing through to see the fall foliage. College students hunker over laptops in the corner booth, taking advantage of the free Wi-Fi. A group of retirees occupies the large table by the window, their weekly book club meeting in full swing over pumpkin spice lattes and apple cider donuts. This is my favorite time of day. When the cafe hums with conversation and the smell of freshly ground coffee beans mingles with cinnamon and vanilla. When I can see the fruits of 6 years of hard work and determination spread out before me in ceramic mugs and satisfied smiles. "Whitney," my barista Jenna, catches my attention from the register. "The lady at table 4 looks upset. Should we check on her?" I glance over to see a young woman sitting alone, shoulders shaking as she stares into an untouched latte. Her mascara has smudged slightly, and she keeps dabbing at her eyes with a crumpled napkin. "I've got it," I tell Jenna, grabbing a fresh blueberry scone from the display case. I approach the table slowly, my voice gentle. "Hi there, I'm Whitney. I own this place. Mind if I sit for a second?" The woman looks up, revealing red-rimmed eyes and the kind of raw vulnerability that comes from fresh heartbreak. She's probably my age, maybe younger, with blonde hair pulled back in a messy ponytail and the remnants of what was probably carefully applied morning makeup. "I'm sorry," she says, her voice thick. "I know I'm being ridiculous, crying in public. I should probably go." Hey, no judgment here. This place has seen its share of tears over the years. Coffee shops are like churches, safe spaces for whatever you're going through. I set the scone on a small plate in front of her. "On the house. Carbs help with everything." A watery smile breaks across her face. "Thank you. That's really kind." "Breakup?" I ask gently. 3 years together, and he tells me over text that he's exploring other options, like I'm some kind of investment portfolio. She laughs bitterly. "I drove here from Burlington just to get away from everything that reminds me of him. And your cafe looks so warm and welcoming." "Well, you picked the right place. We specialize in comfort here." I gesture to her untouched latte. "How about I make that a half-price day? Fresh start deserves fresh coffee." "You don't have to do that. I want to. Besides, breakups are hard enough without paying full price for emotional support caffeine." This time her laugh is genuine. "You're amazing. Thank you." I squeeze her shoulder briefly before standing. "Take all the time you need, and if you want to talk, I'm behind the counter for the next few hours." Walking back to the register, I catch Jenna watching with approval. She's been working here for 2 years, long enough to know that these kinds of gestures aren't unusual for me. I've always believed that small kindnesses matter, especially in a place like Ivy Grove, where everyone knows everyone and word travels fast. This town gave me everything when I needed it most: a place to start over, customers who became friends, a community that embraced Sam and me without question. The least I can do is pay that kindness forward whenever possible. "You're too good to people," Jenna says as I rejoin her behind the counter. "There's no such thing as too good. Besides, she'll remember this place fondly now. That's worth more than the cost of a scone and a discount." The afternoon continues at its steady pace. I work alongside Maya and Connor, my other two baristas, calling out orders and making conversation with regulars. Mrs. Freeman stops by for her daily green tea and honey, telling me about her grandson's soccer game. The Dalton twins grab hot chocolate after their piano lesson, chocolate chips dotting their cheeks as they giggle over shared jokes only they understand. This is the life I built. Not the one I planned when I was 19 and thought love conquered everything, but a good life nonetheless. A life filled with purpose and community and the satisfaction of creating something meaningful from nothing. I'm in the middle of explaining our seasonal menu to a tourist couple when the bell above the door chimes again. I glance up automatically, the welcoming smile already forming on my lips, and freeze. Ryan Blake stands in my doorway, looking like he stepped out of a magazine spread for successful businessmen. His dark hair is perfectly styled, his navy suit fitted and expensive. The same striking blue eyes that used to make my heart race now study my cafe with polite interest, as if he's just another customer deciding what to order. For a moment, time stops. The noise of the cafe fades to a dull hum, and all I can hear is the rapid beating of my own heart. 6 years. 6 years since I last saw him, and he looks almost exactly the same except more polished, more confident, more like the man he always said he wanted to become. Whitney. His voice is deeper than I remember, carrying the subtle authority that comes from boardrooms and business meetings. Ryan, I'm proud that my voice comes out steady, professional. This is unexpected. He approaches the counter slowly, hands tucked into his pants pockets, in a gesture that's achingly familiar. I'm in town visiting my parents. Thought I'd check out the famous cafe everyone's been talking about. Famous might be overstating it. I force myself to move, to wipe down the already clean counter just so my hands have something to do. But we do good work here. His eyes sweep across the interior, taking in the exposed brick walls covered with local art, the mismatched vintage tables and chairs I collected from estate sales and antique shops, the string lights that give everything a warm, cozy glow. It's perfect, he says, and something in his tone makes me look up sharply. Exactly what you always said you wanted. The words hang between us, loaded with history and unspoken questions. Because yes, this cafe is exactly what I dreamed about when we were young and planning our future together. What I described in detail during late-night conversations when the world felt full of infinite possibilities. Things change, I say carefully. What can I get you? Coffee, black, of course. Ryan always drank his coffee black, claimed it was the only way to taste the actual beans, rather than covering them up with cream and sugar. I remember teasing him about it, calling him a purist while I loaded my own cup with vanilla creamer. I pour the coffee from our dark roast pot, hyper aware of his presence on the other side of the counter. He's watching me work with that same intense focus he used to bring to everything, studying for exams, planning our weekend adventures, kissing me until I forgot my own name. That'll be $2.50, I say, sliding the cup across the counter. He hands me a $5 bill, our fingers brushing briefly as I take it. The contact sends an unwelcome jolt of electricity up my arm, and I pull away quickly, busying myself with making change. Keep it, he says when I try to hand him the bills. Thanks. An awkward silence stretches between us while he takes a sip of the coffee, nodding in approval. Around us, the cafe continues its normal rhythm. Jenna taking an order at the register, Connor restocking the pastry case, customers chatting over their drinks. But I feel like we're trapped in our own bubble, separate from the world around us. So, Ryan says finally, how have you been? Good, busy. The cafe keeps me occupied. I gesture around the space, grateful for the distraction. 6 years of building something from nothing. It's been quite the journey. I can imagine. This place, it's really something, Whitney. You should be proud. The compliment catches me off guard, coming from him. There was a time when Ryan's opinion mattered more than anyone else's, when his approval could make or break my day. I thought I'd moved past that, but apparently some feelings run deeper than time and distance can heal. Thank you. That means it's nice to hear. He nods, looking around again as if memorizing details. My mom mentioned you run it yourself? With help. Nina comes in during the busy seasons, and I have my 3 part-timers. I pause, wondering how much to share, how personal this conversation should get. It's a good life. I'm glad. You deserve good things. The simple statement hits harder than it should, carrying echoes of conversations we had years ago about dreams and futures and what we each deserved from life, back when we thought we'd figure it out together. What about you? I ask, because the silence is becoming unbearable. Your mom mentioned you're some big shot in New York now? A smile tugs at his lips. Vice President of Business Development. About to get promoted to that, actually. Congratulations. That's what you always wanted. Part of it anyway. I wait for him to elaborate, but he doesn't. Instead, he takes another sip of coffee and looks around the cafe again, his expression unreadable. Listen, Whitney. More coffee? I interrupt quickly, not ready for whatever serious conversation he's building toward. Not here, not now, not with my entire world potentially about to shift on its axis again. He studies my face for a long moment, seeming to understand that I'm not ready for whatever he wants to say. Sure, thanks. I refill his cup, hands steadier now that I have a task to focus on. But even as I go through the motions of normal customer service, my mind is racing. Ryan is here, in my cafe, drinking my coffee and looking at me like he's trying to solve a puzzle. And Sam is at school, completely unaware that his father, the man he's never met but sometimes asks about, is sitting 20 feet away from where he'll come bursting through that door in 2 hours, full of stories about his day and eager for his after-school snack.
You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyler Walker Romances in the Big AF Audio Bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyler can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit tylerwalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
tylerwalker.com. Escape your life with Tyler.
Chapter 6. Ryan. The coffee tastes better than anything I've had in months. Rich and complex with none of the burned bitterness that most places pass off as dark roast. But I'm not really focusing on the flavor. I'm watching Whitney move behind the counter with a grace and confidence that's completely new. She's changed. Not just the obvious things, but with the way she carries herself, the professional competence, the ease with which she handles her business. There's something deeper, a self-possession that wasn't there when we were together. Back then, she was always looking to me for direction, for validation. Now she commands her space like she owns it, which I guess she does. "Excuse me," I say when there's a lull in customers. "Could I get one of those apple cider donuts? They look incredible." Whitney glances over at the display case, then at me. Sure, fresh this morning. She uses tongs to place the donut on a small plate, movements efficient and practiced. Everything about this place screams attention to detail, from the way the pastries are arranged to the artistic foam patterns her baristas create on the lattes. You make these here? Connor does most of the baking. He's got a real talent for it. She slides the plate across the counter, though I still handle the seasonal specials myself. Always were good in the kitchen. The words slip out before I can stop them, too personal for this careful dance we're doing. Whitney's hands still for just a moment before she continues wiping down the counter. That'll be $3 for the donut. I hand her the money, noting how she avoids eye contact this time. Whitney, I was hoping we could... Whitney! A teenage girl with bright pink hair streaks calls from behind the register. Mrs. Franklin wants to know if we can do a custom order for her book club next week. Something with pumpkin? Tell her yes, but I'll need the details by Thursday to make sure we have everything. Whitney moves away from me toward the register, effectively ending our conversation. I take the hint and find a table in the corner where I can observe without being obvious. The afternoon rush picks up, and I watch Whitney coordinate her team with the kind of leadership that boardrooms would envy. She anticipates problems before they happen, steps in when needed, and treats her employees with respect and humor. This is not the girl I knew years ago. That Whitney was sweet and eager to please, always deferring to others. This woman runs her operation with quiet authority and genuine warmth. A businessman at the next table takes a call about quarterly projections, voice loud enough to carry. Whitney appears beside him with a polite smile. I'm sorry, but we try to keep phone conversations to a minimum during busy hours. There's a quiet spot on the back patio if you need to continue your call. Her tone is friendly but firm. The guy looks ready to argue, then takes in her expression and nods. Of course. Sorry about that. No problem at all, thanks for understanding. She handles it perfectly. No confrontation, but clear boundaries. I find myself impressed despite the circumstances. I nurse my coffee and donut for 45 minutes, stealing glances at Whitney while pretending to check emails on my phone. She moves through her cafe like she was born for this, chatting with regulars, helping her staff, solving small problems with easy competence. When a customer spills coffee on their laptop, she appears with paper towels and genuine concern. When an elderly man struggles to read the menu board, she takes the time to walk him through every option until he finds something perfect. When a mother with a crying toddler looks frazzled, Whitney quietly slides a small milk and a cookie across the counter with an understanding smile. This is who she became without me. The thought sits heavier in my chest than it should. By 4:30, the crowd thins out. Whitney starts what looks like closing routines, cleaning the espresso machine, restocking supplies, counting the register. I realize my time is running out, that whatever conversation we need to have isn't happening today. Excuse me, I say, approaching the counter one more time. What time do you close? 5 on weekdays. Whitney doesn't look up from the cash she's counting, but the last call for drinks is usually around 4:45. I was hoping we could talk, maybe after you close. Now she does look up, and I can see the wariness in her dark eyes. I don't think that's a good idea, Ryan. Just coffee. There's obviously a lot to catch up on. I have plans tonight. The dismissal stings more than it should. Sure, I understand. But I don't move away from the counter, and Whitney's hand still on the money she's counting. Ryan. Her voice is quieter now, almost gentle. What are you really doing here? The question catches me off guard with its directness. I told you, visiting my parents. And you just happened to end up in my cafe? I meet her eyes, seeing the intelligence there that always drew me in. Whitney was never one to accept surface answers, even when we were kids. My mom mentioned you had a place in town. I was curious. Curious about what? About you. About what happened to the future we planned. About whether you ever think about us the way I do. About whether there's any chance the biggest mistake of my life can somehow be fixed. about how you're doing, whether you're happy. Whitney studies my face for a long moment, and I wonder what she sees there. Then she returns to counting money, effectively ending the conversation. I'm glad you stopped by. Take care, Ryan. It's a polite dismissal, professional and final. I take the hint and leave my empty cup and plate on the counter. See you around, Whitney. She doesn't respond, already focused on her closing routine. I push through the front door into the crisp October air, feeling like I've lost a battle I didn't even know I was fighting. The street is quieter now, most of the afternoon shoppers gone home for dinner. I walk slowly toward my rental car, parked 2 blocks away, trying to process what just happened. 6 years of wondering about Whitney, and our reunion lasted all of 45 minutes before she made it clear I wasn't welcome in her new life. Not that I blame her. I walked away from everything we had, chose ambition over love, career over commitment. The fact that she's even speaking to me is more than I deserve. But damn if seeing her again doesn't make me realize exactly what I gave up. You're not from around here. I turn to find an older woman watching me from her front porch, a watering can in her hands and curious eyes behind wire-rimmed glasses. Just visiting, I say. Beautiful town. That it is. I'm Dorothy Fitzgerald. Lived here my whole life, all 73 years of it. She sets down her watering can and approaches the porch railing. You were in Whitney's cafe. It's not a question. In a town this size, I suppose everyone notices everything. Yes, ma'am, great coffee. Whitney's a treasure. That girl works harder than anyone I know, building that business from nothing. Dorothy's expression turns thoughtful. Course, she's got motivation, single mother and all. The words hit me like cold water. Single mother? Oh yes, sweetest little boy you ever saw. Sam's his name. 5 years old, smart as a whip and full of energy. Whitney dotes on him, and who can blame her? That child is her whole world. My mouth goes dry. 5 years old? Just started kindergarten this year. Such a polite little thing. Always says please and thank you. He comes to the cafe after school most days, does his homework at that corner table while Whitney finishes up. Dorothy waters a pot of Mums, oblivious to the way her words are reshaping my entire understanding of the last hour. Poor thing's never had a father figure, far as anyone knows. Whitney doesn't talk about it, but we all figure he was some college boy who ran off when things got complicated. The world tilts sideways, 5 years old. A son. Sam. That's tough, I manage. Whitney handles it beautifully, though. That boy is well loved and well cared for, and the whole town looks out for them both. We take care of our own here in Ivy Grove. I nod, not trusting my voice. Dorothy continues chatting about the town and the changing leaves, and how nice it is to see young families staying instead of moving to the cities. But I'm not really listening anymore. 5 years old. We broke up 6 years ago. The math is simple and devastating and changes absolutely everything.
Chapter 7. Whitney. The crisp October air carries the scent of kettle corn and apple cider, mixed with the earthy smell of fallen leaves scattered across the town square. Harvest Day always brings out the best in Ivy Grove. Hand-painted banners strung between lampposts, booths decorated with cornstalks and pumpkins, families bundled in cozy sweaters wandering from one attraction to the next. I should be enjoying this. Sam certainly is. Mama, look. He tugs on my hand, practically vibrating with excitement as he points toward a booth where kids are bobbing for apples. Can we do that one next? Of course, baby. I squeeze his small fingers, trying to match his enthusiasm. But finish your caramel apple first. Sam takes an enormous bite, caramel stretching between his teeth and the apple. Sticky sweetness coats his chin, and I dig through my purse for napkins while mentally calculating how many outfit changes this festival might require. Mrs. Gale says I'm the best apple bobber in my class, Sam announces around his mouthful. Does she now? I wipe his face, earning a wiggle of protest. And when exactly did Mrs. Gale see you bob for apples? At recess. Jimmy brought one in his lunch and dared me to get it out of the water fountain. Samuel David Green. I tried to sound stern, but his sheepish grin makes it impossible. We've talked about water fountains. I know. They're for drinking, not playing. He takes another bite of apple. But I still got it, Mama. Didn't even get my nose wet. Pride and exasperation war in my chest. Sam inherited my stubborn streak, and what I'm starting to suspect might be his father's competitive nature. Not that I'm thinking about his father, not today. Today is about Sam and autumn festivals and pretending that my carefully constructed world hasn't been turned upside down by a pair of blue eyes and a voice that still makes my pulse skip. Come on, speed demon. I steer us toward the apple bobbing booth. Let's see if you can repeat that performance under official supervision. The festival spreads across the entire town square, spilling onto side streets and into the small park behind the courthouse. Every local business sponsors a booth or activity. The hardware store runs a pumpkin carving station. The library hosts storytelling in a hay bale circle, and even the funeral home contributes with a surprisingly cheerful face painting setup. Sam bounces from booth to booth like a pinball, his energy seemingly endless. He wins a small stuffed scarecrow at the ring toss, gets his face painted to look like a tiger, and successfully bobs for 3 apples in a row, much to the delight of Mrs. Gale, who's volunteering at the booth. That boy of yours is something else, she tells me, beaming as Sam poses for photos with his dripping apple prizes. Natural athlete. He definitely doesn't get it from me. I watch Sam demonstrate his apple bobbing technique to a group of younger kids. I was always more of a books and a coffee type. Nothing wrong with that. But look at him. Fearless, coordinated, competitive in the best way. Those are gifts. Mrs. Gale's words stick with me as we move on to the next booth. Sam does have an athletic grace that surprises me sometimes. The way he scales playground equipment or kicks a soccer ball with precision that seems beyond his years. I've always attributed it to good coordination and an active imagination. But watching him now, I wonder if there's more to it. I wonder about things I have no business wondering about. Mama, can we get cotton candy? Sam appears at my elbow, tiger stripes smudged but still fierce. Please, I promise I'll eat all my dinner. You said that about the caramel apple and the funnel cake. I point to the powdered sugar still dusting his sweater. At some point, your stomach is going to revolt. My stomach loves sugar. We're best friends. That's what I'm afraid of. But I buy him the cotton candy anyway because it's harvest day and he's 5, and the pure joy on his face when he takes that first sticky bite is worth the inevitable sugar crash later. We wander through the craft booths, where local artisans display everything from hand-knitted scarves to carved wooden toys. Sam gravitates toward a booth selling painted wooden cars, running his fingers over the smooth surfaces, while the elderly craftsman explains how he shapes each one by hand. This one looks fast, Sam says, holding up a bright red race car. Fast as lightning, the man agrees, but it needs a good driver. I'm a good driver. Mama says I'm the best at go-karts. Well then, sounds like a perfect match. I'm reaching for my wallet when I spot them across the square, near the bandstand where a bluegrass trio plays cheerful autumn songs. Ryan stands between his parents, hands shoved deep in his jacket pockets, nodding at something his father is saying. Even from this distance, I can see the familiar way he tilts his head when he's listening. The slight hunch of his shoulders that always appeared when he felt uncomfortable. Bethany Blake catches sight of me first, her face lighting up with recognition. She starts to wave and panic floods my system. You know what, sweetheart? I quickly hand money to the craftsman and take the red car from Sam. Let's go check out the petting zoo. I heard they have baby goats this year. Baby goats? Sam's eyes go wide, cotton candy momentarily forgotten. Really? Really, come on. I take his hand and guide us away from the bandstand, weaving through clusters of families toward the far end of the square, where the petting zoo is set up. My heart pounds against my ribs, and I force myself to walk at a normal pace instead of the desperate flee my instincts are screaming for. "Mama, you're squeezing too tight," Sam complains, wiggling his fingers in my grip. "Sorry, baby." I loosen my hold but don't let go. Just don't want to lose you and all these people. The petting zoo proves to be exactly the distraction I need. Sam immediately becomes fascinated with a particularly friendly goat that keeps trying to eat his shoelaces, laughing as the animal's rough tongue tickles his palm. Other children cluster around the pen, parents chatting while their kids feed handfuls of special pellets to eager sheep and miniature horses. I position myself so I can watch Sam while keeping an eye on the crowd behind us. No sign of the Blake family, but my shoulders remain tense, ready to move at the first glimpse of familiar faces. "Look, Mama," Sam holds up his hand, now thoroughly coated in goat saliva. He really likes me. "I can see that. You've made a new best friend. Can we get a goat? Please? I promise I'll take care of it." Goats need lots of space to run around. Our house is too small. What about when we get a house with a big yard? The question catches me off guard. Sam has never expressed interest in moving before, perfectly content with our cozy space. "Do you want a big yard?" "Yeah, with room for a goat and a dog and maybe a swing set." He peers through the fence at a small pig rolling in the mud. "And a place to play soccer." "Soccer, huh? Since when are you interested in soccer?" "Tommy's dad teaches it at the rec center. He said I could join the team if I want." Sam looks up at me hopefully. "Can I?" Soccer means schedules and practices, and other parents, and a whole world of complications I've managed to avoid so far. It means Sam asking questions about why he doesn't have a dad to cheer from the sidelines like the other kids. But it also means Sam being happy, making friends, learning new skills. And isn't that what matters most? "We'll talk about it," I say. The standard parent response for, "I need time to panic about this privately." That means maybe yes, right? It means we'll talk about it. Sam grins and returns his attention to the goats, apparently satisfied with that non-answer. I watch him interact with the animals, noting the gentle way he approaches them, how he waits for them to come to him instead of grabbing. He has good instincts, natural empathy that makes the animals trust him immediately. More gifts that didn't come from me. "Whitney?" I turn to find Connor approaching with his girlfriend Melissa, both of them looking relaxed and happy. Connor holds an enormous turkey leg, while Melissa clutches a bag of homemade fudge. "Hey guys, having fun?" "This festival gets better every year," Melissa says, although Connor's determined to eat everything in sight. I'm supporting local businesses. Connor protests around a bite of turkey. It's civic duty. "Right, very noble of you." I gesture toward the petting zoo. "Sam's made some new friends." "That kid could charm a rattlesnake," Connor observes, watching Sam convince a particularly shy lamb to take food from his hand. "He definitely gets his people skills from you." "I don't know about that." "Are you kidding? You had half the town eating out of your hand within 6 months of opening the cafe. Sam's got that same natural warmth." Melissa nods agreement. "Plus, he's got your stubbornness. Remember when he decided he wanted to learn how to make espresso? Kid would not give up until you showed him every step." "He was 4. I wasn't about to let him operate machinery." "But you taught him the theory anyway. That's pure Whitney Green. Find a way to say yes even when the answer should be no." Their easy affection wraps around me like a warm blanket, reminding me why I love this town. These people who've become my chosen family. Speaking of the cafe, Connor continues, did you see the review in the county paper? 5 stars and a recommendation for the apple cider donuts. Really? I missed that. Front page of the lifestyle section called us a hidden gem that's not so hidden anymore. Connor grins. I may have laminated a copy for the employee break room. Pride swells in my chest. The kind of satisfaction that comes from building something meaningful with your own hands. The cafe represents everything I ever wanted. Small-town ambition and ingenuity. I don't need anything else. And I certainly don't need anyone in my life coming to complicate things further.
Chapter 8. Ryan. The smell of cinnamon and wood smoke drifts through the town square, mixing with the sound of fiddle music and children's laughter. I forgot how much I missed this. The simple pleasure of a small-town festival where everyone knows everyone, and the biggest worry is whether the apple pie contest will end in another tie between Mrs. Henderson and Mrs. Carmichael. Ryan, dear, try one of these apple cider donuts. Mom appears at my elbow with a paper bag, her cheeks pink from the cool air. They're from that cafe everyone's been raving about. I take a bite, and the warm sweetness explodes across my tongue. Damn. These are incredible. I told you, Whitney and her crew have some real talent. Dad joins us, balancing a cup of hot cider and what looks like a caramel apple. Smart businesswoman, too. Turned that old building into something special. The pride in his voice surprises me. Dad's never been quick to praise, especially when it comes to business ventures. If he's impressed with someone's work, they must be doing something right. Oh, there she is now! Mom suddenly brightens, pointing across the square. My blood turns to ice water. I follow Mom's gaze, and there she is, standing near the petting zoo with a little boy who's completely captivated by a goat. Even from this distance, Whitney's unmistakable. The way she carries herself, the curve of her smile as she watches the kid, the natural grace that always made my chest tight with wanting. But it's the boy that makes my world tilt sideways. Dark hair with just enough curl to catch the light. The familiar set of his shoulders as he leans forward, completely focused on coaxing the animal closer. And when he turns his head to say something to Whitney, I catch a glimpse of his profile that sends recognition slamming through me like a freight train. That's my jawline, my nose, my eyes. How old did you say that boy was? The words come out rougher than I intended. Sam? Oh, 5, I think. Maybe 6. Mom's still watching them with that fond smile mothers get when they see children being children. Adorable little thing. Has Whitney wrapped around his finger, but she doesn't seem to mind. 5. Jesus Christ, that's my son. My son, and Whitney never said a goddamn word. I need to... I start moving before I finish the sentence, weaving through clusters of families toward the petting zoo. My heart pounds against my ribs, and every rational thought in my head screams that I should slow down, think this through, figure out what the hell I'm going to say. But rational went out the window the moment I saw that kid's face. I duck behind a craft booth selling hand-carved figurines, close enough now to hear Whitney's voice as she talks to Sam. The sound hits me like a sucker punch, warm honey over steel, exactly the way I remember. She's laughing at something the boy said, and the pure joy in that laugh makes my chest ache. You've made a new best friend, she tells him. I can see the way her whole face lights up when she looks at him. Complete adoration mixed with the kind of fierce protectiveness that tells me this kid is her entire world. Our kid. Our son. Can we get a goat, please? I promise I'll take care of it. Sam's voice carries that earnest, pleading tone every 5-year-old masters. But underneath it, I hear something else. Something familiar. The same stubborn determination I had at that age when I wanted something. The same way I used to bargain with my parents, convinced I could logic my way into getting what I wanted. Goats need lots of space to run around. Our house is too small. Whitney's patient explanation doesn't dim Sam's enthusiasm one bit. What about when we get a house with a big yard? Do you want a big yard? Yeah, with room for a goat and a dog and maybe a swing set, and a place to play soccer. Soccer. I played soccer from the time I could walk until high school, when baseball took over. Dad coached my first team, spent countless Saturday mornings teaching me footwork and strategy. Tommy's dad teaches it at the rec center. He said I could join the team if I want. Can I? The hope in that question cuts right through me. This kid wants to play soccer, wants a yard to run in, wants things that a father should be there to provide. And I've been in New York City building a career and dating women who mean nothing while my son grew up without me, without even knowing I existed. The anger builds slow and steady in my chest. Not at Whitney, not entirely. I'm the one who left. I'm the one who never called, never came back, never gave her a chance to tell me. But damn, she could have found me. Could have picked up the phone or sent a letter or tracked me down through my parents. Instead, she raised our son alone, and I missed everything. First steps, first words, first day of school, soccer dreams and goat obsessions and that gap-toothed grin that's so much like the one I see in old photos of myself. We'll talk about it, Whitney says, and even I know that's parent code for, I need time to figure out how to handle this without you. That means maybe yes, right? It means we'll talk about it. Sam grins and goes back to the goats, apparently satisfied. Kids got my optimism too, the ability to find hope in non-answers and keep pushing forward. I watched them for another few minutes, memorizing details I should have been part of creating. The way Sam approaches the animals with gentle patience. How Whitney stays close enough to help, but far enough back to let him explore. The easy rhythm they have together, like a team that's been perfecting their plays for years. They look happy, complete. They look like they don't need me at all. The realization hits harder than it should. What did I expect? That Whitney would be sitting around waiting for me to come back and complete their little family? That Sam would be asking Santa for a daddy every Christmas? No. Whitney's stronger than that. Always was. She built a life here, made a home for our son, created everything he needs without any help from me. And now I'm supposed to what? Walk over there and announce myself? Disrupt their perfect little world because I finally figured out what I threw away? Ryan Blake? Is that really you? I turned to find Daisy Matthews beaming at me, looking exactly like she did in high school except with better makeup and clothes that actually fit. Blonde hair still perfectly curled, bright smile still capable of stopping traffic. Daisy. Wow. Hi. I forced myself to focus on her instead of the woman and child across the square. You look great. You too. God, it's been what, 8 years? More? She steps closer, close enough that I catch her perfume, something expensive and flowery that's nothing like the vanilla and coffee scent I associate with Whitney. I heard you were back in town. Business trip? Something like that? Well, lucky me. I was just thinking this festival needed some eye candy. She laughs, the same flirtatious giggle I remember from homecoming dances and graduation parties. Are you here alone? Please tell me you're here alone. Under normal circumstances, Daisy Matthews flirting with me would have my full attention. She's beautiful, successful if the diamond on her finger and designer handbag are any indication, and clearly interested. 6 months ago, I would have been mentally calculating how to turn this chance encounter into dinner plans. But I can't stop glancing toward the petting zoo, where Whitney is now talking to another couple while Sam demonstrates his goat charming techniques. She looks relaxed, happy, completely at ease in a way she never quite managed during our time together. Maybe because back then, she was always trying to fit into my world instead of building her own. Ryan, you okay? Daisy follows my gaze, her expression shifting from flirtation to curiosity. Oh, that's Whitney Green and her little boy. Cute kid. You know them, don't you? The innocent question lands like a grenade. Do I know them? I thought I knew Whitney better than anyone once upon a time. But apparently I didn't know her well enough to earn the truth about our son. Yes, I do, I manage. She's done amazing things with that cafe. Really turned Main Street around. Daisy's still watching Whitney, and I catch something in her tone that makes my shoulders tense. Single mom, you know. Never talks about the father. Local mystery. Not a mystery. Just a secret Whitney decided to keep. Anyway, Daisy continues, turning her attention back to me with renewed intensity. I was about to grab some of that famous funnel cake. Want to join me? We could catch up properly. The smart thing would be to say yes. Walk away from the petting zoo and the painful questions it raises. Spend the afternoon with a beautiful woman who actually wants my company, instead of torturing myself watching the family I never knew I had. But I can't seem to make my feet move in any direction except toward Whitney and Sam. Actually, I should probably get back to my parents. I lie. Rain check? Disappointment flickers across Daisy's face, but she recovers quickly. Of course. But don't be a stranger, okay? I'm in the book. Under Matthews still. Never found a man worth changing my name for. The hint couldn't be more obvious if she painted it on a billboard. And maybe later, when my world isn't completely upside down, I'll appreciate the offer. But right now, all I can think about is the little boy who has my eyes and my stubborn streak, and no idea his father is standing 50 feet away.
Chapter 9. Whitney. The kitchen smells like vanilla and cinnamon as I flip another pancake, the batter sizzling against the hot griddle. Sam sits at our small breakfast table, his legs swinging as he colors a dragon with his favorite blue crayon. Nina perches on the counter beside me, laptop balanced on her knees, typing away at what she promises will be the perfect social media campaign for Being There, Done That. So I'm thinking we do a Fall into Flavor series, Nina says, not looking up from her screen. Feature a different seasonal drink each week with behind-the-scenes shots of you creating them. Sounds good. I slide another golden pancake onto the stack. Sam, baby, you want blueberries or chocolate chips? Both. He grins up at me, that gap-toothed smile that melts my heart every single time. Both it is. I sprinkle the berries and chips onto the next pancake, watching them sink into the batter. Nina finally glances up. And maybe we could do some customer spotlight posts? People love seeing their faces on business pages. That's brilliant, actually. Mrs. Chen would probably love that. So would the rest of our regulars. Perfect. We'll make her our first feature. Nina types furiously. Oh, and what about partnering with the bookstore for this too? Coffee and books go together like... A knock at the front door interrupts her mid-sentence. My spatula freezes halfway to the griddle. We're not expecting anyone, and it's barely 9 on a Saturday morning. Nina and I exchange glances. I'll get it, I say, wiping my hands on the dish towel. Mama, who's here? Sam looks up from his dragon, now sporting purple wings. I don't know yet, sweetheart. Keep coloring. I pad barefoot across the hardwood floor. Nina's typing resumed behind me. Through the peephole, my entire world tilts sideways. Ryan Blake stands on my front porch. He's not in a suit today. Just dark jeans and a navy sweater that makes his eyes look impossibly blue. His hair is slightly messed up, like he's been running his hands through it. And there's something almost uncertain in his posture that I've never seen before. My heart hammers against my ribs. What the hell is he doing here? How does he even know where I live? Before I can decide whether to pretend I'm not home, he knocks again. Softer this time. Whitney, I know you're there. I was walking by and wanted to say hi. Walking by. Right. Because people just casually stroll through residential neighborhoods on Saturday mornings. I take a shaky breath and unlock the door, opening it just wide enough to see him properly. Ryan, my voice comes out steadier than I feel. What are you doing here? I told you, I was walking by and... Cut it. Nobody walks by my street. It's a dead end. His mouth quirks up at the corner. Still calling me on my nonsense, I see. Some things never change. We stare at each other for a beat, and I'm acutely aware that I'm standing here in pajama pants and an old college sweatshirt, no makeup, hair still rumpled from sleep. Meanwhile, he looks like he stepped out of a catalog. "Can we talk?" he asks. "Just for a minute?" I don't think that's a good... "Mama? Who's at the door?" My blood turns to ice. Sam's voice carries from the kitchen, followed by the sound of his bare feet slapping against the floor as he runs toward us. "No, Sam, stay in the kitchen," I call out, but it's too late. He appears beside me, tilting his head to look up at Ryan with those bright blue eyes, Ryan's eyes, full of curiosity. "Hi," Sam says with the fearless friendliness of a 5-year-old. "I'm Sam. Who are you?" Ryan's face goes completely still. His gaze moves from Sam's face to mine and back again, and I watch the exact moment the pieces click into place. The color drains from his skin. "Jesus Christ!" His voice is barely a whisper. "Whitney." "Sam, go back to the kitchen right now." My voice is sharper than I intend, but panic is clawing up my throat. "But Mama..." "Now, Sam." Sam's lower lip juts out, but he trudges back toward the kitchen, shooting one last curious look over his shoulder. Ryan's staring at me like I've grown a second head. "Whitney, is Sam my son?" The question hangs in the air between us like a live wire. I open my mouth to respond, but before I can form a single word, Nina appears behind me like an avenging angel. "Oh, hell no." She pushes past me and slams the door so hard, the windows rattle. "Nina," I spin around to face her, heart pounding. "Oh my God, that was so rude. You can't just..." "Watch me." Nina's eyes flash with fury. "No way in hell is that man trying to snake back into your life after abandoning you. Absolutely not." "You don't understand. I understand perfectly. You were pregnant and scared and he disappeared. End of story." Sam reappears in the kitchen doorway, his little face scrunched up in confusion. "Aunt Nina, why did you slam the door? That was mean." Nina's expression immediately softens. She crouches down to his level, hands gentle on his shoulders. "I'm sorry, baby. The man at the door was bothering your mama. Come on, let's go finish your pancakes before they get cold." She guides him back toward the kitchen, leaving me standing frozen by the door, my mind spinning in a dozen different directions. Through the door, I can hear Ryan's muffled voice. "Whitney, please. We need to talk about this." I lean my forehead against the cool wood, closing my eyes. This is exactly what I was afraid of. This moment, this confrontation, this complete upheaval of the careful life I've built for Sam and myself. Nina reappears, laptop tucked under her arm. "Don't even think about opening that door." I have to talk to him eventually. He knows now. "No, you don't. You don't owe him anything, not a damn thing." "Nina." "He left you, Whitney. When you needed him most, he was gone. You think I'm going to let him waltz back in here and mess with your head? With Sam's head?" She shakes her head violently. "Not happening." From the kitchen comes the sound of Sam chattering to himself, his crisis apparently forgotten in favor of pancakes, but mine is just beginning. Ryan knocks again, gentler this time. "Whitney, I'm not leaving until we talk." I press my palms against my eyes, trying to think through the chaos in my head. 5 years. 5 years I've been dreading this exact scenario, and now it's happening, and I have no idea what to do. Nina crosses her arms, positioning herself between me and the door like a bodyguard. "He can stand out there all day for all I care. You don't have to do anything you don't want to do." But that's the problem. I don't know what I want to do. I'm trapped between the past I've been running from and the future I'm terrified to face.
Chapter 10. Ryan, The door slams in my face with enough force to rattle the windows, and I stand there staring at the painted wood like an idiot. The sound echoes in my ears, mixing with the thundering of my pulse. Sam, my son. That little boy with the blue eyes and gap-toothed grin is my son. I knew it the second I saw him. Those eyes are Blake eyes, the same shade that stares back at me from the mirror every morning. The same eyes my father has and his father before him. But it's more than that. It's the tilt of his head when he's curious, the way he stands with one shoulder slightly higher than the other. Christ, he even has my stubborn cowlick. I run both hands through my hair, pacing the length of Whitney's small front porch. 5 years. 5 years I've had a son and didn't know it. 5 years of birthdays, first steps, first words, scraped knees, bedtime stories. All of it happened without me. The rational part of my brain understands why Nina slammed the door. She's always been Whitney's fierce protector, even back when we were together. But the rest of me wants to pound on that door until my knuckles bleed. Instead, I lean against the porch railing and try to process what just happened. Whitney looked terrified when Sam appeared. Not surprised. Terrified. Like she'd been dreading this moment for years. And maybe she has been. 6 years ago, she was pregnant. She was carrying my child, and she let me walk away. Damn. The word comes out strangled. I brace my hands on the railing, staring out at the quiet street lined with maple trees just starting to turn gold. Why didn't she tell me? Did she think I wouldn't want to know? That I'd run? The thought sits like acid in my stomach because maybe 6 years ago she would have been right. Maybe I would have panicked and done something stupid. But I would have stayed. I know that with bone-deep certainty. I would have figured out a way to make it work. New York be damned. 20 minutes pass before the door opens again. I straighten up, expecting another confrontation, but it's just Whitney this time. She's changed into jeans and a soft gray sweater, and she's carrying a steaming mug. Here. She holds out the coffee without meeting my eyes. Nina makes it strong enough to wake the dead. I take the mug, our fingers brushing for just a second. Thanks. I'm sorry about her slamming the door. That was rude. It's okay. Nina's always been protective of you. Whitney leans against the porch post, arms crossed over her chest like armor. She thinks you're going to hurt me again. Are you going to let me explain? There's nothing to explain, Ryan. You got a job offer in New York. You left. End of story. That's not... I stop. Take a breath. Getting defensive won't help anything. Whitney, is Sam my son? She's quiet for so long I start to think she won't answer. When she finally speaks, her voice is barely above a whisper. Yes. The confirmation hits me like a physical blow, even though I already knew. Hearing her say it out loud makes it real in a way that steals the breath from my lungs. Why didn't you tell me you were pregnant? She finally looks at me then, and the pain in her dark eyes makes my chest tight. Because you were leaving. You had this amazing opportunity, this chance to build something incredible in New York. I wasn't going to be the reason you gave that up. That should have been my choice to make. Would you have stayed? The question comes out sharp, challenging. Really? If I told you I was pregnant, would you have turned down that job? Yes. No hesitation. In a heartbeat. She shakes her head, a bitter smile playing at her lips. You were 22, Ryan. Fresh out of college with student loans up to your eyeballs and big dreams about conquering the corporate world. A baby would have derailed everything. We could have figured something out. We could have made it work. With what money? What job? You think love pays the rent? The cynicism in her voice cuts deep. This isn't the Whitney I remember, the one who believed in fairy tales and happy endings. This version is harder, more guarded. Life has worn down her edges, and I'm probably responsible for a good chunk of that. We can't change the past, she continues. What's done is done. I set the coffee mug on the porch railing and step closer. Maybe not, but we can change what happens next. Ryan! I want to be part of his life, Whitney. I want to be his father. She backs up like I've threatened her. You can't just show up after 6 years and expect to slide into the role. It doesn't work that way. I'm not expecting anything. I'm asking for a chance. He doesn't know you exist. As far as Sam's concerned, it's just him, me, and Nina. That's his family. The words hit like a sucker punch, but I push through the pain. Then let me get to know him. Let me prove I'm not going anywhere this time. You said that before. When? The night before you left. You said you'd call every day, that we'd make long-distance work, that nothing would change between us. Her voice cracked slightly. 2 weeks later, you stopped returning my calls. Guilt crashes over me in waves. I remember those first few weeks in New York, the 100-hour work weeks, the pressure to prove myself, the gradual drift as phone calls became texts became nothing. I told myself it was for the best, that a clean break would be easier for both of us. I was a coward, and Whitney paid the price. I messed up, I say quietly. I was scared and overwhelmed, and I handled it like a complete jerk. But I'm not that guy anymore. How do I know that? How do I know you won't disappear again the minute things get complicated? I don't have a good answer for that. Words are cheap, and I've already proven mine aren't worth much. You don't, I admit. But I'm asking you to give me a chance to prove it. Whitney wraps her arms tighter around herself, and I can practically see the walls going up. I don't think that's a good idea. Why not? Because I've spent 6 years building a life for Sam. A stable, happy life. I'm not going to let you waltz in and mess that up. I don't want to mess anything up. I just want to know my son. She's quiet again, staring out at the street like it holds all the answers to the universe. When she speaks, her voice is so soft, I have to strain to hear it. He asks about his father sometimes, wants to know why all his friends have dads and he doesn't. The admission hits me square in the chest. What do you tell him? That sometimes families look different, that he's loved and that's what matters. He is loved, but he also deserves to know where he comes from. Whitney closes her eyes and I can see the internal war playing out across her features. Finally, she lets out a long breath. Maybe you could talk to him, just for a few minutes. But Ryan, I swear to God, if you hurt him, I won't. If you make promises you can't keep, if you let him down the way you let me down, I won't, I repeat, more firmly this time. I promise. She studies my face for a long moment, searching for something. Whatever she sees must satisfy her because she nods slowly. A few minutes, that's it.
Chapter 11. Whitney. I open the front door and step inside, Ryan following behind me like he's walking into a minefield, which, considering Nina's current mood, isn't far from the truth. Nina, I call out, my voice steadier than I feel. Ryan's going to talk to Sam for a few minutes. The sound that comes from the kitchen isn't quite a snort, but it's close. Nina appears in the doorway, her arms crossed, and her expression somewhere between disgusted and furious. You're actually going to let him? Yes. I cut her off before she can finish. I am. Nina's eyes narrow as they fix on Ryan. If looks could kill, he'd be a pile of ash on my hardwood floor. This is a mistake, Whitney. A huge one. Maybe, but it's my mistake to make. Fine. Nina's voice is clipped, professional. The tone she uses when she's managing a crisis at work. But I'm not sitting here pretending to be happy about this. She brushes past Ryan without a glance, her shoulder deliberately bumping his arm as she heads for the living room. The television clicks on a moment later. The volume just a little too loud to be polite. Ryan watches her go, then turns back to me. She really hates me. She doesn't hate you. She just loves Sam and me more than she trusts you. That's fair. I study his face, looking for any sign that this is all too much for him, that he's going to bolt the second things get real. But all I see is nervous determination mixed with something that looks like barely contained excitement. He's just a regular 5-year-old, I say, my voice coming out more defensive than I intended. He likes cars and dinosaurs and asking approximately 7,000 questions about everything. Okay. And he's shy at first. So don't take it personally if he doesn't warm up right away. Whitney. Ryan's voice is gentle. Breathe. I realize I've been rambling, my hands twisting together in front of my stomach. This is terrifying. Not just letting Ryan meet Sam properly, but watching my son interact with the man who walked away from us before Sam even existed. What if Sam doesn't like him? What if he does? What if Ryan realizes being a father is harder than he thought and disappears again? What if Sam gets attached and then loses the one thing he's always wanted? Come on. I head down the hallway towards Sam's bedroom, my heart hammering against my ribs. Sam, there's someone I'd like you to meet. I push open his door to find him sprawled on his stomach on the carpet, surrounded by matchbox cars and making vrooming sounds under his breath. He looks up when we enter, his blue eyes curious. Hey, baby, this is Ryan. He's a friend of Mommy's from when I was younger. Sam sits up, unconsciously mirroring Ryan's posture. The resemblance is so striking it makes my chest tight. How did I ever think I could keep this secret forever? Hi, Sam. Ryan crouches down to Sam's eye level, his voice warm but careful. Your mom told me you like cars. Sam nods, suddenly shy. He glances at me for reassurance before looking back at Ryan. I have 53 of them. 53? Wow, that's an impressive collection. Want to see? Sam's shyness starts to fade as he scrambles to organize his cars into neat rows. This one's my favorite. It's a 1969 Dodge Charger, like in the movies. Ryan settles cross-legged on the floor, and I lean against the doorframe, watching. There's something surreal about seeing them together like this. My past and my present, colliding in ways I never imagined. That's a beautiful car, Ryan says, accepting the orange Matchbox vehicle Sam hands him. I had one just like this when I was your age. Really? Sam's face lights up. Did you crash it too? Ryan laughs, a sound that makes something twist in my stomach. Many times. That's half the fun, right? Mommy says I can't crash them on purpose because they cost money. Your mom's smart, but maybe sometimes accidents happen? Sam giggles, a sound that fills the room with warmth. Sometimes. I watch them play together, and something inside my chest starts to crack open. Sam is animated in a way I rarely see, gesturing wildly as he explains the difference between a sports car and a muscle car. His whole face bright with excitement at having someone who actually seems interested in his hobby. And Ryan looks like he's exactly where he belongs. Not bored or indulgent the way some adults get when forced to engage with children's interests. He's genuinely listening, asking follow-up questions, letting Sam teach him things. Do you work with cars? Sam asks, lining up his vehicles by color. No, I work in an office, with computers and spreadsheets. Pretty boring compared to this. What's a spreadsheet? It's like a really organized list for grown-up stuff. Sam considers this seriously. I like lists. Mommy makes lists for everything. Does she? Grocery lists and work lists and lists of things we need to fix in the cafe. Sam looks at me with a grin. She has a list of lists. I do not have a list of lists, I protest, though he's not entirely wrong. Yes, you do. It's on the refrigerator. Ryan glances at me with amusement dancing in his blue eyes. Still organized to a fault, I see. Someone has to be. Sam picks up a red sports car and hands it to Ryan. This one goes really fast. Want a race? You're on. They spend the next 20 minutes racing cars around the room, creating elaborate tracks between furniture legs and under the bed. Sam is in his element, chattering nonstop about speeds and engines and which cars would win in a real race. I find myself memorizing the scene, Ryan's laugh, when Sam declares his beat-up pickup truck the winner because it has heart. The way Sam unconsciously copies Ryan's hand gestures, the easy way they fall into a rhythm together. My throat gets tight watching them. This is what I've been denying Sam for 5 years. Not just a father, but the specific man who clearly adores him already, who listens like Sam's words are the most important thing in the world. "Sam," Ryan says eventually, setting down the car in his hand. "Can I tell you something important?" Sam nods, sensing the shift in tone. "Okay." Ryan glances at me and I give him a small nod. My hands are shaking. "You know how some kids have daddies who live with them and some don't?" "Yeah, Jimmy has a daddy, but Marcus just lives with his mom and his grandma." "Well, the thing is, I'm your daddy, Sam. I just didn't know about you until today." Sam goes very still, his eyes wide. "You're my daddy?" "I am. But where were you?" The question is so innocent, so purely curious, that it makes my eyes burn. Ryan's jaw works for a moment before he answers. "I was living far away, and I didn't know you existed. Your mom was trying to protect you, to make sure you were safe and happy. But now I'm here and I'd really like to get to know you better, if that's okay with you." Sam looks between Ryan and me, processing. Then his face breaks into the biggest smile I've ever seen. "I have a daddy!" He launches himself at Ryan, wrapping his small arms around his neck. "I have a real daddy!" Ryan's arms come up to catch him, holding him tight, and when he looks at me over Sam's shoulder, his eyes are suspiciously bright. "I have a daddy," Sam repeats, like he can't quite believe it. "Wait until I tell Jimmy." The joy in his voice breaks something open in my chest, and I have to press my hand to my mouth to keep from making a sound. This is what happiness looks like on my son's face, pure, unfiltered excitement at finally having the one thing he's always wanted. And I'm the one who almost kept it from him. You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. One chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to one chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 12. Ryan. The morning air carries that crisp bite that only October can deliver, sharp enough to make me grateful for my jacket, but not cold enough to chase away the families already gathering at Riverside Park. I spot Whitney and Sam before they see me. She's crouched down helping him tie his sneakers, her hair caught in the breeze. And something in my chest does this stupid flutter thing that reminds me I'm not 17 anymore. But apparently my heart didn't get the memo. "Ryan!" Sam's voice cuts through the morning quiet as he spots me approaching. He breaks into a run, and I have about 3 seconds to brace myself before 35 pounds of pure excitement crashes into my legs. "Hey there, buddy." I ruffle his hair, still getting used to the fact that this incredible kid is mine. Mine. The word feels foreign and perfect at the same time. Whitney straightens up, brushing dirt off her knees. She's wearing dark jeans and a cream-colored sweater that makes her skin look luminous in the morning light. Her smile is cautious but real, and it hits me like a sucker punch to the solar plexus. Christ. 6 years, and she still takes my breath away. "Morning," she says, and there's something almost shy in her voice that makes me want to close the distance between us and see if she still smells like vanilla and coffee beans. "Morning." I clear my throat, trying to get my head on straight. Thanks for letting me tag along to this market thing. It's not exactly exclusive, but she's fighting a smile as she says it. Fair warning, though. Sam turns into a tiny dictator when it comes to picking out pumpkins. "I do not!" Sam protests, tugging on my hand. "I just know which ones are the best." "What makes a pumpkin the best?" I ask, genuinely curious. Sam launches into an elaborate explanation involving size, color, stem quality, and something about the sound they make when you thump them. Whitney falls into step beside us as we head toward the market, and I catch her watching Sam with this expression of pure adoration that makes my chest tight. She's an incredible mother. It's written in every patient answer she gives, every gentle correction, every time she automatically steps closer when Sam gets too excited and starts wandering toward the road. She's built this whole life for him, this safe, warm bubble where he's clearly loved beyond measure. And I wasn't here for any of it. The farmer's market is exactly what you'd expect in a town like Ivy Grove. Local vendors selling everything from fresh produce to handmade soaps, families wandering around with coffee cups and canvas bags, kids running between the stalls with sticky fingers and wide grins. It's wholesome and picturesque and everything I used to think I was too sophisticated for. Now it just feels like home. "Can we get hot cider?" Sam asks, practically vibrating with excitement as we pass a vendor with a steaming kettle. "We just got here," Whitney says. "How about we walk around first, then get treats?" Sam's face falls, and before Whitney can say anything else, I'm already digging my wallet out of my pocket. "My treat," I say, approaching the vendor. "3 hot ciders?" Whitney opens her mouth like she's going to protest, but I'm already ordering. The vendor, an older woman with flour-dusted hands and a kind smile, ladles the steaming liquid into paper cups, and the smell of cinnamon and apples fills the air between us. "Thank you," Whitney says quietly as I hand her a cup. Our fingers brush for just a second, and I swear, I feel that touch all the way to my bones. "Thank you, Dad," Sam chirps, and hearing that word from his mouth still makes me feel like I might come apart at the seams. We wander through the market, Sam running ahead to examine pumpkins while Whitney and I follow at a more leisurely pace. The silence between us isn't uncomfortable exactly, but it's loaded with 6 years of history and questions neither of us seems ready to ask. "He's incredible," I say finally, watching Sam seriously discuss gourd selection with another kid his age. "He really is." Whitney's voice is soft, proud. "He's been asking about having a dad for over a year now. I kept telling myself he was fine with just me, but... But? She takes a sip of her cider, considering her words. "He lights up around you in a way I've never seen, like he's been waiting his whole life for this." The guilt hits me like a physical blow. "Whitney, I'm so sorry." "Don't." She stops walking, turning to face me. "We're not doing this here. Not today." "When then?" "I don't know. Maybe never. Maybe that's not what matters anymore." She's right, but it doesn't make the weight in my chest any lighter. I want to apologize for everything. For leaving, for not knowing, for missing Sam's first steps and first words, and every milestone that mattered. I want to tell her that I've thought about her every day for 6 years, that no one has ever come close to what we had. Instead, I watch my son examine a particularly large pumpkin with the seriousness of a surgeon, and I try to focus on being present instead of drowning in regret. "That one," Sam announces, pointing to a massive orange gourd that probably weighs more than he does. "That's the one we need." "Sam, honey, that pumpkin is bigger than you are," Whitney laughs. "So it's perfect." I walk over and heft the pumpkin up, testing its weight. "What do you think, buddy? This one good enough for your standards?" Sam nods enthusiastically. "It's the best one here." "Then we'll take it." I carry it to the vendor, Sam bouncing beside me with excitement. We spend the next hour wandering through the market. I buy Sam a bag of kettle corn that he insists on sharing with both of us, getting caramel all over his fingers and somehow mine too. Whitney picks out fresh apples and some kind of artisanal bread that smells incredible. When Sam spots a face painting booth, I don't even hesitate before volunteering to pay for whatever elaborate design he wants. He emerges 20 minutes later with a detailed Tyrannosaurus Rex painted across his cheek, grinning like he's won the lottery. "Look, I'm a dinosaur!" "The fiercest dinosaur I've ever seen," I agree solemnly. Whitney is watching us with this expression I can't quite read. Something between wonder and wariness, like she's afraid to let herself believe this is real. "You don't have to buy him everything he looks at," she says quietly as Sam runs ahead to examine a display of wooden toys. "I want to. Ryan, I missed 5 years, Whitney. 5 years. Let me buy my kid some damn kettle corn and a painted dinosaur." She's quiet for a long moment, and when she speaks, her voice is softer than before. "He's not going anywhere. You don't have to make up for everything in one day. But I want to. I want to give Sam everything. Every toy he's ever wanted. Every experience he's missed. Every advantage money can buy. I want to be the dad who shows up to every game and every school play and every moment that matters. I want to prove that I'm not going anywhere ever again." "Can we get lunch?" Sam asks, appearing at our sides with his face still painted and his hands somehow even stickier than before. "What sounds good?" Whitney asks. "Pizza!" There's a food truck parked at the edge of the market selling wood-fired pizza, and we end up sitting at one of the picnic tables nearby, Sam chattering non-stop about the dinosaur on his face and the pumpkin we bought, and how this is the best day ever. Watching Whitney with him is like watching a masterclass in mothering. She cuts his pizza into manageable pieces without being asked, automatically hands him a napkin when he gets sauce on his chin, and listens to every word of his rambling story about dinosaurs with the kind of attention most people reserve for important business meetings. She's beautiful. Not just in the obvious ways, though, damn, she's gorgeous, but in all the quiet moments between. The way she laughs at Sam's jokes, the way she unconsciously moves closer when he starts to lean too far back on the bench, the way she looks at him like he hung the moon. I'm falling for her all over again. Hell, maybe I never stopped. "Whitney," I say when Sam gets distracted by a dog at the next table over, "would you maybe want to have dinner sometime? Just the two of us?" She looks surprised, like the question caught her off guard. "Ryan, I'm not talking about jumping back into anything serious. Just dinner. A chance to talk without a 5-year-old dinosaur interrupting every 5 seconds." She glances at Sam, then back at me. Something shifts in her expression. Walls coming down, maybe, or at least cracking around the edges. "Sure," she says, and the word hits me like a gift I wasn't expecting. "I'd like that." Yeah. She smiles, and for the first time since I've been back, it reaches her eyes. "But somewhere nice. If you're going to wine and dine me, Blake, you better do it right." The challenge in her voice makes me grin. "Oh, I plan to."
Chapter 13. Whitney. "You're making a mistake?" Nina's voice cuts through the bathroom as I apply my lipstick, her reflection appearing behind mine in the mirror like some kind of disapproving guardian angel. "It's just dinner, Nina." I cap the lipstick and turn to face her, smoothing down the black dress I picked out. Nothing too fancy, but fitted in all the right places. "One dinner. With the man who abandoned you when you were pregnant." She crosses her arms, blocking the doorway like she might physically prevent me from leaving. "The man who waltzed back into town after 6 years and thinks he can just pick up where he left off." He doesn't think that. But even as I say it, I'm not entirely sure it's true. There was something in Ryan's eyes at the market today, a heat that felt familiar and dangerous, and exactly like the kind of trouble I should be running from instead of toward. "Mommy," You look pretty. Sam's voice saves me from Nina's interrogation as he appears in the doorway, squeezing past his aunt to wrap his arms around my legs. Thank you, baby. I smooth his hair back, still getting used to seeing him without the dinosaur face paint. You're going to be good for Aunt Nina, right? Are you going on a date? With my dad? The innocent question makes Nina's jaw tighten, and I shoot her a warning look over Sam's head. We're just having dinner and talking, sweetheart. I'll be back before bedtime to tuck you in. Can he come too? For stories? My heart does this painful squeeze thing at the hope in his voice. We'll see, okay? The doorbell rings, and Sam breaks away from me, racing toward the front door. Dad's here. Nina follows him, muttering something under her breath that sounds suspiciously like, "This is going to end badly." And I take one last look in the mirror. The black dress hugs my curves without being obvious about it. And the lipstick, a deep berry shade, makes my mouth look fuller than usual. I look like a woman going on a date. When was the last time I looked like that? When was the last time I wanted to? I find Ryan in the living room, crouched down to Sam's level as my son explains something elaborate involving his toy dinosaurs. Ryan's wearing dark jeans and a button-down shirt that's rolled up at the sleeves. And when he looks up at me, his eyes do this slow sweep from my heels to my face that makes my skin warm. You look incredible, he says, standing up, and the roughness in his voice sends heat straight to my stomach. Thank you. I'm suddenly grateful for the years of practice at hiding my reactions, because the way he's looking at me right now makes me want to forget about dinner entirely. Where are you taking her? Nina asks, and there's enough ice in her voice to freeze the entire room. Nina, I warn. Rossini's, Ryan answers, not taking his eyes off me. I made reservations for 7. Rossini's, the nicest restaurant in 3 towns over, the kind of place that requires reservations and has cloth napkins. My stomach flutters with something that feels dangerously close to excitement. Be good for your aunt, I tell Sam, kissing the top of his head. I love you. Love you too, Mommy. Nina follows us to the door, her disapproval radiating off her in waves. Home by midnight, she says, like I'm 16 instead of 26. Nina. I'm serious, Whitney. Don't do anything stupid. Ryan's hand finds the small of my back as he guides me toward his car, and the simple touch sends electricity up my spine. Your sister really doesn't like me, he says once we're out of earshot. She's protective. She was there when... I trail off, not wanting to finish that sentence. When I messed everything up. His voice is matter of fact, no self-pity in it. I don't blame her for hating me. He opens the passenger door of his rental car for me, and I slide in, hyper-aware of how the dress rides up slightly when I sit. When he gets in on the driver's side, the space feels smaller somehow, charged with tension that has nothing to do with Nina's disapproval and everything to do with the way Ryan's presence seems to fill every available inch of air. The drive to Rossini's takes 20 minutes, and we spend most of it talking about Sam, safe territory that keeps the conversation flowing without veering into dangerous waters. But I catch Ryan glancing at me when he thinks I'm not looking, his eyes lingering on my legs, the curve of my neck, and each look makes my pulse race a little faster. Rossini's is everything I expected. Dim lighting, white tablecloths, the kind of intimate atmosphere designed for romance. The hostess leads us to a corner table, and when Ryan pulls out my chair, his fingers brush the bare skin of my shoulder as I sit down. The touch is brief, probably accidental, but it leaves me burning. Wine? He asks, studying the menu. Please. I need something to take the edge off whatever's happening between us, because every time he looks at me, I remember exactly why I fell so hard for him the first time. He orders a bottle of something expensive that I've never heard of, and when the server leaves, We're alone with nothing but candlelight and 6 years of history stretching between us. This place is beautiful, I say, looking around at the exposed brick walls and soft jazz playing in the background. You deserve beautiful. The words are simple, but the way he says them makes my breath catch. Ryan, I know we're supposed to be taking this slow, but Christ, Whitney, you're killing me in that dress. The honesty in his voice sends heat pooling low in my belly. It's just a dress. Nonsense. His eyes meet mine across the table, blue and intense and full of want that matches what's building inside me. You know exactly what you're doing to me. Maybe I do. Maybe I chose this dress for exactly this reason, because some masochistic part of me wanted to see if I could still affect him the way he's always affected me. The wine arrives, and Ryan tastes it with the kind of confidence that comes from money and experience, things he's acquired in the years since he left. When he nods his approval, the server fills our glasses and disappears, leaving us alone again. To new beginnings, Ryan says, raising his glass. To figuring things out, I counter, and our glasses clink softly. The wine is smooth and warm, loosening the tension in my shoulders. We order dinner, something with mushrooms for me, steak for him, and somewhere between the appetizer and the main course, the conversation shifts from careful small talk to something deeper. He tells me about his work, about the consulting firm he started, about the penthouse in New York City that he says never felt like home. I tell him about the cafe, about the challenges of single motherhood, about the dreams I've had to put on hold but refuse to give up on. You're incredible, he says at some point, and there's wonder in his voice like he's seeing me for the first time. What you've built, what you've done for Sam, I'm in awe of you. The compliment lands somewhere deep in my chest, warming me from the inside out. I did what I had to do. No, you did more than that. You created this whole life, this beautiful life for our son, and you did it alone. That's not just surviving, that's thriving. Our fingers are somehow intertwined on the table between us, and I don't remember when that happened. His thumb traces small circles on my palm, and each touch sends sparks shooting up my arm. I missed you, he says quietly, and the admission hangs in the air between us like a confession. Ryan, I know I don't have the right to say that. I know I'm the one who left, but not a day went by that I didn't think about you, didn't wonder what you were doing, if you were happy. The words hit me hard. If you missed me so much, why didn't you come back sooner? Because I was a coward. His grip on my hand tightens. Because I was terrified that you'd moved on, that you'd found someone better, someone who deserved you. Because I didn't think I had the right to disrupt whatever life you'd built. You didn't. The words come out sharper than I intended. You didn't have the right, but you're here now. I'm here now, he agrees, and the intensity in his eyes makes my pulse race. We're leaning closer across the table without realizing it, drawn together by invisible strings. His eyes drop to my mouth, and I know he's thinking about kissing me. I'm thinking about it too, about how his lips would feel against mine after all these years. About whether he still tastes like trouble and promises he can't keep. We should go, I say, but my voice comes out breathless instead of firm. We should, he agrees, but neither of us moves. Finally, he signals for the check, and I excuse myself to the bathroom, needing a moment to collect myself. In the mirror, my skin is hot and my eyes are bright, and I look like a woman who's about to make a very bad decision. Or a very good one. When I come back, Ryan's standing by the table with my coat, and he helps me into it, his hands lingering on my shoulders longer than necessary. The simple gesture feels intimate, charged with possibility. The walk back to his car is quiet, but the silence between us is electric now, full of unspoken want and barely restrained desire. When he opens the passenger door for me again, I catch a hint of his cologne, something woodsy and masculine that makes me want to bury my face in his neck. We're halfway back to my place when he slows the car, and I look up to see the Ivy Grove Motor Inn, which is a small, cozy place that's more bed and breakfast than motel, with warm lights glowing in the windows and Ivy climbing the brick walls. Ryan pulls into the parking lot but doesn't turn off the engine. For a long moment, we sit in silence, both of us staring at the building in front of us. "Whitney," he says finally, his voice rough with want. "Do you want to—" He doesn't finish the question. But he doesn't need to. I know exactly what he's asking, exactly what walking into that motel with him would mean. It would mean crossing a line I swore I'd never cross again. It would mean risking everything I've built, everything I've protected. It would mean letting myself want him again. My heart pounds against my ribs as I turn to look at him. His jaw is tight, his knuckles white where they're gripping the steering wheel, and I can see the effort it's taking him not to reach for me. "Yes," I whisper, and the word seems to echo in the small space between us. His eyes close for just a second, like he's trying to control himself, and when he opens them again, they're dark with promise. "Are you sure?" Instead of answering, I reach over and turn off the engine myself.
Chapter 14. Ryan. The key card shakes in my hand as I slide it into the door. Whitney stands behind me and I can feel the heat radiating off her body, smell that intoxicating scent that's uniquely hers, vanilla and coffee and something that's just Whitney. The lock clicks open. Inside, the room is dimly lit by a single bedside lamp, casting warm shadows across the queen bed that dominates the space. It's clean, cozy, nothing fancy but perfect for what we need. What I need. 6 years of dreaming about this moment, about having her in my arms again, about making her mine the way she was always meant to be. I turn around and she's right there, close enough to touch, her dark eyes wide and uncertain but blazing with the same want that's been eating me alive since the moment I saw her again. "Whitney." Her name comes out rough, desperate. "Don't talk," she whispers. And then she's reaching for me, her hands fisting in my shirt as she pulls me down to her. The first touch of her lips against mine is electric. Every nerve ending in my body lights up as she opens for me, her tongue sliding against mine with a hunger that matches my own. She tastes like wine and promises, like coming home after being lost for years.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyler has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyler would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
But even as the aftershocks fade, I know this isn't enough. 6 years of wanting her, of needing her, can't be satisfied in one night. I pull her against me, already planning all the ways I'm going to make her writhe and moan before I have to take her home.
Chapter 15. Whitney. The morning light filters through my bedroom curtains, and for a moment I forget where I am. My body feels different, sated, alive in a way it hasn't been in years. Then reality crashes back. I'm in my own bed, alone, having snuck back into the house at 2 a.m. like a teenager breaking curfew. My skin still tingles from Ryan's touch, and when I shift under the covers, I can feel the pleasant ache between my legs that reminds me of everything we did last night. Everything we did, multiple times. I grab my phone from the nightstand. 7:30. I need to get Sam ready for school and myself ready for the cafe. Monday mornings wait for no one, not even women who spent the night rediscovering what it means to be thoroughly satisfied by a man who knows exactly how to use his hands. The shower spray hits my skin, and I can't help but remember Ryan's hands in the same places, his mouth trailing fire across every inch of me. Focus, Whitney. You have a life to get back to, responsibilities that don't include reliving the best sex of your life. Downstairs, I hear the coffee maker gurgling to life on its timer, and the familiar sound grounds me back in my routine. Sam will be up soon, and Nina's probably already in the kitchen, judging by the sounds of cabinet doors opening and closing. I throw on my favorite burgundy sweater and dark jeans, twist my hair into a messy bun, and head downstairs. The smell of bacon fills the air, which means Nina's in full-on big sister mode. She only makes breakfast when she wants to lecture me about something. Morning, I say cautiously, grabbing a mug and pouring coffee. The caffeine hits my system like a lifeline. Nina stands at the stove, her back rigid in that way that means she's been stewing about something all night. She's dressed for work in a sharp navy blazer, her hair pulled back in a sleek bun that makes her look even more intimidating than usual. So, she doesn't turn around, just flips the bacon with more force than necessary. How was your date? The word date comes out like she's saying root canal. I take a long sip of coffee, buying myself time. How do I even begin to explain what happened last night? How do I tell her that Ryan isn't the same man who left 6 years ago? That he's different now, more mature, more... It was nice. The understatement of the century, but it's all I'm giving her. Nice. Nina finally turns around, her dark eyes flashing. Whitney, please tell me you didn't fall for whatever smooth-talking nonsense he fed you. I set my mug down harder than I mean to, coffee sloshing over the rim. It wasn't nonsense, Nina. We talked, really talked. About Sam, about what happened, about how sorry he is. Nina's voice drips with sarcasm as she plates the bacon. About how he's changed. About how he wants to be a family now that it's convenient for him. Heat crawls up my neck. You don't know what you're talking about. I know exactly what I'm talking about. Nina crosses her arms, and I recognize this stance. She's digging in for a fight. I know men like Ryan Blake, rich, charming, used to getting whatever they want. They swoop in with their fancy dinners and pretty words, and they make you forget how much they hurt you. That's not what's happening here. Isn't it? Nina's laugh is bitter. Whitney, wake up. He's here to butter you up so he can see Sam whenever he wants, and then he'll go back to his real life in New York, his real girlfriend, his real priorities. My hands clench into fists. You don't know that. I know he disappeared for 6 years without a word. I know he left you pregnant and alone. I know he built a whole life somewhere else while you struggled to raise his son by yourself. Each word digs into my heart, but I force myself to stand my ground. People change, Nina. Do they? She steps closer, her voice dropping to that deadly quiet tone she uses when she's really angry. Or do they just get better at pretending? You think you're the only woman he's ever charmed? You think he doesn't have some corporate princess waiting for him back in Manhattan? Someone more suitable for his lifestyle? Stop it! My voice shakes with anger. You're being cruel. I'm being realistic. You're a single mother who owns a small-town coffee shop. He's a successful businessman in one of the most expensive cities in the world. You really think he's going to give all that up for you? The words cut deeper than they should because part of me, the scared, abandoned part, wonders the same thing. But I remember the way Ryan looked at me last night. The way he touched me like I was precious, irreplaceable. The way he said my name like a prayer. You weren't there, I say quietly. You didn't see. I don't need to see anything. I've watched you put yourself back together piece by piece after he destroyed you. I've held you while you cried, helped you figure out how to be a mother when you were barely more than a kid yourself. I'll be damned if I let him do that to you again. Tears prick at my eyes, but I blink them back. I can take care of myself. Can you? Because it sounds like you're already making excuses for him, already convincing yourself that this time will be different. Before I can respond, I hear little feet on the stairs. Sam. My heart clenches as I remember how happy he was yesterday, how his whole face lit up when he talked about Ryan. Mommy! Sam bounds into the kitchen, his hair sticking up in every direction, wearing his favorite dinosaur pajamas. Is my dad coming for breakfast? Nina and I freeze, our argument hanging in the air between us like smoke. I force a smile, crouching down to Sam's level. Not this morning, baby, but you'll see him again soon. Sam's face falls slightly, but then he brightens. Maybe tomorrow? I want to show him my new drawing. I made him a picture of all of us together. My chest tightens. All of us together. Like a family. That sounds wonderful, sweetheart. Why don't you sit down and Aunt Nina will get you some breakfast? Nina's expression softens as she looks at Sam, all her protective instincts shifting toward him. She ruffles his hair and starts preparing his plate, but I can feel the tension still radiating off her. Chocolate chip pancakes? Sam asks hopefully, climbing onto his chair. Just regular pancakes today? Nina says, setting a plate in front of him. But I put extra syrup on them. Sam digs in with the enthusiasm only a 5-year-old can muster, syrup already dripping down his chin. He chatters about school, about the spelling test he has today, about how Tyler brought a lizard for show and tell last week, and maybe Sam can bring something cool too. I watch him, this perfect little boy who deserves to have his father in his life, and my resolve strengthens. Nina means well, but she doesn't understand. She doesn't know what it's like to love someone so completely that their absence leaves a hole in your chest. She doesn't know what it's like to see that person again and realize that hole was always their shape. I need to get going, I say, kissing the top of Sam's head. Finish your breakfast and then we'll walk to school, okay? Okay, Mommy? He grins up at me, syrup making his smile even stickier. Will you tell my dad I said hi when you see him? Of course I will. Nina's jaw tightens, but she doesn't say anything in front of Sam. Smart woman. But I know this conversation isn't over, not by a long shot. As I gather my purse and jacket, I catch Nina watching me with that worried expression she gets when she thinks I'm about to make a terrible mistake. Part of me wants to tell her about last night, about how right it felt to be in Ryan's arms again, about how he made me feel beautiful and wanted and whole. But I know she wouldn't understand. She'd just see it as more proof that I'm falling for his act, that I'm setting myself up for another heartbreak. Maybe she's right. Maybe I am being naive, believing that 6 years could change someone fundamentally. But when I close my eyes, I can still feel Ryan's hands on my skin, still hear the way he whispered my name like I was everything he'd ever wanted. Some risks are worth taking, even if it means my sister thinks I'm a fool.
Chapter 16. Ryan. The smell of my mom's famous blueberry pancakes fills the kitchen, and for the first time in years, I actually feel like I'm home. Not just visiting, not just killing time, home. I lean back in my chair at the breakfast table, watching Dad read the newspaper while Mom fusses over the coffee maker, and everything feels right in a way it hasn't since I was a kid. You're looking awfully pleased with yourself this morning, Mom says, setting a fresh cup of coffee in front of me. Her eyes crinkle at the corners when she smiles, and I realize how much I've missed seeing that expression directed at me, instead of the polite concern I usually get during my brief holiday visits. Just had a good night. I take a sip of coffee, unable to keep the grin off my face. Whitney's touch still lingers on my skin, the memory of her soft moans echoing in my head. But it's more than just the incredible sex, though that was mind-blowing. It's the way she looked at me afterward, like maybe she's starting to see the man I've become instead of the boy who ran away. Dad lowers his newspaper, studying me over his reading glasses. This wouldn't have anything to do with Whitney Green, would it? The question catches me off guard. How did you— Small town, son. Dad's mouth quirks up in what might be amusement. Mrs. Sanchez saw you two at Rossini's last night. Apparently you looked quite cozy. Mom abandons the coffee maker entirely, turning to face me with an expression of barely contained excitement. Whitney? The Whitney? The one we know and love? My chest tightens. Here we go. Yeah, that's her. I always wondered why you never settled down, Mom says, moving closer with that maternal instinct that can sniff out important information from a mile away. You dated plenty of girls in New York, but none of them ever seemed to stick. I was starting to worry you'd never find someone who— Mom. I hold up a hand, but I'm still smiling. Whitney and I, we have history. A lot of history, you know this. But that history just got a little more complicated. Dad folds his newspaper completely, giving me his full attention. What's that mean? I take a deep breath. This is it. The moment I tell them they have a grandson they've never met, that I've been a father for 5 years without knowing it. The moment I admit that I screwed up so badly 6 years ago that I walked away from the best thing that ever happened to me. The kind where Sam is my son. The silence that follows could cut glass. Mom's hand flies to her mouth, her eyes going wide. Dad's coffee mug freezes halfway to his lips. Your son? Mom's voice comes out as barely a whisper. Yeah. I run my hand through my hair, suddenly nervous. I found out recently. Sam's mine, Dad. Whitney was pregnant when I left for New York 6 years ago, and I had no idea. Dad sets his mug down carefully, his lawyer brain probably working through all the implications. She never told you? I was so focused on my new job, on proving myself. I trail off, shame crawling up my throat. I didn't keep up with her after I left for New York. I was going to call her back eventually, but then work got crazy and I kept putting it off. By the time I tried, her number was disconnected. Mom sinks into the chair across from me, tears already gathering in her eyes. Oh, Ryan. That poor girl, raising a baby all by herself. I know. The guilt I've been carrying since yesterday threatens to crush my chest. I messed up, Mom. Badly. But I'm here now, and I want to make it right. Language, Mom says automatically, but her heart isn't in the scolding. A grandson. We have a grandson. Her voice breaks on the last word. Dad reaches over and squeezes her hand. What's he like? We've only ever seen him from afar. And just like that, the nervousness melts away, replaced by a warmth that spreads through my entire body. He's incredible. Smart as hell. Sorry, smart as anything. Curious about everything. He loves dinosaurs and cars, and he has this laugh that just lights up the whole room. He looks like Whitney, but he has my eyes. Does he know? Dad asks quietly. About you being his father? I nod. He does, but Whitney and I are taking it slow, figuring things out. We don't want to overwhelm him. Mom wipes her eyes with her napkin. I can't believe we've missed 5 years of his life. I know, and I'm sorry, for all of it. For not being here, for not knowing, for letting work become more important than the people I love. You were young, Dad says, though I can hear the disappointment underneath the understanding. We all make mistakes when we're young. The question is what you do about it now. I'm going to be the father Sam deserves, the man Whitney deserves. I lean forward, needing them to understand how serious I am about this. I'm falling for her all over again. And this time, I'm not running. This time I'm going to fight for us. Mom reaches across the table and grabs my hand. Oh, honey. I'm so happy. I always liked Whitney. She has such a good heart, and she's raised that beautiful boy all on her own. She must be an amazing mother. She is. You should see them together. Sam adores her, and she'd do anything for him. She's built this whole life here. The coffee shop. This community. She's incredible. When do we get to talk to him? Mom asks, practically bouncing in her seat. Our grandson? Soon. I was thinking about taking them to the Halloween festival next weekend. Maybe you two could come along? Let Sam get to know his grandparents? Dad's face breaks into the biggest smile I've seen from him in years. We'd love that. Wouldn't we, Bethany? I'm going to spoil that boy rotten, Mom declares, already wiping fresh tears. Oh, I need to call Susan down the street. Her grandson is about the same age. Maybe they could play together sometime. And I should probably buy him some toys. Do 5-year-olds still like trucks? Or is it all computers now? Mom, breathe. I laugh, feeling lighter than I have in years. There's plenty of time for all that. Oh, but please don't keep us waiting, Mom exclaims, clapping her hands together. This is amazing news. Just in time for the holiday season. Halloween, Thanksgiving, and Christmas with our grandson. For the first time in a very long time, I feel happy with myself and my decisions. And no one is going to take that away from me. Absolutely no one.
Chapter 17. Whitney. 2 months. It's been 2 whole months since Ryan walked back into our lives. And I still catch myself holding my breath sometimes, waiting for the other shoe to drop. But as I watch Sam carefully hang a construction paper angel on our Christmas tree, the angel he made specifically for Daddy Ryan, I let myself believe that maybe, just maybe, this is real. Mama, does this look good here? Sam holds up a candy cane ornament, his tongue poking out in concentration. Snow drifts past our living room window, coating Ivy Grove in that perfect Christmas card beauty that makes everything look magical. It looks perfect, baby. I adjust the garland draped around our mantelpiece, breathing in the scent of pine and cinnamon. Your dad's going to love seeing all your decorations when he comes over for dinner. Sam's face lights up like the tree we're decorating. And tomorrow we're going to make cookies for Santa. Daddy said he knows the best recipe for chocolate chip cookies, and we're going to leave some out with milk. My heart does that fluttery thing it's been doing every time Sam calls Ryan Daddy. It took a few weeks after Halloween for Sam to feel comfortable with the title. But once he did, there was no stopping him. Ryan handled it beautifully, never pushing but always being present, always showing up when he said he would. That sounds wonderful. I step back to admire our handiwork. The tree is definitely more chaos than coordination. Ornaments clustered wherever Sam could reach, tinsel draped with the enthusiasm only a 5-year-old can muster. But it's perfect. It's ours. Can we call Daddy and tell him about the snow? Sam bounces on his toes, practically vibrating with excitement. Maybe he wants to build a snowman later. Why don't we wait until he gets here? He said he'd be over around 6 for dinner, remember? Sam nods, but I can see him plotting something behind those bright blue eyes. Ever since Thanksgiving, when Ryan carved the turkey at his parents' house like he'd been doing it for years, Sam has been making lists of all the things he wants to do with his daddy. Snowmen, sledding, ice skating at the rink they set up in the town square. Christmas shopping for me, because apparently that's something Daddy's help with. I move to the window, watching Main Street transform into a winter wonderland. The whole town has gone all out for the holidays this year. Twinkling lights wrap around every lamppost, and the shop windows glow with festive displays. Sarah at the flower shop has created these elaborate wreaths that look like something out of a magazine, and even grumpy Mr. Henderson has strung lights around his hardware store. The coffee shop is busier than ever, thanks to my new line of holiday drinks. The peppermint mocha madness and gingerbread spice latte have been huge hits, and I've been getting requests for the recipes from customers who want to try making them at home. Ryan suggested I think about bottling the syrups, maybe selling them online. Always thinking like a businessman, but in a way that supports my dreams instead of dismissing them. That's been the biggest surprise these past 2 months, how seamlessly Ryan has fit into our life without trying to change it. He shows up to Sam's soccer practices, cheering from the sidelines like he's been there since day one. He helps with bedtime stories, adding voices and sound effects that make Sam giggle until he gets hiccups. He brings me coffee on busy mornings at the shop, not because I need rescuing, but because he wants to see me smile. Halloween was magical. Ryan dressed up as a dinosaur to match Sam's T-Rex costume, and I went as a paleontologist. We trick-or-treated through the entire town, Sam's little hand clasped in Ryan's big one, like it belonged there. Mrs. Morrison from the library gave Sam extra candy because your family is just so adorable. And I didn't even correct her. We felt like a family. Thanksgiving was even better. His parents were nervous about hosting us for Thanksgiving, considering what happened between Ryan and I, but we handled things beautifully. When Sam fell asleep on the couch between us after dinner, Ryan covered him with a blanket and whispered, "Thank you for giving me this." I thought my heart might burst right there in his parents' living room. "Mama, look!" Sam presses his face against the window. "The Christmas market is open. Can we go see the lights tonight? Please." I join him at the window, wrapping my arms around his small shoulders. The Christmas market in the town square is in full swing, with wooden booths selling handmade crafts, hot cocoa stands sending steam into the cold air, families strolling between the twinkling displays. It's like something out of a holiday movie, complete with carolers and the smell of roasted chestnuts. We'll ask your dad when he gets here. Maybe we can all go together after dinner. And we can show him the big Christmas tree and the ice skating and the place where they sell the hot chocolate with the tiny marshmallows. I laugh, squeezing him tighter. I think he'd love to see all of that. The truth is, I'm just as excited as Sam about experiencing all these Christmas traditions with Ryan. Last year, it was just Sam and me, and while we had fun, there was always this underlying sadness, this feeling that we were missing something, someone. This year feels complete in a way I didn't know was possible. My phone buzzes with a text from Ryan. "Running a few minutes late, conference call went long. Can't wait to see you both." I smile, typing back. "No worries. Sam's climbing the walls with excitement to show you our decorations." His response comes immediately. "Take a picture of him by the tree. I want to see his face." That's so Ryan. Always wanting to capture these moments, like he's afraid they might disappear if he doesn't document them. I understand the feeling. After 6 years of wondering what if, neither of us takes these moments for granted. "Sam, come stand by the tree. Daddy wants to see how handsome you look." Sam immediately strikes a pose, one hand on his hip, the other pointing at his construction paper angel. Tell him I made this special ornament just for him. I snap the photo and send it, my heart full as I watch Sam rearrange ornaments for the 100th time today. He's been talking about Christmas nonstop since we put up the decorations last weekend. Not just about presents, though he's definitely excited about those, but about all the things we'll do together as a family. Daddy said he used to go sledding on Miller's Hill when he was little. Sam says, hanging another candy cane. He's going to teach me how to steer the sled so I don't crash into the trees. That sounds like fun, but also slightly terrifying. And he said, maybe we can go ice skating at the rink in the square. He knows how to skate backwards. Sam's eyes are wide with admiration. Can you skate backwards, Mama? Not even a little bit. I can barely skate forwards without falling on my butt. Sam giggles. Daddy will teach you too. He's really good at teaching things. He is good at teaching things. Patient and encouraging, whether he's showing Sam how to throw a football or helping him with his homework. I love watching them together. The way Ryan gets down on Sam's level, takes his questions seriously, celebrates his small victories like they're Olympic gold medals. The snow is falling heavier now. Big fluffy flakes that stick to the window before sliding down in crooked paths. The whole world looks peaceful and soft, like God wrapped Ivy Grove in a white blanket just for us. Mama, do you think it'll snow on Christmas? Sam asks, his breath fogging the window as he peers out. I don't know, baby. Would you like it to? Yeah, then Santa's sleigh won't get muddy when he lands on our roof. I ruffle his curls, marveling at the logic of 5-year-olds. That's very thoughtful of you to worry about Santa's sleigh. Daddy said he always wanted a white Christmas when he was little, but it didn't always snow. So maybe this year Santa will make it snow for him too, since he's been really good. My throat tightens. Ryan has been good, better than good. He's been everything I never dared to hope for when I used to lie awake at night, wondering if Sam would ever have a father figure in his life. Not just someone to fill that role, but someone who genuinely loves him, who lights up when Sam runs toward him, who remembers every story about dinosaurs and every worry about monsters under the bed. I think that would make Daddy very happy, I manage. And it would make Christmas perfect, Sam declares, with the absolute certainty only children possess. Perfect. Yeah, it really would be.
Chapter 18. Ryan. The snow crunches under my boots as I pack another handful into what's supposed to be a snowman's head. Sam's already 3 snowballs ahead of me, his small hands working with the focused determination of an architect building a skyscraper. Daddy, you're making his head too small, Sam critiques, standing back with his hands on his hips like a tiny construction foreman. It needs to be bigger so he looks strong. You're absolutely right, buddy. I add more snow, shaping it carefully. Can't have a wimpy snowman protecting our front yard. Sam giggles, the sound cutting through the crisp December air like music. 2 months of hearing that laugh, and it still hits me right in the chest every damn time. I never knew I could love someone this much this fast, but watching him toddle around in his oversized winter coat, cheeks red from the cold, I'd move mountains for this kid. Look, Mama's watching us! Sam waves enthusiastically toward the front window, where Whitney stands with a steaming mug, her face soft with contentment. She waves back, and I catch that smile, the one that makes me forget how to breathe properly. She's probably making sure we don't freeze to death out here, I tell Sam, but my eyes stay on Whitney. The warm light from inside frames her perfectly, like she's posing for a Christmas card. That sweater she's wearing, deep green with little snowflakes, hugs her curves in ways that make me want to abandon this snowman project and drag her upstairs. Focus, Blake. Your son is building his first snowman with his dad. Be present. Can we make the snowman a family? Sam asks, already rolling another snowball. Like a mama snowman and a baby snowman? That's a great idea. We'll build a whole snow family. The irony isn't lost on me. 6 years ago, I ran from the idea of family like it was a communicable disease. Now I'm standing in knee-deep snow, planning an entire village of frozen people with my 5-year-old son, and it feels like the most important project I've ever undertaken. Sam's technique involves more enthusiasm than skill, but he's getting the hang of it. I help him roll the snowball for the mama snowman's base, letting him guide the direction while I provide the muscle. His mittened hands keep slipping, but he never gets frustrated, just laughs and tries again. This is the best snow day ever, he declares, flopping backward to make a snow angel. Even better than the one at school, when Mrs. Gale let us have recess for an extra hour. Even better than that, huh? I lie down next to him, moving my arms and legs to create my own angel. The snow seeps through my jacket, cold against my back. but Sam's delighted shriek when he sees my much larger angel makes it worth the discomfort. We're in the middle of creating what Sam calls angel families when my phone starts buzzing insistently in my pocket. I ignore it the first time, focused on helping Sam perfect his snow angel technique. But when it immediately starts ringing again, I know I have to check. Richard Sterling, my boss, the CEO of Sterling & Associates. Hey, buddy, can you work on that baby snowman for a minute? I need to take this call. Sam nods, already distracted by his mission to find the perfect stick arms for our snow family. I answer the phone as I walk toward the porch, trying to create some distance between the conversation and my son. Richard, what's going on? Ryan, thank God you answered. His voice carries that sharp edge that usually means someone's about to get their butts handed to them. We need to talk. I'm on vacation, remember? Family time. I watch Sam carefully position a stick arm on the mama snowman, his tongue poking out in concentration. What's so urgent it can't wait until after New Year's? The Yamamoto deal is falling apart. They want to renegotiate terms, and frankly, they want to deal with you specifically. You built the relationship, Ryan. Without you here, we're looking at losing a $12 million contract. I lean against the porch railing, feeling the cold seep through my jeans. What about Martinez? He's been handling most of my responsibilities. Martinez is good, but he's not you. The Japanese don't respond to him the way they respond to you. Look, I get that you've been working through some personal stuff, but this is business. Big business. Personal stuff. Like that's all Whitney and Sam are to me. Like rebuilding my relationship with my son and falling in love with the woman I should have never let go is just some midlife crisis hobby. I told you I needed until after the holidays, Richard. We agreed. That was before the Yamamoto situation, and before the board started asking questions about our missing vice president. His tone shifts, becoming more pointed. You've been gone for 2 months, Ryan. People are starting to wonder if you're coming back at all. Through the window, I can see Whitney refilling her coffee mug, probably adding extra sugar the way she does when she wants to treat herself. She catches me looking and blows me a kiss, completely unaware that my entire world might be about to shift again. I'm coming back. I just need a few more weeks to... No. The word cuts through the line like a blade. I need you back in the office next Friday, December 22nd. That's right before Christmas, Richard. My son. Your son will still be your son after the holidays. This deal won't wait that long. He pauses, and I can practically hear him calculating his next move. Look, Ryan, I like you. You know that. You're the best executive this company has ever had. But if you keep pushing this vacation, the board is going to start looking for someone who actually wants to be here. The threat hangs in the air like smoke. I've worked so hard for 6 years to get where I am. VP before 30 was supposed to be impossible, but I made it happen through sheer determination and more 80-hour weeks than I can count. The salary alone is enough to secure Sam's college fund and give Whitney whatever she wants for the rest of her life. But standing here, watching my son build our first snowman together, that corner office feels like a prison. Friday is 4 days away, Richard. 4 days to wrap up whatever family reunion you've got going on and get back to reality. The Yamamoto meeting is Monday morning. I need you sharp and ready. Sam calls out from the yard. Daddy, come see. I made the baby snowman have a big smile. The pure joy in his voice hits me like a physical blow. He's built this tiny snowman, probably no taller than his waist, and given it a grin made from pebbles we collected yesterday during our walk through town. It's crooked and charming and perfect, just like everything else about this life I've stumbled into. Ryan, are you still there? Yeah, I'm here. I watch Sam add a stick arm to his creation, and the snowman seems to wave at me. Richard, what if I could handle the Yamamoto deal remotely? Video calls, digital presentations? Absolutely not. This is a face-to-face business, you know that. These deals get made over handshakes and dinners, not through a computer screen. His patience is clearly wearing thin. Friday, Ryan. Don't make me replace you. The line goes dead, leaving me standing on the porch with my phone in my hand and my stomach twisted in knots. Replace me. 6 years of building my career, of proving myself, of sacrificing everything for the company, and he'll replace me because I want to spend Christmas with my family. But it's not just Christmas. Sam's bedtime stories and Whitney's morning smile and the way this little town has started to feel like home in a way New York never did. It's soccer practices and coffee shop conversations, and the promise I made to both of them that I'm here to stay. Daddy! Sam's voice carries across the yard. Are you coming back? The Snowman family needs their daddy. The irony in his words twists the knife deeper. The Snowman family needs their daddy, but apparently my actual family might have to do without theirs. I slip the phone back into my pocket and trudge through the snow towards Sam, forcing a smile I don't feel. His face is bright with excitement, completely unaware that everything might be about to change again. What do you think? He gestures proudly at his creations. Do they look like a real family? Looking at the 3 snowmen, tall, medium, and small, all slightly lopsided but standing together in our front yard, I feel something crack open in my chest. They look perfect, buddy, just like a real family should.
Chapter 19. Whitney. The house settles into its familiar evening quiet as I pull Sam's bedroom door closed, leaving just a crack so he can see the hallway light if he wakes up. He went down easier tonight, exhausted from his snowman building adventure with Ryan. The way his eyes lit up when he talked about their snow family during his bath made my heart squeeze tight. Ryan's waiting for me in the living room, 2 glasses of red wine already poured and sitting on the coffee table. He's changed out of his snow-soaked clothes into dark jeans and a soft gray sweater that makes his eyes look like storm clouds. The fireplace crackles behind him, casting warm shadows across his face. Perfect timing. He hands me a glass, his fingers brushing mine in a way that sends familiar sparks up my arm. I was starting to think Sam might negotiate for 3 more stories. He tried. I settle next to him on the couch, tucking my legs underneath me. But the promise of seeing the Christmas tree lighting tomorrow wore him out. He's been talking about it for weeks. The whole town shows up for that, right? Ryan's arm slides along the back of the couch, not quite touching my shoulders, but close enough that I can feel his warmth. Sam made it sound like the event of the century. It basically is, for Ivy Grove. I take a sip of wine, letting the rich flavor settle on my tongue. Mayor Jenkins reads "'Twas the Night Before Christmas." The high school choir sings carols, and Mrs. Patterson always brings enough hot chocolate to caffeinate half the county. Sam's been practicing his reindeer song for weeks. His what now? Don't ask. You'll find out tomorrow. I laugh, remembering Sam's enthusiastic but slightly off-key practice sessions. Just prepare yourself for maximum cuteness and minimal musical accuracy. Ryan's chuckle rumbles through his chest, and I feel myself relaxing for the first time today. There was something off about him after that phone call earlier, a tension in his shoulders that didn't quite disappear even when Sam was chattering about snowman architecture. But now, in the soft light with wine warming my system, he seems more like himself. What about Christmas Eve? He asks. Any Ivy Grove traditions that I've missed out on over the years? The Christmas Eve service at the Methodist Church. Then everyone goes to Rosie's Diner for midnight breakfast. I pause, suddenly aware that I'm talking about our future, like it's guaranteed. If you're still here, I mean, if you want to, Whitney. His voice drops lower, serious. Where else would I be? The question hangs between us, loaded with everything we haven't said yet. Where else would he be? Back in New York, in his high-rise apartment and corner office, living the life he built before he knew Sam existed, before he came back to me. I just don't want to assume anything, I say quietly. This is all still new, and I know your life is complicated, He sets his wine glass down and turns to face me fully, his expression intense. My life isn't complicated anymore. It's simple. You and Sam, that's it. That's what matters. There's something almost desperate in the way he says it, like he's trying to convince himself as much as me. I open my mouth to ask if everything's okay, but he's already moving closer, his hand sliding along my jaw to tilt my face toward his. I love you, he whispers against my lips, and the words hit me like lightning. I love you so damn much it scares me. Then he's kissing me, and any questions I had dissolve into the heat of his mouth on mine. His hands tangle in my hair, holding me to him like I might disappear if he lets go. There's an urgency to the way he touches me that's different from our usual slow burn, more intense, more desperate. Ryan, I breathe when he breaks the kiss to trail his lips down my throat. Come upstairs with me. His voice is rough, almost pleading. Please, I nod, not trusting my voice, and let him pull me to my feet. We leave our wine glasses on the coffee table, climbing the stairs in charged silence. My heart pounds with each step, anticipation, and something deeper building in my chest. In my bedroom, he turns to face me, his hands framing my face like I'm something precious. I need you to know, he says, his thumbs brushing along my cheekbones. I need you to understand how much you mean to me. Before I can respond, he's kissing me again, his mouth hungry and demanding. His hands slide down to the hem of my sweater, pulling it over my head in one smooth motion. The cool air hits my skin, but his touch is everywhere, warming me from the inside out. I reach for his sweater, but he catches my hands, pinning them gently above my head as he backs me toward the bed. Let me, he murmurs against my collarbone. Let me show you. His mouth trails fire down my skin, pausing to worship the sensitive spot where my neck meets my shoulder. I arch into him, my breath coming faster as he lavishes attention on every inch of exposed skin. When his lips find the lace edge of my bra, I gasp, my hands fisting in his hair. God, Whitney. His voice is strained, reverent. You're so beautiful. He takes his time undressing me, his touch gentle but purposeful, like he's memorizing every curve and hollow. When I'm finally bare beneath him, he pulls back to look at me, his eyes dark with desire and something deeper. I love you, he says again like a prayer, like a promise. Then his mouth is on me again, kissing and tasting and driving me toward the edge with single-minded focus. When I tug at his clothes, he helps me strip them away, but his attention never wavers from me, from making sure I know exactly how he feels. When he finally enters me, it's with a reverence that takes my breath away. He moves slowly at first, watching my face, whispering words of love and devotion against my skin. His hands never stop touching me, caressing and holding like he can't bear to break contact. I love you, he repeats over and over. But the words becoming a rhythm that matches the movement of his body against mine. I love you so much. There's something almost frantic in the way he makes love to me, like he's trying to pour every emotion he's ever felt into this moment. His touch is tender but desperate, passionate but almost overwhelming in its intensity. I lose myself in the sensation, in the heat of his body and the weight of his words, until I'm crying out his name and falling apart in his arms. Afterward, we lie tangled together in the darkness, my head on his chest and his arms wrapped around me like a shield. His heart pounds beneath my ear, gradually slowing as we both catch our breath. But something feels different. The desperate edge to his lovemaking, the way he kept telling me he loved me like he was running out of time to say it. It all adds up to a knot of worry in my stomach. Ryan, I trace lazy patterns on his chest, feeling the slight tension in his muscles that belies his calm exterior. My fingertips follow the ridges and valleys of his torso, memorizing every detail. Is everything okay? You seem, I don't know, different tonight. His arms tighten around me almost imperceptibly, and I feel rather than see the way his jaw clenches above my head. The silence stretches between us for a heartbeat too long before he responds. I'm fine. Just grateful, I guess. His voice carries a weight that wasn't there earlier, rougher around the edges. For this, for you and Sam, for getting a second chance I don't deserve. The curse word slips out with more emotion than usual, and I lift my head slightly to study his face in the dim light filtering through the curtains. His blue eyes are focused on the ceiling, avoiding my gaze. And there's a tightness around them that makes my chest constrict with worry. There's something he's not telling me. I can feel it in the careful way he chooses his words, in the deliberate steadiness of his breathing that feels just a little too controlled. The phone call from earlier echoes in my mind, along with the way his entire demeanor shifted afterward. But wrapped in his warmth, feeling the steady rhythm of his heartbeat against my cheek, I let myself believe that whatever storm is brewing, we can weather it together. You deserve this, I whisper against his skin, pressing a soft kiss to his chest. You deserve to be happy. We both do. His hand strokes through my hair, gentle and soothing, fingers threading through the curls with practiced ease, but I swear I feel him tremble slightly, just the faintest tremor that runs through his entire body, like he's fighting to hold something back. Go to sleep, beautiful, he murmurs. We've got a big day tomorrow. I close my eyes and try to let sleep take me, but something keeps me hovering on the edge of consciousness. The way he held me tonight, like he was afraid I might slip away. The intensity in his voice when he told me he loved me. The phone call earlier that left him looking like he'd seen a ghost. Whatever's bothering him, I can only hope he'll trust me enough to share it before it tears apart everything we've built. I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyler.
This isn't just any fake marriage now, is it?
No. You introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl. Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyler. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less, I Love You. New releases every Thursday, now with longer episodes. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylerWalker.com for up to 85% off. Treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 20. Ryan. The town square transforms into something out of a Christmas card. String lights wrap around every lamppost, vendors sell roasted chestnuts from wooden carts, and the massive evergreen tree stands in the center like a sentinel waiting for its moment of glory. The whole scene should feel cheesy as hell, but with Whitney's hand in mine and Sam bouncing between us like a pinball, it feels perfect. "There's Mrs. Patterson!" Sam breaks free from our loose grip and waves frantically at an elderly woman manning a hot chocolate stand. "She promised to save me extra marshmallows!" "Don't run off too far," Whitney calls after him, but she's smiling as she watches him weave through the crowd toward the promised sugar rush. Her hands are shaking from the cold and snowflakes catch in her dark curls like tiny diamonds. She looks beautiful and happy, and the sight of her hits me square in the chest. Christ, I don't want to leave this. The thought hits me with brutal clarity as I watch her laugh at something Sam shouts back to us over the growing crowd. This morning's phone call from Richard sits in my stomach like a lead weight, his words echoing in my head on repeat. "The board wants you back by Friday. No exceptions this time." "Hot chocolate?" Whitney tugs on my arm, pulling me from my spiraling thoughts. "You look like you could use some warming up." I force a smile and follow her to Mrs. Patterson's stand, where Sam is already deep in negotiation over marshmallow quantities. The old woman grins at us as we approach, her weathered hands moving efficiently between thermoses and paper cups. "Well, if it isn't our prodigal son," she says, fixing me with a knowing look. "Whitney here's been glowing like a Christmas light since you came back to town." "Mrs. Patterson," Whitney protests, but there's no real embarrassment in her voice, just affection for the woman who's clearly been part of her life for years. "What? I'm just saying what everyone's thinking." Mrs. Patterson hands me a steaming cup loaded with enough marshmallows to choke a horse. "About time you came to your senses, young man." "Yes, ma'am." The words come out rougher than I intend, weighted with everything I can't say. Too bad I'm about to mess it all up again. We find a spot on one of the benches scattered around the square, close enough to keep an eye on Sam, but far enough from the main crowd to have some semblance of privacy. Whitney settles next to me, her shoulder pressed against mine as we watch our son chat animatedly with a group of kids his age. "He's made so many friends here," she says softly, her breath visible in small puffs. "I was worried when he was growing up that he'd struggle without a father figure around. But these people, they've become our family." Her words slice through me like a blade. Our family. The life she's built here without me. The life Sam deserves. The life I'm about to walk away from again, because I'm too much of a coward to fight for what really matters. The hot chocolate tastes like ash in my mouth. "Whitney." Her name comes out strangled, and she turns to look at me with those dark eyes that see too damn much. "There's something I need to tell you." The change in her expression is immediate, like a curtain dropping. The easy happiness from moments before shifts into something more guarded, more careful. She knows. Somehow, she already knows. "What is it?" I set my cup down on the bench between us, buying myself a few seconds to find words that don't exist. "How do you tell the woman you love that you're about to abandon her again? How do you explain that the corporate ladder you've been climbing for years suddenly feels like a noose around your neck?" "Work called." The words feel like gravel in my throat. "They want me back in New York by Friday." The silence that follows stretches between us like a chasm. Whitney goes completely still beside me, her cup frozen halfway to her lips. In the distance, Sam's laughter rings out clear and joyful, a stark contrast to the way my world is currently imploding. "Friday." Her voice is flat, emotionless. As in, 3 days from now. "Whitney, what about the last few months in Ivy Grove?" She turns to face me fully, and the hurt in her eyes is like a physical blow. "Did that mean nothing to you?" "It meant everything." The words rush out desperate and raw. "You and Sam, this place, it's been the best few months of my life. But I've worked hard to become vice president, and they're not going to wait around while I figure my stuff out." "Figure your stuff out?" Her voice rises slightly, then drops back to a dangerous whisper as she remembers where we are. Is that what this has been to you? Some kind of extended vacation while you figure out what you want? No, that's not... Because I thought we were building something here. She stands abruptly, pacing a few steps away before turning back to me. I thought you were finally ready to be the man Sam needs. The man I... She stops herself, shaking her head. God, I'm such an idiot. The raw pain in her voice guts me. I stand too, reaching for her, but she steps back like my touch might burn her. You are not an idiot. My voice comes out harsher than I intend, frustration bleeding through. This isn't about what I want, Whitney. It's about responsibility, about the career I've spent years building. Responsibility? She lets out a bitter laugh that doesn't reach her eyes. What about your responsibility to your son? To me? Or does that only count when it's convenient for you? The accusation hits home because it's true, and we both know it. I've been living in this bubble for months, pretending I could have both worlds, pretending the choice wouldn't eventually come down to this. I have obligations. So do I. Her voice cracks slightly and she wraps her arms around herself like she's trying to hold the pieces together. So do we. But apparently those don't matter as much as your precious corporate ladder. Around us, the Christmas celebration continues. Kids run through the snow, couples huddle together for warmth, and the tree stands waiting for its moment of illumination. The whole scene feels surreal, like I'm watching it through glass. Whitney, please. I take a step toward her, but she's already backing away, putting more distance between us. Let me explain. There's nothing to explain. Her voice is steady now, but I can see the tears she's fighting to hold back. You made your choice, just like you did 6 years ago. The comparison hits like a sledgehammer to the chest. Because she's right. I'm doing it again, running when things get complicated, choosing the safe option over the unknown. This is different. Is it? She shakes her head and one tear finally escapes, cutting a track down her cheek. Because from where I'm standing, it looks exactly the same. She turns toward where Sam is playing, and for a moment I think she might give me another chance to explain. But when she looks back at me, her expression has shifted into something I recognize from 6 years ago. Walls going up, defenses snapping into place. Sam! She calls out, her voice artificially bright. Time to go, baby. But Mom, the tree lighting hasn't even started yet! Sam's protest carries across the square, and several of his new friends echo their disappointment. We'll watch from the cafe, she says, not looking at me as Sam trudges over with his shoulders slumped in defeat. But Daddy said we could all watch together, Sam says, confusion clear in his young voice as he looks between us. Right? You said we were going to see the tree light up and then get more hot chocolate. The trust in his eyes, the easy way he includes me in his plans, it destroys me. This kid who spent 5 years without a father, who's finally getting used to having me around, and I'm about to disappear on him again. Plans change, buddy. The words taste like poison, but I force them out anyway. Whitney's already walking away, her hand on Sam's shoulder as she guides him toward the edge of the square. She doesn't look back, doesn't give me a chance to say anything else. Just leaves me standing there like the coward I am, watching my family disappear into the crowd. The tree lighting begins without us, the mayor's voice booming across the square as the crowd counts down. When the lights finally blaze to life, illuminating the massive evergreen in a cascade of gold and silver, I'm alone on a bench with cold hot chocolate and the taste of my own failure in my mouth. My phone buzzes with another text from Richard, probably checking on my travel arrangements. I don't even look at it. Instead, I sit there in the snow, watching families celebrate together, and wonder how the hell I managed to mess up the best thing that ever happened to me. Again.
Chapter 21. Whitney. The onions aren't why I'm crying. I stand at the kitchen counter, knife poised over the cutting board, and let the tears fall freely since Sam can't see me from the living room. The sound of his toy cars crashing into imaginary obstacles drifts through the doorway, punctuated by his elaborate sound effects. He has no idea that his world just shifted on its axis again. Christmas dinner. I'd been planning it for weeks, sketching out menus and dreaming of our first real family holiday. Turkey with all the trimmings, Sam's favorite green bean casserole, the gingerbread cookies we'd bake together, Ryan carving the bird while Sam bounced in his chair, eager to dig in. All of us around the table I'd inherited from Mom, the one that's been waiting for a family to fill its empty chairs. The knife slips, nearly catching my finger, and I set it down with shaking hands. The onions can wait. Everything can wait. 3 days. He's leaving in 3 days, just like that. No discussion, no attempt to find another solution. Just work called, and I have obligations and all the same excuses he used 6 years ago when I needed him most. I press my palms against the counter, leaning forward as another wave of grief crashes over me. The worst part isn't even that he's leaving. It's that I let myself believe he'd changed. I let myself plan a future that included him. Let Sam get attached. Let my guard down completely. God, I'm such an idiot. The sound of Sam's laughter from the other room twists the knife deeper. He spent the entire walk home from the square chattering about how he couldn't wait to show Ryan his Christmas list, how they were going to build a snowman in the backyard, how maybe Ryan could help him pick out a present for me. The trust in his voice. The easy way he's accepted Ryan into his world. It breaks my heart all over again. How do I explain to a 5-year-old that Daddy has to go back to his important job? How do I tell him that work matters more than we do? How do I make him understand that sometimes people leave, even when you love them? The carrots blur through my tears as I try to focus on dinner prep. Something normal. Something routine to anchor me while everything else falls apart. But my hands won't stop shaking, and the simple task of making Sam's favorite chicken and vegetables feels impossible. Mommy, can we have mac and cheese instead? Sam appears in the doorway, his hair mussed from playing on the carpet. I'm not really hungry for chicken. I swipe at my eyes quickly, hoping he can't tell I've been crying. Sure, baby. Mac and cheese sounds perfect. He studies my face with those perceptive blue eyes he inherited from his father. Are you sad about something? My heart clenches. Even at 5, he's too intuitive for his own good. Just tired, sweetheart. Why don't you go pick out a movie for after dinner? Can we watch the Christmas one with the reindeer? The funny one? Whatever you want. I force a smile that feels like it might crack my face. Go on. I'll call you when dinner's ready. He bounces away satisfied. And I'm alone with my tears again. The mac and cheese box feels heavy in my hands as I read the instructions I could recite in my sleep. 3 more days of pretending everything's normal. 3 more days of watching Sam light up every time Ryan walks into a room. 3 more days of lying to my son about why his father can't stay. The front door opens and closes, followed by the sound of Nina kicking off her boots in the entryway. She's been working late at the PR firm more often lately, probably trying to give Ryan and me space to work things out. If only she knew how spectacularly that's backfiring. Something smells good in here, she calls out, but her voice changes when she enters the kitchen and sees me. Whit? What happened? I don't answer. Can't answer. The words are stuck somewhere between my chest and my throat, tangled up with all the hurt and anger and disappointment. Instead, I focus on opening the mac and cheese box with trembling fingers. Whitney. Nina's voice is gentler now, the way it gets when she's shifting into protective big sister mode. Talk to me. The box slips from my hands, sending orange powder scattering across the counter. That's all it takes. The careful composure I've been holding on to since the town square crumbles completely. He's leaving. The words come out broken, barely audible. Friday. Work called and he's going back to New York and he didn't even hesitate. Nina doesn't say anything at first, just moves to stand beside me at the counter. I can feel her watching me, probably fighting every instinct she has to launch into an "I told you so" speech, because she did tell me so. She warned me about letting Ryan back in, about trusting him with our hearts again. "I'm sorry," she says finally, and the genuine sympathy in her voice makes me cry harder. I swipe at my cheeks with the back of my hand, leaving mascara streaks on my skin. I actually thought he'd changed, that maybe this time would be different. What did he say exactly? I recount the conversation from the town square, watching Nina's expression grow darker with each detail. By the time I finish, her jaw is set in that way that means she's furious, but trying to control it for my sake. "A real man would fight for his family." Her voice is carefully controlled, but I can hear the anger underneath. If he can't understand that, if his career is more important than you and Sam, then he's not the man you need. The truth of it hits me hard. She's right, and I know she's right, but it hurts all the same, because I wanted him to be that man. I needed him to be that man. I know, my voice cracks on the words. I know you're right, but God, Nina, it hurts so much. She doesn't hesitate, just pulls me into her arms, the way she has since we were kids, and the world felt too big and scary to navigate alone. I collapse against her, letting 6 years of buried grief pour out of me. All the nights I spent wondering if I'd made the right choice keeping Sam, all the times I watched other families and felt that hollow ache in my chest. All the moments I convinced myself we were better off without him. "I've got you," Nina murmurs, one hand stroking my hair while the other holds me steady. "I've got you, and it's going to be okay." But it doesn't feel like it's going to be okay. It feels like I'm drowning all over again, like that scared 19-year-old girl who found out she was pregnant and alone. Except this time, Sam will be the one left wondering why he wasn't enough to make his father stay. What am I going to tell him? I pull back enough to look at Nina's face, searching for answers I know she doesn't have. How do I explain to a 5-year-old that Daddy's leaving again? Nina's expression hardens. You tell him the truth, that some people aren't strong enough to stick around when things get real, and that it has nothing to do with how wonderful and lovable he is. More tears spill over, and she pulls me close again, letting me soak her sweater with my grief. In the living room, Sam starts humming along to whatever movie he's picked out, blissfully unaware that his Christmas plans are crumbling in the kitchen. I really thought this time would be different. I whisper against Nina's shoulder. I know you did. Her voice is soft but firm. And that's not your fault. You saw the man you wanted him to be, the man he could be if he chose to be. But he's showing you who he really is, Whit. Believe him.
Chapter 22. Ryan. The flight confirmation email glows on my phone screen like a death sentence. Delta 4387 departing Ivy Grove Regional Friday at 6:45 a.m. Arriving LaGuardia at 9:15 a.m. One way. Back to my corner office, back to conference calls and quarterly reports, and a life that suddenly feels hollow as hell. I toss the phone onto my old desk and lean back in the chair that used to fit me perfectly when I was 17. Now my knees bump against the bottom drawer, and the whole thing creaks under my weight. Everything in this room is a shrine to who I used to be. High school baseball trophies lined up on the dresser, a Cornell pennant still tacked to the wall, textbooks from my business degree stacked in the corner like monuments to ambition. The irony isn't lost on me. I spent years fighting to get out of this room, this town, this life that felt too small for my dreams. Now I'd give anything to stay. My laptop sits open on the twin bed, my company's logo spinning endlessly as it loads the latest quarterly projections. The numbers that used to excite me, used to drive me to work 18-hour days and skip meals and miss birthdays, now look like meaningless digital hieroglyphs. What's the point of building an empire if you're ruling over it alone? A soft knock interrupts my brooding. Ryan? Can I come in? Yeah, Mom. I close the laptop and try to arrange my face into something less pathetic than the train wreck I feel like. She enters with that careful expression she's perfected over the years with my absence, the one that says she wants to help, but isn't sure if her adult son wants mothering. Her graying hair is pulled back in the same practical ponytail she's worn for decades, and flour dusts the front of her apron. The smell of her famous pot roast follows her into the room, making my chest tight with childhood memories. Dinner will be ready in an hour. She settles onto the edge of the bed, her weight making the old mattress springs protest. You've been up here for 3 hours. I thought maybe you could use some company. I gesture at my phone with its damning flight information. Just taking care of some business. Her eyes flick to the screen, and I watch her face carefully neutral expression falter slightly. Friday morning? Yeah. The word comes out rougher than I intended. Boss needs me back. Big deal in the works. She nods slowly, but I can see the questions in her eyes. The same questions that have been eating at me since I made the call to confirm my return. How did Whitney take the news? About as well as you'd expect. I scrub my hands through my hair, feeling every one of my 29 years weighing on my shoulders. She didn't exactly throw a parade. And Sam? Damn. Just hearing his name makes my chest constrict. I haven't told him yet. Mom's eyebrows rise slightly, but she doesn't push. She's learned over the years when to let me work through my own and when to intervene. Right now, she's clearly calculating which approach to take. You know, she says finally, when your father got the offer to move to Chicago when you were Sam's age, it nearly tore us apart. I look up, surprised. This is the first I've heard of any Chicago offer. What happened? The company he was working for wanted to promote him to regional manager. Big raise, corner office, all the things we thought we wanted. She smooths the comforter with her hands, a nervous habit I remember from childhood. We spent weeks fighting about it. He wanted to take the opportunity, and I wanted to stay close to my family. But you never moved. No. Her smile is soft but tinged with something that might be regret. He turned it down. Said a job wasn't worth losing his family over. The parallel hits me like a freight train. Do you ever wonder what would have happened if he'd taken it? Sometimes. She meets my eyes directly, no sugarcoating. But I know what did happen. We built a life here together. We raised you in a community that loved you. Your father had a good career. Maybe not as flashy as Chicago would have been, but fulfilling. I worked so hard for this job, Mom. The confession tumbles out before I can stop it. 80-hour weeks, missed holidays, relationships that never got off the ground because I was always at the office. This promotion, this position, it's everything I thought I wanted. But what's the point of having everything if you're alone at the top? I lean forward, elbows on my knees, and stare at the worn carpet. Whitney and Sam. They're my whole world. When I'm with them, when I see Sam laugh or watch Whitney smile, that's when I feel like the man I'm supposed to be. Not when I'm closing deals or impressing executives. Mom reaches over and squeezes my shoulder, her touch grounding me in a way that surprises me. So, what's really keeping you from staying? Fear, I guess. The admission tastes bitter. What if I give up everything I've worked for and it's not enough? What if I can't make it work here? What if I resent them for holding me back? And what if you leave and spend the rest of your life wondering what could have been? Her voice is gentle but unflinching. What if you wake up in 20 years with all the success you could want and realize you're miserable? I think about my apartment in Manhattan. Sleek, modern, expensive, and cold as a tomb. I think about the restaurants I eat at alone, the Broadway shows I attend by myself, the weekends spent working because there's nothing else to fill the time. I think about the hollow feeling that's been growing in my chest for months, the sense that I'm achieving everything and experiencing nothing. Then I think about this morning at the town square, Sam's hand in mine as he pointed out all his favorite decorations, The way Whitney's face lit up when she talked about her plans for the cafe. The feeling of belonging somewhere, of being part of something bigger than quarterly earnings and stock options. I don't know how to reconcile it, I admit. My career, my life in New York. It's all I've ever known. How do I walk away from that? Maybe the question isn't how you walk away, Mom says, standing and smoothing down her apron. Maybe it's how you walk towards something better. She heads for the door, then pauses with her hand on the frame. Your father always says that success isn't about how much you achieve. It's about how much joy you find in the achieving. Think about where your joy really lives, Ryan. The door closes with a soft click, leaving me alone with her words and the weight of the decision ahead of me. I pick up my phone and stare at the flight confirmation again, but this time it doesn't feel like a death sentence. It feels like a choice. A choice between the life I planned and the life I never knew I wanted. A choice between success and happiness. A choice between proving myself to strangers and being present for the people who actually matter. I think about Sam's face when I tell him I'm leaving, the way his excitement will crumble into confusion and hurt. I think about Whitney, who's already been abandoned once by the man who was supposed to love her. I think about building something real instead of just profitable, about waking up next to the woman I love instead of another empty hotel room. The laptop screen has gone dark, my phone sits silent, and for the first time in years, I'm not thinking about tomorrow's meetings or next quarter's projections. I'm thinking about Christmas morning with my son, about lazy Sunday mornings with Whitney, about building a life that matters instead of just a career that impresses. The pot roast smells incredible, and my parents are waiting downstairs, probably hoping I'll figure out what she's trying to tell me, what I'm trying to tell myself. Maybe it's time to stop running towards something that feels important and start running towards something that actually is.
Chapter 23. Whitney. The Christmas market buzzes with families bundled in scarves and mittens, their laughter mixing with the jingle of sleigh bells and the distant sound of carolers. Twinkling lights wrap around every booth, casting everything in a warm golden glow that should feel magical. Should being the operative phrase. I adjust Sam's dinosaur hat for the third time as he tugs on my coat sleeve, his bright eyes scanning the crowd with increasing confusion. Mama, where's Daddy? He said he'd come to the Christmas thing with us. My chest constricts like someone's wrapped barbed wire around my ribs. I've been dreading this question all afternoon, hoping Sam would get distracted by the hot chocolate booth or the petting zoo long enough for me to figure out what the hell to say. He had to go back home, baby. The words taste like ash in my mouth. Sam's face scrunches up in that way that means he's processing something he doesn't understand. But I thought this was his home. He grew up here, right? You said so. Well, yes, but I crouched down to his level, my knees hitting the cold pavement through my jeans. His blue eyes, so much like Ryan's it makes my heart ache, search my face for answers I don't know how to give. His real home is in New York now, where his job is. But it's Christmas. His voice gets smaller, more uncertain. We were gonna spend it like a family. He promised we'd make cookies and watch movies, and he'd help me build the Lego castle Santa's bringing. The hope in his voice nearly destroys me. I reach out and smooth his curls, trying to keep my own voice steady even though I feel like I'm shattering from the inside out. I know, sweetheart. But sometimes work is more important to some people. Sometimes people choose their jobs over their families. The words come out harsher than I intended, bitter with my own hurt. Sam's face crumples, and I immediately want to take it back, to soften the blow somehow. But how do you explain to a 5-year-old that the man he's started thinking of as a father figure has decided a corner office matters more than Christmas morning hugs? Did I do something wrong? Sam's voice wobbles, and tears start pooling in his eyes. Is that why he left? Oh, baby, no. I pull him against me, his small body warm and solid in my arms. You didn't do anything wrong. You're perfect, Sam. This isn't about you. But even as I say it, I'm battling my own demons, the voice in my head that whispers maybe it is about me. Maybe I'm not enough to make someone stay. Maybe the cafe, the small town life, our little family. Maybe none of it is worth giving up a high-powered career for. But why doesn't he want to be with us? Sam pulls back, his cheeks red from the cold and damp with tears. I thought he liked us. The question hits me like a physical blow. Because I don't have a good answer. Because I thought he liked us too. Because for a few beautiful, stupid weeks, I let myself believe that maybe this time would be different. Look at me, baby. I tip his chin up with my finger, forcing myself to smile even though I feel like howling. Ryan does like us. But grown-ups make complicated decisions sometimes. And those decisions don't always make sense to kids. Or to other grown-ups for that matter. Sam sniffles and wipes his nose on his mitten. Will he come back? The hope in his voice breaks something fundamental inside me. Because I want to say yes. Want to promise that Ryan will realize what he's walking away from. And come back. But I've learned the hard way that promises like that are just pretty lies wrapped in good intentions. I don't know, sweetheart. But you know what I do know? What? That you and I are going to have the most amazing Christmas ever. Just the two of us. We've got each other, and that's pretty special, don't you think? Sam considers this. His 5-year-old brain working through concepts too big for someone his age to fully grasp. Finally, he nods, though his enthusiasm feels forced. Yeah, we're pretty good at Christmas, aren't we? The absolute best. I stand and take his mittened hand in mine. Now how about we go get some of that hot chocolate with the marshmallows shaped like snowmen? And I think I saw a face painting booth over by the church. His face brightens slightly. The resilience of childhood already working to patch over the hurt. Can I get a snowflake painted on my cheek? You can get whatever you want, baby. We make our way through the market. Sam's excitement gradually building as he spots the various booths and activities, but I catch him looking over his shoulder a few times, scanning the crowd like he's still hoping Ryan might appear. Each time he does it, another piece of my heart chips off. The hot chocolate stand is run by Mrs. Pan from the library, her cheeks red from the cold and her smile as warm as the drink she's serving. Sam orders his with the extra marshmallows, and I get mine with a shot of peppermint that burns away some of the bitterness coating my throat. How are you holding up, dear? Mrs. Pan asks quietly, while Sam's distracted by the snowman marshmallows bobbing in his cup. Just peachy. The sarcasm leaks through, despite my best efforts to keep things light. She gives me a knowing look. In a town this size, gossip travels faster than Christmas magic. And I'm sure half of Ivy Grove already knows that Ryan Blake made his grand exit this morning. Men can be fools, she says simply, then hands Sam a candy cane. But little boys like this one have a way of healing hearts, don't they? I watch Sam carefully extract each marshmallow with his spoon, his tongue poking out in concentration. The sight makes my chest warm despite everything else falling apart around me. Yeah, they do. We spend the next hour wandering from booth to booth. Sam gets his snowflake face painting, and we listen to the high school choir sing carols near the gazebo. The snow starts falling around 4 o'clock, fat flakes that catch in his curls and dust the shoulders of my coat. Look, Mama, real snow. Sam spins in a circle, his arms outstretched to catch the flakes on his tongue. It's like magic. And for a moment, watching him dance in the falling snow with chocolate on his chin and paint on his cheek, it really does feel like magic. The kind of simple, pure joy that makes all the complicated adult stuff fade into background noise. But then he stops spinning and looks up at me with those too perceptive blue eyes. I bet Daddy would like the snow. He told me he misses Ivy Grove winters. The comment hits me like a sucker punch, reminding me that Sam isn't just going to forget about Ryan overnight. The man has woven himself into our lives, into Sam's hopes for what a family could look like, and now I'm left to help my son understand why some people walk away from love. Maybe he does miss them, I say carefully, pulling him close as the snow continues to fall around us. But missing something and choosing to stay for it are different things, baby. Sam leans against my side, his small hand slipping into mine. Do you miss him too, Mama? The question catches me off guard with its simplicity and devastating accuracy. Because yes, I miss him. I miss his laugh, his terrible dad jokes, the way he looked at Sam like he'd found something precious he never knew he'd lost. I miss the way he kissed me like I was worth staying for, the way he made me believe, just for a little while, that I could be enough. Yeah, sweetheart, I miss him too. But we're still gonna have a good Christmas? The best Christmas, I promise. And this time, I mean it. Because Ryan Blake might have chosen his career over us, but Sam and I have built something beautiful together. We don't need anyone else to make our holidays special. Even if it feels like there's a Ryan-shaped hole in the middle of all our traditions now. The snow keeps falling, dusting the market in pristine white, and Sam's excitement is infectious despite the ache in my chest. We are enough, I remind myself. We've always been enough. But as I watch my son catch snowflakes on his tongue, I can't help but think about how much better this moment would be if Ryan were here to see it too.
Chapter 24. Ryan. The wheels of my suitcase scrape against the polished floor of Ivy Grove Regional Airport, each rotation another step away from everything that started to matter. The terminal's small and cheerful, decorated with garlands and twinkling lights that mock the hollow ache in my chest. Christmas music plays softly overhead, some saccharine version of "I'll be home for Christmas" that makes my jaw clench. Home. What a joke. I stop at the departure board and stare at my flight information. Gate 3. Boarding in 45 minutes. New York LaGuardia. Daddy, look! A real airplane! The excited voice cuts through my brooding, and I turn to see a little girl pressed against the window, her breath fogging the glass as she points at the single plane visible on the tarmac. Her father crouches beside her, pointing out the wings and explaining how planes fly. The kid can't be much older than Sam. When I grow up, I'm going to be a pilot, she announces, and her dad ruffles her hair. You can be anything you want, sweetheart. Anything at all. The simple exchange hits me like a punch to the gut. Because when was the last time I had a conversation like that with Sam? When was the last time I told him he could be anything he wanted? A week ago, when he said he wanted to be a dinosaur scientist like in his favorite show. I'd laughed and told him that paleontology was a real field, that he could absolutely study dinosaurs if he wanted to. The way his face lit up, like I just handed him the keys to the universe. I drag my suitcase toward the security checkpoint, but my feet feel like they're moving through concrete. Around me, families navigate the terminal with the easy chaos of people who belong together. A dad carries a toddler on his shoulders while mom pushes a stroller. Another father helps his teenage son with his backpack, probably heading to visit grandparents for the holidays. These men chose to be here. They chose their families over whatever else was pulling them away. They made the decision to put their kids first, to be present for the small moments that add up to everything. The realization sits heavy in my chest, like a weight I can't shake. My phone buzzes against my leg, the vibration cutting through my thoughts. Richard's name flashes across the screen, and my stomach drops to somewhere around my ankle. This can't be good. Ryan, good. You're probably at the airport by now. His voice booms through the speaker, all business and barely contained excitement. I just heard from Yamamoto's team. They want to move the presentation up to tomorrow afternoon. Can you believe our luck? This deal is going to close before New Year's, exactly like we planned. I stop walking so abruptly that a businessman behind me nearly clips my shoulder with his carry-on. A family streams around me like I'm a rock in a river, the parents each holding a child's hand as they head toward baggage claim. The mom is laughing at something the dad said, her head thrown back with genuine joy, and both kids are chattering excitedly about seeing their grandparents for the holidays. The little girl has a stuffed elephant tucked under her free arm, and the boy keeps jumping up to try to see over the crowd. They look like they belong together, like this is exactly where they're supposed to be. Ryan, you there? Yeah, I'm here. Great. So you'll need to hit the ground running when you land. I've already had legal prep the final contracts. This is it, Ryan. And you get an $100,000 bonus just like we discussed. Lucky you, Mr. Vice President. Vice President. The title I've wanted since I started at Sterling. The corner office, the 7-figure salary, the respect that comes with being Richard's right hand. Everything I thought I wanted. The flight's boarding soon, I hear myself say, but the words feel disconnected from my body. Perfect. Oh, and Ryan, great work on this. You've really proven yourself with this acquisition. I knew I could count on you to prioritize what matters. The line goes dead, and I stare at my phone. Prioritize what matters. A young dad walks past me, his son, maybe 6 or 7, riding piggyback and giggling as his father makes airplane noises. The kid's arms are spread wide like wings, completely trusting that his dad won't let him fall. When Sam rode on my shoulders last week during our walk through downtown Ivy Grove, he'd done the same thing. Arms spread wide, head thrown back, laughing like he was flying. Like being with me was the best adventure in the world. Will you teach me to throw a football? He'd asked when I set him down. Like a real quarterback? Absolutely. We'll practice until you can throw a perfect spiral. Promise? Promise. But I'm about to break that promise. I'm about to break every promise I've made to that kid, all for a promotion and a paycheck that won't hug me goodnight or ask me to read one more story. My chest tightens as I think about Whitney this morning, the way she held herself so carefully when I said goodbye. No tears, no dramatics, just that controlled composure that meant she was protecting herself from getting hurt again. The same look she had 6 years ago when I chose my new job over staying here with her. She's not going to wait for me this time. Why would she? I've already proven twice that I'll choose my career over her. Over them. Some other guy is going to come along. Someone who recognizes what a miracle it is to have Whitney's love and Sam's trust. Someone who won't hesitate to choose them over everything else. Someone who deserves them. The thought makes me want to put my fist through the nearest wall. Now, boarding flight 447 to LaGuardia. All passengers, please have your boarding pass and identification ready. My flight. The plane that's going to take me back to my sterile apartment and my corner cubicle and a life that suddenly feels emptier than this small-town airport at 6 in the evening. I pull out my phone and scroll to Richard's number. My finger hovers over the call button for a long moment, my heart hammering against my ribs. Vice President, 7 figures, everything I've worked for. But what's the point of success if you're succeeding alone? I hit call. Ryan, did you forget something? Richard, I need to talk to you. Make it quick. I'm heading into dinner with the Yamamoto executives. Here goes nothing. Or everything, depending on how you look at it. I'm not coming back. Silence. Then, what did you say? I'm not getting on the plane. I'm resigning from my position as VP candidate, effective immediately. Ryan, what the hell are you talking about? This is the biggest deal of your career, of our company's year. You can't just... I can, and I am. You'll have to handle Yamamoto without me. Are you having some kind of breakdown? Because if you need a few days to clear your head, I'm thinking clearly for the first time in years. I look around the terminal again, at all the families heading home for Christmas, at the life I want to be part of instead of the one I've been chasing. I'm staying in Ivy Grove. For what? Some woman? For my family. The words come out with more conviction than I've felt about anything in years. Because that's what Whitney and Sam are, aren't they? My family. The people who matter more than boardrooms and bonuses and titles that look impressive on business cards. Ryan, think about what you're throwing away. Vice President at 29, the youngest in company history. Your future. My future is here, Richard, with them. This is insanity. You're making the biggest mistake of your professional life. Maybe. But staying away from Sam and Whitney, that would be the biggest mistake of my actual life. I'll send my formal resignation letter tomorrow. Good luck with Yamamoto. I hang up before he can argue further and immediately power down my phone. The boarding announcement echoes through the terminal again, more urgent this time. Final boarding call. I watch the last few passengers hurry toward the gate, dragging their wheeled suitcase behind them with urgency etched on their faces. Business travelers in expensive suits and polished shoes, clutching their boarding passes like lifelines. Heading back to their important meetings and crucial deals, their corner offices and conference rooms that smell like ambition and coffee. Not me. Not anymore. I grab the telescoping handle of my black leather suitcase, the same one I've carried to dozens of cities for deals that seemed so important at the time, and turn away from Gate B7. Away from the plane that would take me back to New York, back to Richard's expectations and the promotion that suddenly feels as empty as the promises I made to Whitney 6 years ago. Walking back toward the terminal exit, I pass families reuniting at baggage claim, couples embracing after long separations, kids running into their parents' arms. Real life happening all around me while I've been chasing shadows in boardrooms. With each step away from that gate, the crushing weight in my chest gets lighter. The suffocating pressure that's been building since I walked out of Whitney's cafe starts to ease. By the time I push through the automatic glass doors into the cold December air, I'm almost smiling. Hell, I might actually be grinning like an idiot. The snow is falling harder now, fat white flakes that drift down like confetti, dusting the parking lot and coating my rental car. Everything looks clean and new under the blanket of white, like a fresh start, like forgiveness made visible. The cold bites at my face, but it feels good. Real. More real than the recycled air and fluorescent lights I've been breathing for the past 5 years. Now I just need to figure out how the hell to win back the family I was stupid enough to almost walk away from. Again.
Chapter 25. Whitney. The kitchen smells like cinnamon and vanilla, a combination that always makes Christmas morning feel magical. I flip another pancake on the griddle, watching the bubbles form perfect circles before they pop. Steam rises from the hot chocolate I made from scratch. Real cocoa powder, not the packet stuff. And the sugar cookies Nina helped me bake last night sit cooling on wire racks, their icing still slightly soft. "Mommy, look what Santa brought me." Sam's voice carries from the living room, high-pitched with excitement. He's been up since 5:30, which means I've been up since 5:30, but his joy is infectious enough that I don't mind the early start. "Bring it here so I can see properly," I call back, adding another pancake to the growing stack. Sam rockets into the kitchen, clutching a remote-controlled dinosaur that's nearly half his size. The thing is impressive, green and silver, with LED eyes that flash when he presses buttons on the controller. His pajamas are already wrinkled from rolling around under the Christmas tree, and his curls stick up at odd angles. "It roars and everything. Listen," he demonstrates with unbridled glee, pressing a series of buttons in rapid succession. The electronic bellow that emerges from the dinosaur's speakers is surprisingly realistic, and loud enough to make me jump backward, nearly dropping my spatula in the process. "Jesus, Sam, that thing's got some serious volume," I laugh, steadying myself against the counter. The roar echoes through our small kitchen, probably rattling the windows of Mrs. Nancy's home next door. "That's amazing, baby. Absolutely incredible. But maybe save the roaring demonstrations for after breakfast. We don't want to wake the whole neighborhood on Christmas morning. Some people might still be sleeping." Sam's eyes go wide with concern. "Do you think I woke up Mrs. Nancy? She gave me those chocolate chip cookies last week." "I'm sure she's fine, sweetheart. But let's keep Rex on silent mode until we're outside, okay? Can I bring Rex to see the Christmas parade later? And the ice skating thing downtown? And the cookie decorating contest at the community center? Please, please, please. Each question tumbles out faster than the last, his excitement building with every word. I ruffle his sleep-mussed curls, warmth spreading through my chest like hot chocolate on a cold morning. His enthusiasm is absolutely infectious, and watching him bounce from foot to foot with pure Christmas joy makes every early morning and late night worth it. We can do all of that, monkey. Every single thing on your Christmas list. The whole day is ours. Promise? Even if it gets really cold? Even if there's a long line for ice skating? Cross my heart and hope to die. I make an exaggerated X over my chest with my finger, the same gesture my mom used to make when I was his age. Nina appears in the doorway, still in her silk robe, but somehow managing to look put together even at 7 a.m. She's carrying Sam's new art supplies, a deluxe set with colored pencils, markers, and a pad of thick paper that cost more than I usually spend on groceries. "Someone left these by the coffee table," she says, setting them on the counter, along with about 6 other gifts that apparently couldn't wait until after breakfast. Sam bounces on his toes. "Aunt Nina, did you see Rex? He's got 17 different sound effects." 17? That's very specific. Nina catches my eye and grins. "And very loud." I plate the last of the pancakes and carry everything to our small dining table. The surface is already crowded with hot chocolate mugs, a pitcher of syrup, butter, and the plate of sugar cookies that Sam insisted we needed for breakfast because it's Christmas and cookies are breakfast food on Christmas. Hard to argue with that logic. "All right, cutie, put Rex down and come eat. The parade doesn't start until 10, so we have plenty of time." Sam sets his dinosaur carefully on the counter, treating it like precious cargo, then scrambles into his chair. Nina takes her usual spot across from him, and I settle between them, feeling that particular warmth that comes from being surrounded by family on Christmas morning. "These smell incredible," Nina says, cutting into her stack. "I swear you could open a breakfast restaurant and make a fortune." "One business is enough for me right now, thanks." I watch Sam drown his pancakes in syrup, creating a sticky lake on his plate. "Besides, I like cooking for people I love. It's different when it's family." Sam takes a massive bite, syrup coating his chin. "Mommy makes the best everything. Even better than the fancy restaurant we went to that one time." "That's because love is the secret ingredient," Nina says, but she's smiling when she says it, not mocking. Corny, but true. We settle into comfortable breakfast conversation. Sam chattering about all the Christmas activities planned for today, while Nina and I make mental notes about timing and logistics. The downtown Christmas festival starts at 9 with hot cider and caroling by the fountain. Then the parade at 10, followed by ice skating at the community center and cookie decorating at the library. And after the ice skating, can we go see if Mr. Hawkins has any new puppies at the pet store? Sam asks around another bite of pancake. "We can look, but we're not bringing home any puppies today," I warn. "Santa already brought you enough presents to keep you busy for months." "I know, but looking is fun too. Maybe Rex wants to meet some real animals." The simple happiness in his voice makes my heart squeeze. This is what I wanted for him. Memories of Christmas mornings filled with laughter and sticky syrup, and the kind of joy that comes from being completely, unconditionally loved. The kind of Christmas I dreamed about when I was pregnant and scared, and planning our future alone. Nina reaches across the table to wipe syrup from Sam's cheek with her napkin, her movements gentle despite the early hour. "We'll make sure you see everything on your list, little man. It's Christmas after all." "The best Christmas ever," Sam declares, with the absolute certainty that only 5-year-olds possess, then takes a long, enthusiastic sip of hot chocolate that leaves a thick mustache of whipped cream clinging to his upper lip. He grins at us through the cream, completely unaware of how adorable he looks. I'm reaching for another napkin to clean him up when 3 sharp, Deliberate knocks echo from the front door. The sound cuts through our cozy breakfast bubble like a knife. We all freeze mid-motion. Nina's hand hovers over Sam's face. My fingers pause around the napkin dispenser, and Sam stops chewing his pancake to stare toward the hallway. It's 7:30 on Christmas morning. 7:30. Who the hell visits at 7:30 on Christmas morning? Normal people are either still in bed or opening presents with their families, not knocking on random doors. Expecting someone? Nina asks, her eyebrows climbing toward her hairline. There's already a note of suspicion creeping into her voice, that protective edge that surfaces whenever something feels off. No, maybe it's Mrs. Chen with those cookies she mentioned, but even as the words leave my mouth, I know that's not right. Mrs. Chen wouldn't knock this early. She's more considerate than that, and she'd use the back door anyway, the way neighbors do when they're dropping off homemade treats. The silence stretches for a beat, all of us listening, waiting. Another series of knocks, more insistent this time. I'll get it. I push back from the table, syrup still sticky on my fingers. Keep eating, both of you. Sam nods, already back to working on his pancakes, but Nina's watching me with that expression she gets when her protective instincts kick in, like she's ready to intervene if needed. I pad to the front door in my Christmas pajamas, red flannel covered in tiny snowflakes that Sam picked out because they matched the real snow outside. Through the frosted glass, I can make out a tall figure on my front porch, but the distortion makes it impossible to tell who. The locks take longer than usual because my hands are shaking slightly. Not from fear, but from something else. Some instinct that's making my pulse quicken and my stomach flutter with anticipation. I turn the deadbolt and pull open the door. Ryan stands on my porch. Ryan, who should be 30,000 feet in the air right now, heading back to New York and his promotion and his life that doesn't include us. Ryan, covered in snow like he's been standing out here for a while, his dark hair dusted white and his cheeks red from the cold. Ryan, looking at me like I'm the only thing in the world that matters. For a moment, neither of us speaks. I just stare at him, my brain struggling to process what I'm seeing. He's wearing the same clothes from yesterday, dark jeans and a button-down shirt under his wool coat, but something fundamental has changed. There's a different energy around him, something lighter and more determined at the same time. "Hi," he says finally, his breath forming clouds in the frigid air. "Hi." My voice comes out smaller than I intended. "You're supposed to be on a plane." "I didn't get on it." The words hit me like a physical blow. Not painful exactly, but shocking enough that I have to grip the doorframe to steady myself. "What do you mean you didn't get on it?" "I mean I walked away from the gate. Told Richard to handle Yamamoto without me. His blue eyes are intense. Focused completely on my face. I resigned from my position as VP, effective immediately." The world seems to tilt slightly. "You resigned?" "To stay here, permanently, in Ivy Grove." Behind me, I hear Nina's chair scrape against the floor, followed by her footsteps approaching the entryway. But I can't look away from Ryan, can't process anything beyond the impossible fact that he's standing here instead of flying back to his old life. "Mommy, who's at the door?" Sam's voice carries from the dining room, followed by the sound of his feet hitting the floor. Ryan's expression shifts when he hears Sam, softening in a way that makes my chest tight. "Can I come in? I know it's early and it's Christmas morning, but I needed you to know. I needed you both to know that I chose you. This time, I chose you."
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Tyler Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promise to sweep you off your feet.
And the best part?
Get 90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $99.99, you'll get over 800 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But you won't find this deal for 100 audiobooks for less than $1 each anywhere else.
90 cents per book for all the dirty fun I can handle? How could I say no to that?
Visit TylerWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life
With Miss Tyler.
Chapter 26. Ryan. The look on Whitney's face when she sees me standing here makes every difficult decision of the last 12 hours worth it. Shock, confusion, and something that might be hope flicker across her features like sunlight through winter clouds. Can I come in? I know it's early and it's Christmas morning, but I needed you to know. I needed you both to know that I chose you. This time, I chose you. Before Whitney can respond, I hear rapid footsteps pounding down the hallway. Sam appears beside his mother, still in his Christmas pajamas, his eyes wide with disbelief. Daddy! The word explodes from him like he's been holding it back for years. Daddy, you came back! He launches himself at me without hesitation, his small body colliding with my legs in a hug that nearly knocks me backward off the porch. The impact sends snow cascading from my shoulders, but I don't care. I crouch down immediately, gathering him into my arms properly, feeling the solid warmth of my son against my chest. Hey, buddy. My voice cracks slightly. The weight of him, the way he clings to me like I might disappear again, makes my throat tight with emotion. Yeah, I came back. Are you staying for Christmas? Can you see all my presents? I got a dinosaur that roars and art supplies and everything. The words tumble out of him in a rush, his face pressed against my shoulder. I'm staying for Christmas, Sam. I'm staying for everything. I pull back just enough to look into his bright blue eyes, those eyes that are exactly like mine. I'm never leaving again. I promise. The weight of that promise settles over me like armor. Not a burden, but protection. A commitment that feels more solid than any contract I've ever signed, any deal I've ever closed. Whitney steps aside, wordless, and I follow Sam into the warm, cinnamon-scented house that already feels more like home than my Manhattan penthouse ever did. Nina appears in the hallway behind Whitney, her expression unreadable but watchful. Sam grabs my hand, tugging me toward the living room with the boundless energy of a 5-year-old on Christmas morning. Come see everything Santa brought me. The living room looks like a toy store exploded. Wrapping paper covers every surface, bright ribbons trail across the carpet, and gifts are scattered in a glorious chaos that speaks to hours of excited unwrapping. Sam releases my hand and dives into the pile, emerging with the remote-controlled dinosaur Whitney mentioned. This is Rex. He's got 17 different sounds and his eyes light up when he walks. Sam demonstrates with enthusiasm, pressing buttons on the controller. The mechanical roar that emerges is impressively loud, making me grin despite the surreal nature of this entire morning. That's incredible, buddy. Absolutely incredible. I settle onto the edge of the sofa, watching him navigate Rex through an obstacle course of torn wrapping paper. The simple joy on his face, the way he keeps glancing at me to make sure I'm watching, hits me harder than any board meeting ever has. Whitney hovers near the archway to the dining room, Nina beside her. Both women are studying me with the intensity of scientists examining an unexpected specimen. I can practically feel their questions hanging in the air. "So," Nina says finally, her arms crossed over her silk robe. "You missed your flight." "I didn't miss it. I chose not to get on it." I lean forward, resting my elbows on my knees. The weight of their stares is substantial, but I've made my decision. No backing down now. I was sitting at the gate, boarding pass in hand, thinking about the Yamamoto deal and the promotion and everything I'd worked for. Sam moves closer with his art supplies, spreading colored pencils across the coffee table while Rex stands guard nearby. He's listening, but pretending not to, the way kids do when they sense something important is happening. "And?" Whitney's voice is carefully neutral, but I catch the tremor underneath. And I realized I was about to make the biggest mistake of my life. The curse slips out before I can catch it, but Sam doesn't seem to notice, too absorbed in selecting the perfect shade of green for whatever he's drawing. "Sorry, the biggest mistake of my life." Nina raises an eyebrow. "Your career is a mistake. My career without them is a mistake." I gesture toward Whitney and Sam, the words coming easier now that I've started. I've spent 6 years building something that looks impressive on paper but feels hollow as hell when I'm living it. Corner office, 7-figure salary, more deals closed than I can count. And for what? To come home to an empty apartment and eat takeout alone while I prep for the next meeting? Whitney moves closer, perching on the arm of the sofa, but still maintaining distance. Close enough to hear every word, far enough to run if needed. I can find another job, another career, whatever the hell I need to do. There are companies in here. Hell, I'll start my own consulting firm if I have to. The conviction in my voice surprises even me, but it's true. Every word of it. All the money in the world isn't worth giving up my family over. Sam looks up from his drawing, colored pencil poised in midair. "You're staying here? Really, really? Really, really?" I reach over to ruffle his curls, marveling at how soft they are, how perfectly they frame his face. "Wild horses couldn't drag me away from you and your mom." Whitney's breath catches audibly. When I look at her, there are tears gathering in her dark eyes, but she's smiling too. That radiant smile that's haunted my dreams for 6 years. She slides off the sofa arm and closes the distance between us in 2 quick steps, her arms coming around my neck in a hug that feels like coming home, like everything I didn't know I was missing. "I can't believe you're here," she whispers against my ear, her voice thick with emotion. "I can't believe you chose us." "Always," I murmur back, my arms tightening around her waist. She smells like vanilla and cinnamon and something uniquely Whitney that makes my chest ache with how much I've missed her. "It should have always been you." Nina clears her throat from across the room. When we break apart, she's watching us with an expression I can't quite read. "I have to admit, Blake, you proved me wrong." Her tone is grudging but not unkind. "I was sure you'd abandon Whitney again. Figured you'd get back to New York and remember why your career mattered more than some small-town life." The accusation in her words stings because it's fair. It's exactly what I would have done 6 years ago, maybe even what I would have done yesterday morning. "I don't blame you for thinking that," I tell her honestly. "I've given you plenty of reasons not to trust me, but I'm not that guy anymore. Or maybe I am that guy, but now I know what matters." "And what matters?" Nina asks, her protective sister instincts still on high alert. "This." I gesture to the chaos of Christmas morning around us, to Sam carefully adding details to his drawing, to Whitney still close enough that I can feel her warmth. This matters. Being here when Sam loses his first tooth or has a nightmare, or wants to show someone his new dinosaur. Being the man Whitney can count on instead of the one who runs when things get complicated. Whitney reaches for my hand, lacing our fingers together. The simple contact sends electricity up my arm, the same spark that's been there since we were teenagers, but stronger now. More certain. "I'm hopelessly in love with you, Whitney," I say, looking directly into her eyes so she can see the truth there. "I have been since we were young, and I will be until the day I die. I know I've made more mistakes than any reasonable person should forgive, but I'm hoping you'll give me one more chance to get it right." Her answer comes in the form of her lips against mine, soft and warm and tasting like hot chocolate and forgiveness. The kiss is gentle at first, tentative, like she's testing whether this is real. Then her free hand tangles in my hair and she deepens it, and I know with absolute certainty that I'm exactly where I belong. When we break apart, Sam is grinning at us from the floor, his drawing forgotten. "Does this mean you're my daddy for real now?" he asks with the directness that only children possess. "Yeah, buddy," I tell him, my voice rough with emotion. "For real this time. Forever." "Yes," Whitney whispers, her forehead resting against mine. "Yes to everything."
Chapter 27. Whitney. Ice skating? Ryan raises an eyebrow as I bundle Sam into his winter coat. I should probably mention that my coordination on ice is questionable at best. "That's what makes it fun," Sam declares, bouncing on his toes while I zip up his jacket. Mama falls down sometimes too, but she gets back up and laughs. Nina emerges from the hallway, wearing her designer winter coat and a skeptical expression. This should be entertaining, watching Blake try to navigate anything that requires grace. "Your confidence in me is overwhelming," Ryan deadpans, but there's humor in his blue eyes. The easy banter between them surprises me. Nina's walls aren't completely down, but they're not reinforced with barbed wire anymore either. I grab my own coat from the closet, still half convinced this morning has been an elaborate dream. The weight of Ryan's presence in my house, the way Sam keeps reaching for his hand like he's afraid Ryan might disappear. The memory of that kiss that tasted like promises and second chances, it all feels too good to be real. "You sure about this?" I ask Ryan quietly, while Sam races ahead toward the front door. Ice skating with the entire town watching? People are going to have questions. He stops buttoning his coat and looks at me with an intensity that makes my pulse skip. "Let them ask. I'm done hiding from anything that involves you and Sam." The conviction in his voice sends warmth spreading through my chest. This isn't the Ryan who left 6 years ago, worried about appearances and what other people might think. This is someone who's decided what matters and isn't afraid to claim it. Outside, the snow has stopped falling, leaving Ivy Grove looking like a postcard. The ice skating rink in the town square is already bustling with families, children's laughter echoing off the surrounding buildings. Strings of lights twinkle overhead, and the scent of hot chocolate and cinnamon drifts from the nearby vendor booths. "Daddy, look," Sam tugs on Ryan's sleeve, pointing toward the rink where kids are gliding across the ice with varying degrees of success. "Can we go on there, right now?" "Absolutely." Ryan's smile is so genuine it makes my throat tight. He's looking at Sam like he's the most precious thing in the world, and I have to blink back unexpected tears. Nina nudges my shoulder. "You okay?" "Yeah." I clear my throat, watching Ryan crouch down to help Sam lace up his tiny skates. Just seeing them together like this, it's everything I used to dream about. "He seems different," she admits grudgingly. "Still annoying, but different." We make our way to the rental booth, where Mrs. Franklin hands out skates with the efficiency of someone who's been doing this for decades. When she sees Ryan, her eyes widen with recognition. "Ryan Blake? Well, I'll be. Heard you were back in town for the holidays." "Yes, ma'am." Ryan accepts his skates with a polite smile. "Wouldn't miss Christmas in Ivy Grove." Mrs. Franklin's gaze flicks between Ryan and me, then down to Sam, who's practically vibrating with excitement. I can practically see the wheels turning in her head, filing away this information to share with her bridge club later. "Well," she says finally, "it's nice to see the family together." Family. The word hits me like a physical force, settling somewhere deep in my chest where it spreads warmth through my entire body. We look like a family? The four of us sitting on the bench tying our skates. Ryan helping Sam with his laces, while Nina and I exchange glances that say more than words ever could. Ready, buddy? Ryan stands up, wobbling slightly on his blades. Sam nods enthusiastically, grabbing Ryan's hand without hesitation. Come on, Mama, Nina, hurry up. I finish tying my skates and stand, testing my balance. Nina joins us, looking elegant even in rental skates, which somehow doesn't surprise me at all. The moment we step onto the ice, Ryan's questionable coordination becomes immediately apparent. He grips the barrier with one hand and Sam's fingers with the other, moving with the careful deliberation of someone who's seriously reconsidering his life choices. You weren't kidding about the grace thing, Nina observes, gliding past us with the effortless skill of someone who took figure skating lessons as a child. Shut up, Ryan mutters, but he's grinning. Sam is giggling beside him, perfectly content to move at a snail's pace as long as his dad is holding his hand. I skate backward in front of them, watching the concentration on Ryan's face as he tries not to fall. You're doing great. Just relax. Relaxing is what got me into this mess in the first place, he says, but his grip on the barrier loosens slightly. Gradually, Ryan finds his rhythm. He's not winning any style points, but he's staying upright and actually moving around the rink. Sam starts getting braver, tugging him away from the wall and toward the center of the ice. Look, Daddy! Sam lets go of Ryan's hand and executes a wobbly but successful glide forward. I can do it by myself. That's incredible, Sam. Ryan's face lights up with pride so genuine it makes my heart squeeze. You're a natural. Nina skates up beside me, her earlier skepticism replaced by something softer. He's good with him. Yeah. I watch Ryan chase after Sam, both of them laughing as they nearly collide with another family. He really is. The afternoon passes in a blur of laughter and small moments that feel enormous. Ryan gradually gets more confident on the ice, enough to play a gentle game of tag with Sam that involves more falling than actual skating. When Sam takes a tumble, Ryan is there immediately, scooping him up and checking for injuries that don't exist. You're tougher than me, buddy, Ryan tells him, brushing snow off Sam's jacket. I would have cried by now. Daddies don't cry, Sam says matter-of-factly. This daddy might if he falls again, Ryan admits, making Sam dissolve into giggles. Even Nina gets drawn into their antics. When Ryan attempts an ambitious turn and ends up sprawled on the ice, she skates over and offers him her hand, with exaggerated reluctance. Come on, Grace Kelly, up you go. Your aunt's mean to me, Ryan tells Sam as Nina hauls him to his feet. She's mean to everyone, Sam says cheerfully, but she makes really good pancakes. Nina's laugh is surprised and genuine, the first real one I've heard from her since Ryan arrived. The sound makes something tight in my chest finally relax. By the time we leave the rink, Sam is chattering nonstop about every moment of the last 2 hours. His cheeks are pink from the cold, his eyes bright with exhaustion and excitement. Can we come back tomorrow? He asks as we return our skates. Can Daddy come skating with us again? We'll see, I tell him, but Ryan catches my eye and nods slightly. A silent promise that yes, there will be more tomorrows like this. The community center is warm and bustling when we arrive for lunch. The smell of homemade soup and fresh bread makes my stomach growl, reminding me that I haven't eaten anything since that piece of toast at dawn. Sam bounces ahead of us, his energy apparently unlimited despite 2 hours of ice skating. He waves at friends from school, shows off his new dinosaur to anyone who will look, and generally acts like Christmas morning and ice skating with his dad have given him enough happiness to power the entire town. Someone's excited, Ryan observes, watching Sam demonstrate Rex's 17 different roars to Petunia from the library. Someone's 5 and has been waiting his whole life for a day like this, I reply softly. Ryan's arm slides around my shoulders, pulling me against his side. The casual intimacy of the gesture sends warmth spreading through me. chasing away the last of the morning's cold. "I'm sorry he had to wait," he murmurs against my temple, pressing a gentle kiss there. "I'm sorry you both had to wait. You're here now." I lean into his warmth, marveling at how right this feels. That's what matters. We find a table near the windows, where we can keep an eye on Sam, who's currently engaged in an animated conversation with 3 other kids about the superiority of dinosaurs over dragons. Ryan keeps his arm around me while we eat, occasionally pressing his lips to my temple in a gesture so natural it's like he never left. "You know everyone's staring at us," I murmur during one of these tender moments. "Good." His voice is firm, certain. "Let them look. I want everyone to know you're mine." The possessiveness in his tone sends a shiver down my spine that has nothing to do with the winter weather. This confident, decisive version of Ryan is intoxicating. Nina returns from the hot chocolate station with 4 steaming mugs, setting them down with careful precision. "Town's buzzing," she reports. Apparently the news that Ryan Blake is back and playing Happy Family is spreading faster than gossip at a church social. "And?" Ryan asks, accepting his mug with a grateful nod. "And nothing. I just thought you should know what you're walking into." Ryan's response is to press another kiss to my temple, his arm tightening around my shoulders. I'm exactly where I want to be. Sam appears at our table like a small tornado, chocolate smeared on his chin and his eyes sparkling with mischief. "Mama!" Tyler says his dad has a bigger truck than Daddy, but I told him Daddy's truck is way cooler because it's from New York. "Did you now?" Ryan grins, wiping the chocolate from Sam's face with a napkin. "What else did you tell Tyler?" "That you're the best daddy ever and you're never leaving again." Sam's declaration is matter of fact, delivered with the absolute certainty that only children possess. The words hit both Ryan and me like a physical force. I feel his sharp intake of breath, see the emotion flicker across his features before he schools them into composure. "That's right, buddy." Ryan's voice is rough but steady. "I'm staying right here with you and Mama." "Forever and ever?" "Forever and ever." Sam beams and launches himself into Ryan's lap, apparently satisfied with this answer. Ryan catches him easily, settling him against his chest with practiced ease that amazes me. How does he already know exactly how to hold our son? How does this feel so natural when it should be awkward and new? "Want to see my drawing from this morning?" Sam asks, pulling a folded piece of paper from his pocket. "I finished it while you and Mama were being mushy." "We were not being mushy," I protest, but Sam just grins at me. He unfolds the paper carefully, revealing a crayon masterpiece that makes my breath catch. 3 stick figures stand in front of a house, holding hands. A tall figure with dark hair, a medium figure with curly hair, and a small figure with bright blue eyes. Above them, in Sam's careful 5-year-old handwriting, he's written, "My family." "That's us," he explains unnecessarily, pointing to each figure. "That's Daddy, that's Mama, and that's me. We're all together now." Ryan stares at the drawing for a long moment, his throat working. When he looks up, his eyes are suspiciously bright. "It's perfect, Sam," he says finally. "Absolutely perfect." "Can we put it on the refrigerator at home?" Sam asks. "We're definitely putting it on the refrigerator," I assure him, my own voice thick with emotion. "Home." Sam called it home, and Ryan didn't correct him. The 3 of us, together, in the house that's been just me and Sam for so long. The possibility of it, the reality of it, feels too big to fully comprehend. Ryan presses his lips to my temple again, a gentle reminder that he's here, that this is real, that he's not going anywhere. The gesture is becoming familiar already, a quiet reassurance that speaks louder than words ever could. "Thank you," I whisper so quietly only he can hear. For what? For coming back. For choosing us. For making our son draw pictures of his family with 3 people instead of 2. His arm tightens around me, solid and warm and real. Thank you for letting me.
Chapter 28. Ryan. The snow begins falling just as we step into the town square, fat flakes that catch the glow of the massive Christmas tree and turn the entire scene into something from a damn fairy tale. The tree has to be 30 feet tall, covered in thousands of twinkling lights that reflect off every surface and cast everything in warm gold. Damn, I breathe, then immediately glance down at Sam. Sorry, buddy. It's okay, Daddy. Mama says bad words when she burns the coffee. I do not, Whitney protests, but she's grinning as snow catches in her dark curls. The square is packed with families, couples, kids running around with hot chocolate and candy canes. A choir of about 20 people stands in formation near the tree, their voices carrying across the crisp air in perfect harmony. The sound hits something deep in my chest, some part of me that remembers being a kid here, believing in magic and possibilities. Sam tugs on my hand, his face tilted up toward the falling snow. Look, Daddy, it's snowing on Christmas. That means Santa's coming tonight for sure. You think so? I lift him up so he can see better over the crowd. He weighs next to nothing, all bundled up in his winter coat, but having him in my arms feels like holding the entire world. Definitely. Snow on Christmas is extra special magic. Whitney moves closer, her shoulder brushing mine as we watch the carolers. The scent of her perfume mixes with the cold air and the smell of cinnamon from nearby vendor booths. Everything about this moment feels too perfect to be real. This is nice, Nina says, appearing beside us with steaming cups of hot chocolate. For once, she doesn't sound like she's delivering a medical diagnosis. Nice doesn't begin to cover it. I accept the cup gratefully, wrapping my free hand around the warmth. Sam is getting heavier in my other arm, but I'm not putting him down. Not when he keeps pointing out every light, every decoration, every person he recognizes from around town. The carolers launch into Silent Night, and the entire crowd seems to settle into the music. Voices join in from the audience, creating this swell of sound that makes my throat tight. Whitney's voice blends with mine, soft and sweet, while Sam hums along even though he doesn't know all the words. This is exactly what Christmas should feel like, Whitney murmurs, close enough that only I can hear. I look down at her, snow gathering on her dark lashes. The way she's looking at me, like I'm everything she's ever wanted, makes my chest squeeze with an emotion too big for words. Yeah, I agree, shifting Sam to one arm so I can pull her closer. Exactly like this. The song ends and flows seamlessly into "O Come All Ye Faithful." Sam perks up at this one, apparently knowing more of the words, and starts singing along with enthusiasm that makes up for what he lacks in accuracy. "O come all ye faithful, joyful, and triumphant," he belts out, loud enough that several people around us start smiling. "Someone's got strong lungs," an older woman behind us comments, but she's grinning. "He gets that from his mother," I say, earning a playful elbow to the ribs from Whitney. As the carolers continue their set, I notice how many people keep glancing our way. Not with the curiosity from earlier, but with something warmer. Like seeing the 3 of us together here. Clearly a family is exactly what they expected and hoped for. Mrs. Lee from the grocery store waves from across the square. The Jenkins family, who live 2 streets over from Whitney, nod and smile when they catch my eye. Even old Mr. Henley, who's been grumpy for as long as I can remember, gives us an approving nod. It's like the entire town is welcoming me back, accepting that I belong here with Whitney and Sam. The realization hits me harder than it should. I've spent 6 years feeling like I didn't belong anywhere, and now I'm standing in the place I grew up, holding my son and the woman I love, surrounded by people who knew me before I had any idea who I was supposed to become. "You okay?" Whitney asks, studying my face with concern. "More than okay." I press a kiss to her temple, breathing in the scent of her shampoo mixed with winter air. "Just This is home, isn't it? Her smile could power the entire Christmas display. Yeah, this is home. The carolers transition into White Christmas, and Sam's excitement reaches new heights. He starts wiggling in my arms, trying to catch snowflakes on his tongue while humming along. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, he sings, slightly off-key but with complete conviction. Just like the ones I used to know. You've never known a white Christmas, Whitney points out, laughing. You were too little to remember the last time it snowed on Christmas Eve here. Well, now I'll remember this one forever and ever, Sam declares with 5-year-old certainty. The song builds to its crescendo, voices harmonizing under the falling snow, and I realize Sam's right. This is the kind of Christmas we'll all remember forever. The kind that sets the standard for every Christmas that comes after. When the last note fades, the crowd erupts in applause. The carolers bow, their faces flushed with cold and happiness, before starting to pack up their music stands. One more song, someone calls out. Jingle bells, another voice adds. The choir leader grins and raises her hands, and suddenly the entire crowd is singing Jingle Bells together, voices blending and echoing off the surrounding buildings. Sam absolutely loses his mind with joy, singing at the top of his lungs while bouncing in my arms. Whitney joins in, her voice clear and sweet beside me. Even Nina is singing, though she's trying to pretend she's not. The whole scene is so perfectly Christmas, so exactly what I used to dream about when I was Sam's age, that I have to blink back something that might be tears. When the song ends, people start to disperse, but slowly, reluctant to let the magic of the evening go. Families gather their children, couples link arms, friends make plans for tomorrow. That was beautiful, Whitney says, leaning against me as we watch the crowd thin out. The most beautiful thing I've ever seen. But I'm not looking at the tree or the lights or the snow. I'm looking at her, at the way the Christmas lights reflect in her dark eyes, at the happiness written across her face. She notices my stare and she smiles. What? Instead of answering, I shift Sam to one arm and cup her face with my free hand. Her skin is cold from the winter air, but her eyes are warm, so warm I could get lost in them. I love you, I tell her, the words coming easier than they ever have before. I love you, and I love him, and I love this. All of it. Her breath catches, visible in the cold air between us. Ryan. I lean down and kiss her, soft and gentle at first, then deeper when she melts against me. She tastes like hot chocolate and possibilities, like everything I've been missing for the past 6 years. The kiss is perfect, made more perfect by the fact that we're standing under the Christmas tree, snow falling around us, our son in my arms. When we break apart, Sam is grinning at us with the satisfied expression of someone whose Christmas wishes are coming true in real time. This is the best Christmas ever, he announces, his voice getting sleepy as the excitement starts to catch up with him. The best Christmas in the whole wide world. It really is, Whitney agrees, her eyes still locked on mine. Sam's head starts to droop against my shoulder, the combination of ice skating, hot chocolate, and Christmas magic finally wearing him down. His breathing gets deeper, more regular, and within minutes he's fast asleep in my arms. Someone's had a big day, Nina observes, moving closer to stroke Sam's hair. The biggest, Whitney says softly. Come on, let's get him home before he freezes. We make our way through the square, past families doing the same thing, past couples still lingering under the tree, past vendors closing up their booths for the night. The snow continues to fall, adding to the accumulation that's already covering the sidewalks and making everything look clean and new. Sam doesn't wake up during the walk, completely dead to the world in my arms. His weight is comforting, solid proof that this isn't a dream, that I'm really here carrying my son home through the snow on Christmas Eve. When we reach Whitney's house, Nina stops at the end of the driveway instead of following us to the door. I should head to my place, she says, pulling her keys from her pocket. You sure you don't want to come in for a while? Whitney asks. Help get Sam settled? Nina shakes her head, but she's smiling, You three need some time together. Besides, I have some wrapping to finish before tomorrow. She walks over to where I'm standing with Sam, still fast asleep in my arms. For a moment, I think she's going to say something cutting, something that puts me back in my place. Instead, she reaches up and straightens Sam's hat, her touch gentle. "Thank you," she says quietly, looking directly at me. "For what?" "For being the man my sister needs." Her voice is steady, serious. "For being the father Sam deserves. For proving me wrong about you." The admission clearly costs her something, but she doesn't look away. This is Nina extending an olive branch, maybe even an apology. "Thank you for protecting them when I couldn't," I reply, meaning every word. "For being there when I wasn't. For loving them enough to be suspicious of me." She nods once, then steps forward and, to my complete shock, gives me a brief hug. It's awkward with Sam between us, but it's genuine. "Don't mess this up, Blake," she murmurs against my ear. "I won't." "Good." She steps back and turns to Whitney. "Merry Christmas, sister." "Merry Christmas, Nina." We watch her walk to her car, wait for her to drive away before heading up to the front door. Whitney fumbles with her keys, trying to be quiet so she doesn't wake Sam. "Here." I shift Sam carefully so Whitney can unlock the door without having to worry about taking him. The house is warm and welcoming after the cold outside. Christmas lights twinkle on the tree in the living room, presents wrapped and waiting underneath. Everything looks exactly like Christmas morning should look. "I should get him upstairs," I say quietly, but I don't move. Sam is sleeping so peacefully, and holding him like this feels too precious to end. "In a minute," Whitney agrees, clearly thinking the same thing. "He looks so happy." She's right. Even in sleep, Sam has a small smile on his face, like he's dreaming about the perfect Christmas Eve he just had. "Come on," Whitney finally says, leading the way upstairs. "Let's get him into his pajamas and tucked in properly." We work together to get Sam changed and settled without waking him up, a team effort that feels as natural as breathing. When he's finally tucked under his covers, dinosaur pajamas and all, I can't resist brushing a kiss across his forehead. "Sweet dreams, buddy," I whisper. "See you on Christmas morning." Whitney takes my hand as we leave his room, closing the door softly behind us. The hallway is quiet, lit only by the glow from the Christmas tree downstairs. "So," she says, and suddenly the air between us feels charged with possibility. "So," I agree, pulling her closer. "We're home, all three of us, together, on Christmas Eve. And for the first time in 6 years, everything feels exactly as it should be."
Chapter 29. Whitney. The hallway stretches between us and my bedroom, but it feels like miles. Ryan's hand in mine is warm, solid, real. After everything we've been through, after all the hurt and uncertainty, he's here. He's staying. Whitney. His voice is rough, low enough that it sends heat spiraling through me. I turn to face him, and the look in his blue eyes steals my breath. There's desire there, yes, but something deeper too. Something that looks like forever. "Are you sure about this?" I whisper, even though my body is already answering for me, already leaning into his warmth. Instead of responding with words, he cups my face in both hands and kisses me. Not gentle like outside, under the Christmas tree, but hungry, desperate, like he's been starving for me and can't wait another second. I melt against him, my hands fisting in his coat as he backs me toward my bedroom door. The kiss deepens, tongues dancing, and I can taste the lingering sweetness of hot chocolate, the promise of everything I've been dreaming about for 6 years. He breaks away just long enough to push open my bedroom door, then his mouth is on mine again as we stumble inside. The room is dark, except for the soft glow of Christmas lights from downstairs filtering through the curtains. "God, I've missed you," he breathes against my lips, his hands already working to unbutton my coat. "Every damn day, Whitney. Every single day. The coat falls to the floor, followed by his. His sweater comes next, revealing the hard planes of his chest, the muscles that speak to hours in corporate gyms, trying to work off frustration he couldn't name. "You're beautiful," I tell him, running my hands over warm skin, reacquainting myself with every line and curve. So damn beautiful. He groans at my touch, his head falling back as my fingers trace patterns across his chest. When I lean forward to press my lips to the hollow of his throat, he shudders. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. For long minutes, we just hold each other. Skin cooling in the winter air. Christmas lights casting patterns on the ceiling above us. His hands stroke lazy patterns on my back while I listen to his heartbeat slow beneath my ear. "I love you," he murmurs into my hair. "I love you so damn much." "I love you too." I press a kiss to his chest, right over his heart. "For keeps this time." "For keeps," he agrees, his arms tightening around me. "Forever and always."
Chapter 30. Ryan. The morning light streaming through Whitney's bedroom window feels different somehow. Warmer, more golden. Maybe it's because the woman curled against my chest is finally mine again, or maybe it's just the promise of what today holds. Whitney stirs in my arms, her dark curls tickling my chin as she lifts her head to look at me. Those beautiful brown eyes are sleepy but content, and the sight hits me right in the chest. "Good morning," she murmurs, voice husky from sleep. "Morning, beautiful." I brush a curl away from her face, marveling at how right this feels, how complete. "What time is it?" I glance at the clock on her nightstand. "Almost 9. Sam's probably wondering where we are." She stretches against me, a satisfied smile playing at her lips. He's used to sleeping in on weekends. Besides, he was pretty tired after all the excitement yesterday. Yesterday, Christmas Eve, the day everything changed. Again. "Speaking of excitement," I say, trailing my fingers down her bare arm. "We should probably get moving soon. My parents are expecting us by 11. Whitney's expression shifts slightly, a flicker of nervousness crossing her features. "Are you sure they're okay with this? With us just showing up like this? Are you kidding?" I pull her closer, pressing a kiss to the top of her head. My mom's been planning this moment since Thanksgiving. She's probably been cooking since dawn. It's true. When I called my parents last night after Whitney and Sam had gone to bed, Mom practically squealed with joy. Dad's reaction was more reserved, but I could hear the relief in his voice. "I just don't want them to think I'm presumptuous," Whitney says, her fingers tracing patterns on my chest. "Bringing Sam over for Christmas morning like he belongs there. He does belong there." The conviction in my voice surprises even me. "You both do. You always have." Before Whitney can respond, we hear the patter of small feet in the hallway, followed by Sam's voice calling out. "Mama, are you awake? Can we open presents now?" Whitney laughs, the sound bright and musical. "Duty calls." "Mama!" Sam's voice is closer now, right outside the bedroom door. "Coming, baby," Whitney calls back, then turns to me with raised eyebrows. "You might want to put some clothes on." I grin, reaching for my boxers. "Good call. 20 minutes later, we're downstairs in Whitney's living room, Sam bouncing excitedly on the couch while we drink coffee and watch him examine the wrapped packages under the tree. He's already changed into his favorite superhero pajamas, ready for the day's adventures. Can we open them now? Please? Sam's blue eyes are wide with anticipation. After breakfast, Whitney says, running her hand through his curls. And after we get dressed to go see Grandma and Grandpa Blake. Sam's face lights up even more. We're going to see them today? We are, I confirm, settling down on the couch next to him. And they have presents for you too. Really? He launches himself at me, wrapping his small arms around my neck. This is the best Christmas ever. Over his head, I catch Whitney's eye. The look she gives me is soft, full of gratitude, and something that looks suspiciously like love. My chest tightens with emotion. All right, buddy, I say, ruffling Sam's hair. How about we open one present here, then save the rest for after we get back from Grandma and Grandpa's? Sam considers this seriously, then nods. Okay, but I get to pick which one. An hour later, we're bundled up and heading across town in my car. Sam chatters excitedly in the back seat, clutching the new action figure he'd chosen to open. Whitney sits beside me, her hand in mine, fingers intertwined. You okay? I ask quietly, noting the way she keeps smoothing down her sweater. Just nervous, she admits. It's been a while since I've done the whole family Christmas thing. Hey, I squeeze her hand. They love you. They've always loved you. The truth of it hits me as I say it. Even during our years apart, Mom always asked about Whitney when she called. Dad would mention seeing her around town, making sure to let me know she looked happy and healthy. They never stopped considering her family. My parents' house comes into view, and I feel Sam's excitement ramp up another notch. Before we even reach the front door, it swings open. Mom appears, still in her Christmas morning robe, her face beaming with joy. There's my family, she calls out, arms already open wide. Whitney lets out a soft laugh beside me, and I can feel some of her tension melting away. This is exactly what she needs, Mom's unconditional warmth and acceptance. Sam races ahead, launching himself into Mom's arms. Grandma! Oh, my sweet boy! Mom spins him around, both of them laughing. Look how much you've grown since Thanksgiving. Dad appears behind her, fully dressed but with his hair slightly mussed. His eyes go straight to Whitney and his expression softens. Whitney, he says, stepping forward to envelope her in a hug. Welcome home, sweetheart. I watch Whitney's eyes fill with tears as she hugs him back. Thank you, Mr. Blake, for everything. None of that formal stuff, Dad says, pulling back to look at her. You know better. Mom has set Sam down but keeps one hand on his shoulder as she moves toward Whitney. The hug they share is fierce, full of 6 years of missed connections and holiday greetings. I'm so glad you're here, Mom whispers, loud enough for me to hear. So glad you're both here. Come in! Come in! Dad ushers us inside, where the scents of cinnamon and vanilla immediately surround us. It's freezing out there. The house looks exactly as I remember, but somehow better. The Christmas tree in the living room is enormous, covered in ornaments collected over decades of family Christmases. Presents spill out from underneath in colorful abundance. Hot cocoa's ready in the kitchen, Mom announces, taking Whitney's coat. And I made those cinnamon rolls you used to love. Whitney's smile is radiant. You remembered. Of course I remembered, Mom says as if it's obvious. Now come on, Sam. Let's get you warmed up. As the women head toward the kitchen with Sam between them, Dad claps me on the shoulder. Good to have you home, son, he says quietly. Really home this time. It's good to be here, I reply, meaning every word. The next hour passes in a blur of warm conversation, delicious food, and Sam's infectious laughter. He sits between Mom and Dad at the kitchen table, regaling them with stories about his latest drawings and his soccer team. They hang on every word like he's sharing state secrets. And then I scored the winning goal, Sam announces, waving his spoon for emphasis. Coach said I was the star of the game. That's my boy, Dad says proudly, ruffling Sam's hair. I'll have to come watch one of your games sometime. Would you really? Sam's eyes go wide with excitement. Wouldn't miss it, Dad confirms, and I can see he means it. Whitney catches my eye across the table, her expression soft with contentment. This is what family looks like. This is what we've all been missing. After breakfast, we migrate to the living room where the present opening ceremony begins in earnest. Sam is in heaven, carefully unwrapping each gift while Mom takes approximately 1,000 photos. Dad records everything on his phone, determined not to miss a moment. This one's for you, Whitney, Mom says, handing over a beautifully wrapped package. Whitney looks surprised. You didn't have to... Of course we did, Mom interrupts. Your family. Inside is a gorgeous cashmere scarf in deep burgundy, along with a framed photo from Thanksgiving. Whitney, Sam, and me sitting around this very table, all of us laughing at something Sam had said. I love it, Whitney says, her voice thick with emotion. Thank you. There's more, Dad adds, producing another package. This one contains a delicate gold bracelet with a small charm in the shape of a coffee cup. For the coffee shop owner, Mom explains with a smile. We're so proud of what you've built. By the time all the presents are open, Sam is surrounded by enough toys to stock a small store, and Whitney looks overwhelmed by the generosity. I've received my own gifts, a watch from Dad, a photo album from Mom filled with pictures from my childhood, but my attention keeps drifting to the perfect domestic scene before me. Sam is showing his grandparents how his new robot works while Whitney helps Mom gather up wrapping paper. Dad is already down on the floor, helping Sam set up some kind of elaborate racetrack. Everyone is talking and laughing completely at ease. This is it. This is what I want for the rest of my life. I stand up, my heart pounding with nervous energy and absolute certainty. The room gradually quiets as everyone notices my movement. I have something to say, I begin, my voice carrying clearly through the sudden silence. Whitney looks up from where she's folding wrapping paper, eyebrows raised in curiosity. Sam pauses in his robot demonstration. Mom and Dad exchange a look that suggests they might have an idea of what's coming. 6 years ago, I made the biggest mistake of my life, I continue, my eyes finding Whitney's. I walked away from the best thing that ever happened to me, from the woman I love more than my own life, from the family I should have been building. Whitney's hand still completely, the wrapping paper forgotten. I spent those 6 years trying to convince myself I'd made the right choice, telling myself I wasn't ready for responsibility, for commitment, for love. But the truth is, I was just scared. Scared of being the kind of father my own dad was when I was young, absent, distant, focused on everything except what really mattered. Dad's expression tightens slightly, but he nods, understanding and forgiveness clear in his eyes. But watching you with Sam this weekend, I continue, my voice growing stronger. Seeing the incredible mother you are, the amazing man our son is becoming, I realized I don't have to be perfect to be present. I just have to show up, every day, for both of you. Whitney's eyes are bright with unshed tears, her lips parted in surprise. So that's what I'm doing, I say, dropping to one knee right there in my parents' living room, surrounded by Christmas morning chaos and the people I love most. I'm showing up, for good this time. I pulled the small velvet box from my pocket, the one I bought yesterday afternoon while Whitney was napping and Sam was watching cartoons. The one that holds a ring I picked out in about 15 minutes, because I knew exactly what she'd love. Whitney Green, I say, opening the box to reveal the vintage-style solitaire inside. Will you marry me? Will you let me spend the rest of my life making up for the 6 years I wasted? Will you let me be the husband you deserve and the father Sam needs? The silence stretches for what feels like hours, but is probably only seconds. Whitney's eyes are wide, her hand pressed to her mouth. It's been 6 years in the making, I add, my voice rough with emotion. This moment, this choice, this love, it's all been leading here. "Oh my God," Whitney whispers, tears finally spilling over. "Ryan, Say yes, Mama!" Sam pipes up suddenly, bouncing on his toes with excitement. "Say yes so we can be a real family!" That breaks the spell. Whitney laughs through her tears, her hand reaching out to touch my face. "Yes," she breathes. "Of course, yes, always yes." The room erupts in cheers and applause. Mom is crying happy tears while Dad beams with pride. Sam whoops with joy, immediately launching into an elaborate victory dance. I slide the ring onto Whitney's finger with shaking hands, then pull her down for a kiss that tastes like forever, and Christmas morning and coming home. "I love you," I murmur against her lips. "I love you too," she whispers back. "So much." "This is the best Christmas ever," Sam announces, throwing his arms around both of us. "It really is," Whitney agrees, looking around at the chaos of wrapping paper and toys and family surrounding us. "You know what this means, right?" Sam says suddenly, his expression turning serious. "What's that, buddy?" I ask, still holding Whitney close. Sam grins, that mischievous smile that's pure Whitney. "Now you have to make me some little brothers and sisters." The room explodes in laughter. Mom actually snorts, which sets Dad off even more. Whitney hides her face in my shoulder, shaking with giggles. "We'll see what we can do," I manage to say through my own laughter. "Soon though, right?" Sam presses. "I'm already 5. I don't want to be too old to play with them." "Sam!" Whitney protests, but she's still laughing. "What? I'm just saying!" And as I look around at my family, my real, honest-to-God family, I can't imagine anything more perfect than this moment. This chaos, this love, this home.